All right, so we are live. Figured I would go, a minute or two early to say hi to people in the chat, and hope everyone's doing well. Say hi to, thank you for the birthday wishes to people out there. From Banky, thank you. Joe Popperdew, I appreciate the sentiments. Myth Beats Fitchin, thank you. Perry Fan, thank you. AB James, Jared Griffiths, thank you guys. Neil Punk, Dabian, Boomstick, Lucas, DJ, General, hey there. Thank you, John Smith. Lord Cosmo, thank you for the kind words. James, let's see. Cole Warner, thank you. Foz Rotten, hello there. Thank you for the birthday wishes. I appreciate it, man. Boomstick Critique. Jojo, hello there. Hope you're doing well. Hello there, Quiet Riot. Or Quiet Grease. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, Steven. And to answer your question, yes, I do like that film. Kevin, thank you, man. Thank you, Derek. John Warden, hello there, thank you. Warner Flowers, thank you. Thank you for the kind words. Hey there, Arcade. Hello there, thank you. Mr. Cool, thank you so much for that. Thank you, Caleb. Thank you to everyone out there who sent in birthday wishes. Rapper Kirby, very kind of you. Kelly, thank you. I really appreciate Kelly. She's a very nice person. I wouldn't say I've known her for a while, but I know we're both Raphael Ninja Turtle fans, so that's very cool. Thanks for stopping by, even for a bit. Anakin, hello there. Caleb, Darth Vader, which is funny because Return of the Jedi came out 40 years today. Yes, 40 years ago on this day. Goblins, QJC, thank you. Samuel, Darablo, hey there. Broad Stipe. Two Better Days Films. I'm not sure if I've seen you on here, but thank you, man. Thanks for stopping by. Hey there, Arcane, Ultra Ego, Dante, Josh, Davey Vids, thank you. Thank you, Davey. I would appreciate that, man. Feel free. I would really appreciate it. Chaz, hello there. Thank you. Charles, thank you, man. Unknown Guy, thank you for the kind words. Luis, hey, Silver Wings, thank you, man. TC Morgan, very cool. And then we got first guest.
Hello.
Thanks, man.
You can hear me. Good.
I know you can't stay on too long, but thanks for coming by even for a little bit.
Not a
Thank you,
problem.
man.
You're welcome. Happy birthday.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. At least we don't have technical difficulties this time. I don't know what happened last time. I don't know why it wasn't working, and oh well, but we're good.
Yeah. Probably my end. Probably something to do
No,
with
it was something on my end. I don't know what it was, but whatever.
Yeah, just say hi to everyone. Thank you. Want to wish
up?
thank you for
What's up?
the birthday wishes, man. Thank you to everyone. Trying to get it. I can. Hey, Garrett. Hope you're doing well. Thanks, man. Thank you so much.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Hi, happy birthday, bro.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. So you're Fabio. Nice to meet you.
I am. Nice to finally meet you.
Yeah, man. I heard a lot of good things about you, bro.
Oh God, that's not good.
Well, that's what he tells me. From what he tells me up there. Nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you finally.
Yeah, no doubt. Okay. So what's up, bro? How's it been?
Not too bad. Just getting on here, saying hi to the people in chat. Thank them for the birthday wishes. A lot of people on there. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, happy birthday, bro.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but thank you too for taking your time. I know you guys are pretty busy and stuff, and thank you for that.
That's all right.
There may be other guests. Who knows? We'll see. But
yeah, why not? It's no surprise to me. Why not? It's cool. No worries, man. Let's do it. That's it. That's it. I gotta welcome you to the 40s.
Saying hi.
Welcoming
How do
you
you
to
feel
the
about James
40s.
Cameron writing another
Yeah.
Terminator film?
Well,
He's
James
writing a
Cameron.
Terminator film.
I
Has to do
think at
James
this
Cameron.
point, you know what I think? I think it's a tax write-off. He's doing it for tax reasons. It's gotta
Uh-oh.
be, right? It's gotta be, right, Fabio? It's gotta be taxes.
I would assume so.
Come on, man. He's indecisive. He don't make up his mind.
Oh
Hey,
no!
Mikey!
Here we go.
What's up, Mike? Holy
Hey
shit!
there.
What's up, Mike? Yeah, no time, man. How you been?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing all right. Just got off work. It was
cool.
a pretty easy day actually. No Karens this time around.
That's
is
a plus.
good.
That's
Yeah,
a plus.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I dealt with a
Well done.
mega Karen last time.
Yes, it is.
So
Yes, the one and only. Yes, that's it. So
Well-
the
I was
three,
just
yeah.
happy birthday, Matt.
thank you.
Hey, you want to
appreciate
sing?
Happy 40th.
Hey, do you three? Hey, Fabio, Mike, do you want to sing in unisex together? Happy
In
birthday.
unisex?
You mean
to
unison?
Unison. I don't know what the fuck it is.
Unisex.
Unison. Like Mike, it's just like the laser dicks, okay?
Yeah,
Like the
yeah,
laser
yeah,
dicks.
yeah, yeah,
Unisex. You definitely
Yeah.
said unisex.
Unison. Okay. All right.
That's all right. That's
Happy
okay.
birthday to you. Happy birthday
Thank
to
you.
you.
Okay.
There you go. There you go. Say it again. Keep it
All right.
simple. Okay, there you go. There you go.
Mm.
All righty.
I was just saying how you feel about. I was asking them like James Cameron is writing another Terminator film.
Oh, he is? I thought Arnold
Okay.
said he's done with Terminator movies.
Yeah, but you can't go by what Arnold said. Arnold always says that. Then until he sees the check clear, then he's like, okay, I'll do
Right.
it, Captain. I'll do it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But James Cameron's writing it this time, so
Yeah, but that's not good, though. He hasn't written anything in a while. Remember, the Avatar sequels, he's got a bunch of, 20 writers writing the shit? Or whatnot?
Mhm.
Because that makes sense.
Of
Well,
course.
I actually think Way of Water was better than Avatar because of the fact that there were some other writers who were involved other than James Cameron.
That's what I'm saying. There's more writers. I don't know. But he's doing it on his own, though. So I don't know. I mean, can you fix anything that's been fucked up after Dark Fate, really?
Nope.
I mean, I don't think you can't. You can't fix it. It's broken. It's not even broken. It's exploded. You can't
Mhm.
forget about it.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
first off, thank you, Treese Mason. That's very kind of you. I'm glad you enjoyed the commentary. Lost Boys is another film that shows Joel Schumacher was a good filmmaker.
Rest in peace.
He's very underrated. And yeah, we'll have a drink on all of us.
Yeah, no doubt. Joy.
There we go.
There you go.
But yes, Joel Schumacher has always been a good filmmaker. He got a
Yeah.
bad rap. Falling
Because
Down,
of one movie.
Time to Kill.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm curious, Fabio. What's your thoughts on DC Cap?
It's a great movie.
I love it. I love DC Cap. I love it.
I still
love
haven't seen that one yet.
it. You ever seen it? Really? I think you're in
No.
for a treat, Mike. You like
I
it.
have it on Blu-ray though. I think it was released by Kino Lorber.
Yep. Talk about that.
Yeah, it is.
Ha! Right there. Kino.
Yeah.
There we go.
That's it. Yeah. I pay food. Don't watch a movie. That's it. Fun movie.
People say I'm frozen, but I would say refresh.
Well, I
No,
mean,
no,
I
people
hear
say
you,
Mike's
Matt.
frozen.
I hear you, Matt.
Now,
but
there it
yeah,
goes.
there
Yeah.
we go.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not you're frozen. You're like digitizing once in a while. Like you break
Yeah.
up and you come back. That's the 40 going into
Maybe-
it. The 40 year digitizing. You see, you're getting aged. Then it's gonna start turning gray on you and whatnot.
That
Yeah,
would be like Zardoz.
yeah.
He's
Remember that?
Zardoz.
Well, this is, to be fair, this is the first time I've had. This is the first time I've had 4 people,
Mhm.
so maybe my phone is just like can't comprehend the power. of
It's
4
the
people on
T1000. It's
screen.
the liquid metal.
Yeah.
The phone is talking. The phone's going, help!
Yeah.
It's too much. Help! Oh man. Oh, good. Yeah.
Yeah, but just bear with me, folks. It's just this the lack of power of this high caliber phone. So I'll
Okay.
do my best. But
Well, that's it, man.
We got a flip phone.
Mm.
that
That's
might
the-
work better than this.
It's one of those.
Sony-
They do. They're coming back. The flip phones are coming back.
Got a
It's
Sony
weird.
Ericsson.
It's the brick phone that Zach Morris had to Saved by the Bell. That's what he's got. The brick. One of those brick phones. Yes.
You got the pink Razor. Those came back. Those are cool again.
They're bringing those back, really? Oh
They brought them back. Yeah.
Oh shit! Really? Oh no! Oh man!
And yes, rest in peace to Tina Turner.
Yeah,
Very
yeah.
sad that she passed away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna check out What's Love Got to Do with It, like within the next couple of days, just to you know,
Yeah, it's a
pay
good
my
movie.
respects to
It's a good
Tina.
movie. Angela Bassett, I believe, said some things.
Yeah,
and
she
whatnot.
did. She
had
said
some
some-
nice things to say about Tina Turner.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, 83. That's a long. Wow. 83. I didn't know she was that. Wow, man. God bless her. 83.
Mhm.
Wow. I know we lost our Punisher recently.
Yeah, Ray
Ray
Stevenson.
Stevenson, yeah. May he rest in peace and whatnot. And so,
And Jim Brown as well.
Yeah.
Really?
Rest in peace, Jim.
Yeah. Jim
Wow.
Brown passed away.
A legend.
Wow.
Fireball.
That's it.
How
Slaughter-
Blooded
Yep,
Lights.
the gun.
I always remember my Slaughter from that the Black Exploitation movie Slaughter.
Yeah.
He was pretty good in that.
I remember him. He was also in Mars Attacks, wasn't he? The guy
Yeah.
who was like punching.
Yeah, he was the
Martians and stuff?
he was the best part of the movie. I probably wish the movie followed him because I like to he's knocking out those motherfuckers. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Many birthday wishes you got, bro. Look at that.
And
What is
he
this?
was also I'm gonna get you sucker.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's the one that had that bad toe that swelled up.
Yep.
If only you step in my bunches, I'll shoot both of you. Oh man.
Thank you, John. You're one of the good guys on
Hey,
there. Thank
Johnny.
you so much, man.
Yeah,
Hope you're doing well.
I hope you're doing well, Johnny.
Hope you're moving well.
Oh, he did. He moved, right?
Yeah, he moved
Mhm.
again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, John. Let me ask you that question. Did you have the same bad luck Richard Pryor had in moving or no? Yeah, all that stuff with the movers and King Kong Bundy and everything.
Yeah, did you have to deal with King Kong Bundy as well?
And multiple personality, Dana Carvey stealing the car. Hey, you want to ride me? I hope she's a good driver. I love that film. Oh, man.
Actually, yes, Perry fan. We all share a birthday in the month of May.
Oh, you got a birthday too?
Yeah.
That's cool. Well, when's
Yeah,
your birthday?
Mine was last week.
Really? What date?
Yeah, the 19th.
I had the 12th.
Oh, okay, cool.
And
Yeah,
you
mine
had
was
the,
in the second.
And you're the second, yeah.
Yeah.
and then Matt's the last one.
Yeah, my birthday's the same birthday as The Rock, apparently.
You smell what Mike
Yeah.
is cooking. I can't do that fucking.
Well, I
Matt
watched
shares
Black-
a birthday with Mike Myers, so there you go.
I watched Black Adam. Speaking of The Rock, I watched that
Thank you, man.
Yeah.
yesterday.
What'd you
Very
think?
mediocre.
Mike Myers and
Very
Klaus
mediocre.
Meine from Scorpions.
Oh yeah.
Awesome.
Share a birthday
Awesome.
with you.
Oh.
I love
Cool.
Klaus.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Oh man, it's great.
And Holy Diver came out 40 years ago today, so you and Holy Diver are the same age.
Oh. Also, we have it's a Star Wars Day. Technically, Return
Yes,
of the Jedi
technically
Day.
it is.
Mhm.
Yes, yes.
Mhm.
Return of the
Yeah.
Jedi. Oh man. Oh man. Classic. I saw that
So-
film the other night. It still holds up. I got the original despecialized.
Yeah, not the
Edition. Oh,
bullshit
man.
version they put in the
Yeah.
theaters.
That's just
Couple
Yeah,
that's
the one
months
where
ago.
Vader's just like, no.
And don't forget, you got a CGI enhanced whatever bullshit they. I forgot so much about
Hayden
that.
Christensen, because
I
Hayden
saw-
Christensen added in the movie, yeah.
I saw the special edition, the original special edition, Return of the Jedi and Empire in the theater when they first came out on
Okay.
home video, which was like in the 90s.
Of course.
97,
Um,
yeah.
And
Well,
even then,
thank
I
you,
remember
Caleb.
like seeing those in the theater. Even then, I was like, why does Cloud City look weird? Like, what is up with this?
Yeah. Exactly. But funny enough, Empire Strikes Back doesn't have that much tampering compared to the first movie and
No.
Return of the Jedi. I noticed.
Yeah.
No.
And they
The
put
tampering
wind-
in the first film, some of it I don't mind, like the bigger explosion for the Death Star and some of the touched up effects they did for the X-wings.
But do we need
Like, I
a,
don't mind some of that at
but what
all.
about,
I
but what
actually
about the
think that's
Jabba the Hutt that came out of PS1?
fine. Not that one. That's awful.
Then stepping on his tail and everything.
Yeah,
Oh.
it was terrible.
and
Yeah.
putting windows
And-
in Cloud City because that made sense.
Windows, I forgot about that. They
They
did.
put windows in Cloud City.
Just be like Windows.
You know what that is? That's the windows from the Mario Brothers villains, the one that throw that crap at you. That's what that's the me of those. Oh man!
All they need is windows from the thing, and then they'll have plenty of windows.
There we go.
I think we got some question here. Somebody named Caleb. Nice donation. There you go. Matt's got some. Matt's rich, bitch. All right now. All right.
I wish.
Well, you're there. You're getting there, Matt. Yeah. Favorite Stephen King films? Is it just a few films or just random, or how we do this?
Top 2. How about 2?
Sure.
2? Okay.
These are 2 favorites.
Okay. Who wants to go?
Let the
For
birthday
Mike,
boy
it's
go
Thinner.
first.
It's not fucking Thinner. Definitely not Thinner. I would say
Mine is Maximum Overdrive and The Running Man. I know they're
okay.
not linked, but
Okay.
connected with them in some way. Maximum Overdrive and The Running Man.
So
And then Graveyard
Creepshow
Shift would be your top 3.
Creepshow is technically considered a Stephen King movie because it has a story by King that's adapted in the film, and Stephen King is in the movie as Jordy Verrill. So Creepshow,
Meteor shit.
1.
Meteor shit. I don't remember you saying that meteor shit.
Yeah. Meteor shit.
Meteor shit. Yeah. So
Old Jordy, you lone kid. But yeah, I love Creepshow, and I would probably say Maximum Overdrive would probably be the next one after that.
all right, so you got 2. You put it.
Yeah, Running Man and Maximum Overdrive. I would say the same.
All right. Okay, I would say I'm gonna be crazy. There's so many of the ones I love. It's hard to pick just 2. I would say Running Man, Christine,
Yeah,
and
Christine's good too.
Christine.
Christine's a
It stars you. Of course, I'm a come on, you Keith Gordon. Come on. Yeah. Let's see. Christine, and I would throw Cujo in there.
Cujo's a good one.
Come on,
Cujo's a classic.
A killer dog.
An
Terrorizing
underrated
Fred.
King film for me is The Dark Half. I really love The Dark Half. I think that's
And
a
Graveyard
good
Shift.
one.
That's a great one too.
And Graveyard Shift as well.
Graveyard Star Search.
We'll get you at Star
Star
Search.
Search. I'll talk to you later about that thing down there. I see. I love that
Evil
movie.
Fred Ward.
Definitely had a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, Evil Fred Ward. Yeah,
Evil Fred Ward.
Yeah, Evil Fred Ward. Yeah.
definitely had a lot better dialogue than Daymare, Matt. Right?
Oh, the great best line
Yeah.
ever.
Yeah.
He's going there, and then he'll be there.
Be there.
That's the best line I've heard in a game ever. I know my screen's freezing from time to time. Just bear with me, folks. It's just with my service. For some reasons, that it's hard having 4 people on, but it'll work itself out from time to time. So
All
just
right.
bear with me.
Did you
At least-
punch
at
the
least you can
phone
still-
yet?
You can still hear Matt at least.
Yeah, we can hear him.
So,
He didn't go Stardust on us. You know, it's not. Yeah, that's cool. You can see. Don't worry about it, man. As long as you hear you're good. Don't worry. Can you see
Yeah.
us though?
I see everything perfectly fine. That's what's weird.
All right.
Like my phone, I see everything fine, including my screen. So
Yeah.
that's what's weird about it.
Gotta
So-
love technology.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Exactly.
Hey, Fabio, may I ask? Well, how old are you?
I'm 31. I just turned 31.
31. Okay. How about you, Mike?
34.
Okay. So I guess I'm the old fart of the group now. There we go. I'm 44.
Hey.
So Matt, you got something to look forward to. You got spasms, maybe. You got to be careful sometimes what you eat because now it goes literally to your belly. And
Yeah.
everything. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
what
Yeah.
and make black shirt your friend. You're gonna need it because it covers stuff up. You know.
Yeah. Well, I have animals, and so
Yeah.
black shirts I don't wear as much
Yeah.
because it just attracts animal
hair.
fur.
Yeah. That's it. I'm just letting my
I go with dark. I go with dark, like dark gray,
yeah.
and
Dark
then
gray is
it's
good.
not. Then it's not as
Yeah.
you know.
I just letting Matt know what to be looking for, what to be looking out for. That's all. So you're looking good, Matt. Don't worry, you're good. That's it. When you're mid number, then you're in trouble. That's it.
I appreciate Bobby, but I don't know who that is. So, but we would beat all the teams. This group, we beat all of them. We beat the Avengers, especially today.
Yeah.
Bunch of pussies.
Yeah. And plus, we got the
Wait.
we got an MVP right there.
What
What are
happened?
you doing again?
Why am I the only one on
What are you
screen?
doing? The posing.
What? What
Oh, look at
happened?
You were posing. You were going
Do
like
the
this.
poser.
That's right. Show your guns. Show your guns. There you go. That's it. He's our MVP.
What happened? I'm the only one. Like, what did I do? I didn't even touch anything.
You know,
All right.
the Avengers.
I'm done.
Listen to me.
I don't have any muscles to show, so
Yeah,
I'm not even
I got a
trying.
muscle, but I can't show it to get blocked the video. So we'll get so. No, check it out. You know the
Don't
Avengers
make me
got.
spit my drink.
Listen to me. You know the Avengers have a Hulk. We have a Fabio, so we got him. So he's our MVP. That's it. He's our
Speaking of
secret weapon.
Avengers, and like the Hulk scene in particular, I saw the new Dungeons and Dragons movie, Honor
Okay.
Among Thieves,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
and there's a whole sequence with this owl bear, where the owl bear like throws the wizard chick around, who looks like V'ger on a Red Wedding to me.
Oh wow.
You know, because he's got a blonde. She's not blonde. She's bald. Yeah, she's
Bald woman.
yeah, she's got this bald head, and yeah, she looks like V'ger on a Red Wedding. She wears red all the time. She's a red wizard. She gets attacked by this owl bear thing, and it's exactly like the stuff with Hulk and Loki, where smashing her around, you know, like it's nothing. And I read a lot of reviews for that movie, and they were all like, "Oh, it's not a MCU clone. It's not a Marvel clone." And I'm like, what movie are they watching? Like, that reminded me of seeing the Avengers. The way they get together is something straight out of Guardians of the Galaxy. The way they banter with one another is almost identical. There's even a guy in the group who can't take a joke and takes things too seriously, like Drax.
And someone thought that this was a good idea.
Like, I didn't hate the movie, but I
And
definitely
they spent money on this.
I definitely did not think that it was anywhere near as fun or as great as some people are making it out to be. That's for sure. Like, that
But
one's already
was it
pretty
better
overrated.
than the Dungeons and Dragons from 2000?
Yes, because I watched that again, and that's pretty fucking terrible.
Look,
With
the only Dungeons and
Jeremy
Dragons.
Irons and his just unbelievably hammy acting.
The only Dungeons and Dragons I remember, it shows you my age, is the one that was in the 80s and Saturday
The
morning.
cartoon.
The
That's
cartoon,
it.
yeah.
Yeah, that's it. I never played the damn games.
I
The
will
only-
say this
I never
about the
played it,
2000 film. Justin Whalen, I thought, did a really good job. Like,
But
he did
killed
the
his
best he
career.
could.
That's
He did
what-
the best he could. He
killed
tried to
his
carry
career.
that film as far as he possibly could, and it just
Marlon Wayans is
wasn't
in
enough.
it, but Marlon Wayans maybe
He's so annoying.
they turned
I
it. They told
hated
him to
his
turn it up
character in
to 11. He turned it up to 12. That's what happened.
They told him to be Shorty from Scary Movie.
Yeah.
That's
In
it.
a,
Yeah.
in a Dungeons
Minus
and
the
Dragons
No.
movie.
No, it does not work.
He invented the blunt back then. That's what happened.
It doesn't help either that you got the director is a guy he never directed anything before the movie, before Dungeons and Dragons, and he was only forced to direct it because he was like producing and he was behind trying to get the film off the ground for like forever, and then his investors basically strong-armed him, and they're like, well, you got to make the movie now, and he's like, fuck, I guess I got to direct it now. And so, you know, the rest is history.
It became history pretty much because
Yeah.
that kid died.
Yeah,
and
it
Right.
died a horrible death.
It didn't do well at all.
Oh man.
It doesn't
Although
help
I
either that you got CGI dragons that look like something you would see in Mortal Kombat
I'll be right
Annihilation.
Yeah. But wasn't it funny that I think I was thinking about Dragonheart. I think Dragonheart got a sequel on Sci-Fi Channel.
Oh, Dragonheart got like 5 sequels or some shit.
For whatever reason.
What the fuck? Why? Oh god. I mean, to be honest, I never saw the first Dragonheart all the way through. I do have to watch it all the way through. I heard it's not that bad, but
No.
you know.
Speaking of Dungeons and Dragons and you know Dragons and Sci-Fi Channel, there was a Dungeons and Dragons sequel that also was a Sci-Fi Channel movie.
Maybe that's what I was thinking about. I remember hearing that name mentioned again, that they did
Yeah,
another one.
Wrath of the Dragon God or something.
Yeah.
I think.
Oh, well. Thank you, Cajun Yankee. Appreciate it.
Mhm.
Hey Fabio, what's the story of that vampire on your wall? Like
Oh,
just playing
so-
peekaboo.
Yeah, that is like back in the day, like at the
Yeah.
grocery stores and everything. Those were like the cardboard cutouts that would be in the store around Halloween, and I always wanted one. So I finally
cool.
I found one. Yeah,
Cool.
Oh,
that's like the stuff that would hang up like by the registers. And
Oh,
everything.
yeah.
Oh,
So,
okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
Oh man. Okay. So who wants to play cards? You got enough for poker now. There we go.
Better, as long as we're not, playing it by, cutting cards rules. With Lance Henriksen.
Oh yeah, I remember that. I remember
Kevin
that one.
Feige,
Tales from the Crypt.
Tales
yeah.
from the Crypt.
That there was nothing left to him but just nubs. I mean,
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, those episodes usually ended downbeat, but there's something silly about them that didn't get you that mad. They were just so silly.
Yeah.
Like there was that one with Andrew McCarthy that he was drugging.
Oh yeah, Love to Death. Yeah, Mariel Hemingway.
Mary Hemingway. She became a sex maniac to a
Yeah.
point. He killed himself, and then she killed herself, and then they both.
Yeah.
It was crazy
Yeah.
plot. Or what about the Joe Pesci one when he got?
Oh, I love that one.
Yeah, there you go,
Split
Joe Pesci.
personality.
Yeah,
And that one is a meme now, where people use that scene where Joe Pesci goes like,
Isn't everything a meme?
He's like, what the fuck is this, or whatever, like, because he was remarking to the house. It's like, what the fuck is that?
So real quick, like for those wondering, I would just take a phone call. My sister wishing me happy birthday, so that's where I was at.
That's great.
Like,
Cool.
And also, what I might do, since my size a little bit freezing might annoy people, I'll have it where it'll just be my logo, but you'll still hear my voice, so I'll still be here. But that way, it's like 85 people. You're freezing. I'm like, yeah, I know.
Because he's
It's
Mr.
this way I
Freeze.
just-
he was
Mr.
frozen
Freeze.
today. He was frozen today.
That's right.
this way,
Yeah,
like, you guys can still hear me, right?
Yeah, we hear you loud and
Yeah,
clear.
yeah.
All right, what it is?
So I'll just
He got thawed out with Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee is frozen like him, and then they're gonna bring him back to fight the commies.
He got thawed out like John Spartan in Demolition Man.
And now he's gonna fight the commies. He's gonna go fight the terrorists and everything. He's gonna beat up Michael Jai White for talking all that shit too. That's it.
That's right.
Fucking right.
He's gonna kick Wesley Snipes' ass for starring in that shitty-looking direct-to-video knockoff
Game
of
of
Magic
Death.
Mike. Magic Mike, this Magic Mike knockoff that have you seen the trailer for that? It's some new Wesley Snipes movie.
Yeah. I think I've seen the trailer for that. That's the one. Is it trying to be like Magic Mike or trying to be like Full Monty?
Yeah, it's kind of like both. It's like Full Monty and Magic Mike because in the past, like Wesley Snipes and these
Wesley
other
Snipes
guys.
is shown as Monty.
Great.
In the past, Wesley
he
Snipes and
was
these
in
other
To Wong
guys.
Fu.
Wesley Snipes is shown as Blade.
Yeah, he's
To
Blade.
the world.
That's it. Jiggalang, jiggalang.
Yeah, it was Jingalang, Jangalang.
Jiggalang, jiggalang. There you go. That's it.
No, but yeah, it is like the Full Monty because they were really popular like strippers, I guess, male strippers in the past, like in the 80s or 90s or something. And so they get back together.
I think
when
one of the
they're, like,
guys in the group
older.
is Faison Love, if I'm not mistaken,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Faison Love is crazy. I like Faison Love. Yeah. I think
Yeah,
I
that
want to see a bunch of 60-year-olds taking their clothes off. Like,
It's called
Fabio
Back
will
on
be
the
Hulk
Strip.
Hogan.
back
Called
on the
Back
strip.
on the Strip.
Well, there you go.
oh my god.
Well,
It's
He's
sad that
stripping more than one.
that's what Wesley gets.
Thank
After
you,
the tax
Bronson.
evasion stuff, all he's getting is like back on the strip. Like no
Just
big
retire.
roles, no
Go work
anything.
But
Go
check
work
it
at
out.
McDonald's or something.
Well,
Damn.
Well, his
Or he-
character was supposed to be owning a McDonald's in Art of War. Remember, I'm gonna
Yeah.
work at McDonald's. He says that in Art
Uh-huh.
of War.
Mhm.
But check it out. You know, Blake. You know that Snipes keeps talking a lot of stuff about. He's got a script. It's called a Blade Killer. It's gonna be real big. It's he's been saying it for 5 years. And he's got this character. It's a Blade Killer. But what character is it? It's coming soon. Coming soon. It's gonna be my own character, Blade Killer. Yeah, right. Okay.
Why do you
Whatever.
call him Blade Killer? That just
Because
sounds like
it's supposed to be a character that's supposed to be more badass than Blade. So he's
It
saying
sounds like a
Oh,
shitty
man.
Nintendo game.
yeah.
Killer.
I know. But that's what he's trying to say. He's trying to say it's going to be a character that's going to be making more known or whatnot. That he came up with the script himself. Like Gallo Walker? I don't know
Yeah.
about that, man.
Same with Last Friday.
Here we go. Last Friday? Goodness. Oh god, is that even happening anymore? Because I know Ice
I
Cube
don't
is
think
trying
so.
to. Because Ice Cube is pissed because they don't want. He's got to buy the rights back from Warner Brothers, and he's like, "Fuck that shit. I ain't buying no rights.
Yeah.
It's my script. I ain't buying nothing."
Speaking
from
of
them.
Friday,
And he don't want to buy the rights
have
back.
any of you heard of or seen the Friday animated series?
I've heard of
Really?
it. I've never seen it.
Yeah, it is trash.
Ah,
it is so
man.
bad.
The microphone muted.
The animation quality is pathetic.
Ah.
And it's just
I got it. One second.
it's cringe. It's
I think it
total
was on
cringe.
MTV too. I think.
Yeah, it was on MTV for a little
Heck, it
bit.
was so bad. Effrey left. He's like, I'm tired of hearing it.
I was like, fuck this shit, I'm
Effrey's
out of
like,
here.
I'm tired of hearing
no
this
more.
shit.
Nope. I've had enough.
Say to you, Bobby, I've never seen the 80s cartoon Dungeons and Dragons, so I don't know if it's good or bad, but anything with 2003 cartoon to see more of, I would definitely see more than
Mhm.
these 8-year-old cream puffs that I'm seeing in this new movie.
Speaking of Mutant Mayhem, Matt, how do
Fabio,
you feel?
Wait, real quick, line.
Yeah,
Fabio, please do your Seth Rogen.
Yeah, man. Weed. Ninja Turtles. This will be great. Yeah.
Listen, you guys hear me now?
yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
For some reason, everybody went muted. But I heard Seth Rogen there. Can I hear Seth Rogen again?
Yeah. Weed. Ninja Turtles. It'll be great. Yeah.
Oh man. Hey, Seth, well, let me ask you something. What do you think of Matt's feelings about the new Ninja Turtles trailer?
Me, shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I want to see if he do the Seth
There was
Rogen
a new-
impression of
there
him
was-
saying something to Matt. What are you doing that for, Matt? Yeah, goodness.
They did a new trailer. A new trailer came out, I guess. I haven't seen it yet.
No,
so I
the
don't
trailer
know.
Matt saw before. With
The original one? Yeah, the original trailer where
Yeah,
Donnie
that-
sounds like he's 8 years old. Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
they're like 12 and 13 or something like that. They
Speaking
kids
of that,
now.
Speaking of that, Matt, how do you feel about like the defense that I've heard from some people about this
What's the
casting?
defense?
The defense is that they're
We
casting
like shit.
they're casting the turtles this young because then they can grow into
They
the
wanna touch 'em.
roles. They can grow into the roles.
I guess they never read any of the
In
comic books.
animation,
I know, right? It's stupid.
They're
It's
trying
not-
so
it's not
hard
their
to be
franchise.
into the. They want to be into the Spider-Verse so badly. That's what it is.
But here's the thing. Like, it makes no sense for them to we cast them as really young teenager, like actual teenagers, to voice these characters,
The oldest amongst them
so
are
they
13.
can grow
13
into
years old.
the role. It makes no sense because they're voice actors. They're never on the screen for you to ever see them grow into
Exactly.
anything.
True.
they want to see turtles drop their balls or something. I don't know.
Or the whole sort of thing where I've heard, it's to make it more authentic.
This guy
Or
would-
It's called Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. What are you talking about?
I know.
the
I
title
know.
says it all. The title
they're like-
says it all.
But teenagers didn't voice them before, so it's
No.
like,
Never,
who cares?
ever.
They don't have to. Teenagers, you don't have to have teenagers voice the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles just because they're teenage characters.
One day, God
Hollywood
forbid,
likes them young. That's why.
maybe I don't know, maybe. One
Those
day,
are weirdos.
God forbid, I
Oh,
want to
no,
see them
you-
take those characters seriously. God forbid.
Well, the
Never
last
gonna
time that happened was in 1990, and the only time that happens nowadays is in comics.
No. And then people go, but you can't do the Turtle series. I like, what about Captain America? What about Batman? What about Wonder Woman?
Yeah.
They're
Did you
wearing
not read
costumes.
the original comics?
Yeah, they read the
Like,
original
what are we
comics.
talking about
They
here?
were killing people. They were fucking motherfuckers up, and stuff. They all sound like Rorschach or whatnot. They all red bandanas. At least they want to,
That's funny. That's funny.
or Mikey's braces,
Oh,
or
he got
Donnie's nerdy glasses again, which I hate.
Yeah,
that.
guys, we're gonna go learn some ninja stuff. It'll be cool.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I just
God.
absolutely hate the fact that we keep seeing Donnie looking like a Revenge of the Nerds reject in like every incarnation.
I
lately.
actually thought, for
the
some
Turtle.
reason, I actually thought,
I have.
yeah, that's his favorite. Yeah, 2003, the best. Pretty underrated.
Yeah.
I like the 2003 one, but I actually thought at first I saw the trailer that Donnie was gonna be a girl. Because the way the voice sounds like a girl.
Yeah.
Donnie
That
for
makes sense.
Daniela, whatever you call it. I don't know. Oh no, it's they them. I'm sorry, they them. Non-binary Donnie. Donnie.
Oh, okay.
They
Non-binary.
already had Venus, so that didn't go over so well.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need a non-binary turtle now because there's
Yeah.
a non-binary transformer.
Non-binary. That's it. We already got a non-binary Supergirl. Have you
Yeah.
seen the new trailers for the Flash?
Yeah.
Yeah.
With Nicolas Cage as Superman.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I heard about that.
Uh,
That cameo is going to be in the movie.
Oh, get out of here! Really? Oh
yeah,
no!
Nicolas Cage is
Wow. They really want to see if they could get that box office money because they know.
I think the
Star
Flash will
movie-
actually. I think it'll actually make money. I
Only-
hate to admit that,
only
but I
because
think
of
it
Michael
actually
Keaton.
will.
because of Michael Keaton.
Probably. Yeah.
It's not gonna be because of Psycho Miller, whatever his name is.
No.
Psycho.
Psycho Miller, Fuckface Miller, whatever his name is.
No.
People are stupid and they'll go support this stuff.
After seeing Black Adam, though, I totally get why James Gunn decided, nope, we're wiping the slate clean. There's nowhere we can go from here except continually into mediocrity or directly into the shitter. So let's just start over.
That's it.
I mean, not even Superman or The Rock, who at this time, even though, I'm not a big fan of him, at least not like I used to be,
Yeah.
his muscles are bigger than his personality,
And
which
his
is
ego.
sad.
Yeah.
His ego.
Big ego.
His ego is bigger than his muscles. His ego
Yeah.
is the biggest thing out of them all.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is he still is a really big bankable star, and he didn't do anything
Is he?
to make it. Well, he was at the time. I mean, when he was initially cast to play Black Adam, and they started doing all this stuff with Black Adam, like he was at the time.
But did you see
And-
that?
More.
Hey, Mike, did you see
Yeah.
that thing that they show pictures or stuff behind the scenes? Him going into the meetings
Yeah.
to a point that they said that might have been the reason why hey, what's up, Jay? Hey, long time, buddy. How you been? That he was actually fucking around with some of the higher ups. Maybe
Yeah.
that's one of the reasons why they want to get
Well,
rid
he
of
was
this guy.
he was also fabricating things to try to make it look like Black Adam did better in the box office and made more profit than it actually did.
Yeah. Yeah, but he was like rubbing.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Yeah,
Ticket sales don't lie.
Yeah, I wonder why.
yeah, the ticket sales don't lie. That's
Well, this is why his star is starting to wane enough. That's why he's doing the Moana remake, the live action Moana remake.
And they
That's
brought
why
him back
he's-
to Fast and
Yeah,
Furious.
Fast and the Furious. So he's
Yeah.
back in Fast and Furious.
Big
After all
surprise.
that posturing and all of that, testosterone fueled bullshit between him and Vin Diesel, that was like,
it's a
oh,
pissing
okay,
contest.
yeah, I'm back.
Of course.
It's a
Fast
pissing
and
contest,
Furious.
of course.
Vin Diesel's another knucklehead that
Yeah.
has an ego.
Speaking of Fast and Furious, Matt, did you hear that the rumor is that Vin Diesel and people involved with Fast and the Furious, they're like, we got enough for a trilogy. So the last film is
Yeah.
going to be
This
3
was the
movies.
last one. I thought, the last one was the last one.
No, it's going to be 3 movies.
It's what
Just stop making movies.
Stop it, stop
In-
it, stop
in
it!
General, in general, just stop
Stop
making
it!
movies. It's
Stop
over.
it!
Well, I mean, you can still
Stop
make.
it!
I mean,
No, just no more. No more.
It's what about Bob? He's always here. You see?
yeah.
He's never gone.
He's always here.
You gotta be God for me to miss you. You're not God, I don't miss you.
Exactly.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know there's the CGI Paul Walker. I heard
Yeah.
in the new Fast X.
Why?
Because the
It works well for
CGI Paul
Harold
Walker
Ramis.
looks
It
so
is.
great in the other
Ghost from
Fast
the
and the Furious
grave.
movies,
Yeah.
right?
And his daughter's in it too.
Yeah.
Just stop.
They
No
double
one,
pay
stop
rate.
it.
no one asked for this. No one. Not one person asked for this.
Oh, by the way, how did the box office take go?
Not much.
I don't know.
Box
I
office?
haven't checked. I haven't checked because I don't
People
really
say-
care.
In America, it's considered
say-
a flop.
Yeah, it's not doing well.
It only
Good.
made like
But overseas
80
it's doing
million in America.
Good. But I
So
think
overseas,
the
they
Guardians
make
3,
money.
I think, is kicking its ass, right?
But
Yeah.
Guardians 3 is still considered a disappointment.
Really?
In terms of the
Yeah.
box office, yeah.
Then what?
Well,
then what?
Thank you, Video
Wow.
The pandemic has completely wrecked the film industry in terms of expectations
And shit
and
movies.
it will also
I agree.
well,
I
that
agree
too.
more with that. It's not. They can use that excuse all they
Yeah.
want. They can keep.
No, but
that's an excuse.
I think there's some valid reasoning behind that, but I don't think it's like the main reason for why things are changing. But I mean, if you look at it compared to like other years in the
But look
industry,
at Mario Brothers, how much money that made.
Yeah.
Exactly.
'Cause
that's a
people
kids
liked it.
movie. That's a kids movie, and that's kind of a different thing.
So
But
Guardians of
it,
the
but it
Galaxy.
didn't have a woke
Yeah.
agenda.
No, but I didn't
No,
know that
that's
Guardians
true.
of the Galaxy
That's
had a woke agenda either. I don't remember ever hearing about that.
But
about
people
the
are
movie.
tired of Marvel. There's 5,000 Marvel movies, and
Yeah.
they're all the same.
Yeah,
The
Yeah.
problem is
I
the
think
problem
superhero
is
movies.
when they started to think like, okay, we should connect everything. No, why can't you leave it self-contained? People like those movies more.
That's true.
Yeah.
it
Not-
depends. I think they should have stopped doing the connecting everything together in phases after the Infinity Saga,
True.
and then just went into standalone stories.
Because how can you call it the Avengers when there's 8,000 different characters in it that were
Mhm.
never even in the comic books?
There you go.
I don't remember the Guardians of the Galaxy ever being an Avengers comic. I could be wrong, but
And you know what's
Probably
funny?
later.
That's a good
comics.
point. That's a good point, Fabio. But you know what's funny about it? They kept teasing the first two Guardians, right? About Howard the Duck.
and
Is he
never
pop
saw
up in
him.
it? Right?
No,
Maybe
never saw him.
maybe they knew about Ed Gale and they were like, nah, we don't want to touch Howard the
That
Duck.
was
It had nothing to do with
that
it.
was interesting.
Because he appeared 2 times in the first one and then the last one and whatever the post credit or whatever, and they do nothing with him. Maybe that's for
What
the
could
better.
what could they have done with Howard?
I don't
To be
know.
honest, not
They might-
much.
They might give him an agenda thing. Maybe
They
they'll fuck him
already
up.
tried. They already tried to do a Howard the Duck movie in the '80s, and it was one of the biggest bombs of the entire
But
decade.
I'd rather
so-
watch that over what comes out
That's
now.
true. I'm true. Me too. I know
At
you're a
least you
fan
get
of the
Leia
movie, Mike.
Thompson. At least you
Yeah.
get Leia Thompson. You know,
Right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, have you guys seen him as
I don't-
Hercules?
That was awful.
That
That movie was
sucks.
terrible.
And what's funny
Forgettable.
about it is before the movie came out, Dwayne Johnson, The Rock kept on saying, I was born to play this role. And guess what? When Black Adam came out, what did he say? I was
The
born to
same
be Black
thing.
Adam. It seems like whenever he says that, movies
Here's the
don't work
thing.
out.
And
In
guess
Black
what? Nobody
Adam-
saw either movie.
Yeah.
Black Adam. I wasn't even really entertained by The Rock. Like when it comes to like him playing the character, I was entertained by like the CGI scenes
The action.
of like his stunt double doing
The action.
doing action.
I mean,
That's not really The Rock. Like you
Yeah.
could have anybody doing that.
Yeah. That's it. Just some bald-headed, muscular guy doing this, or they
Yeah.
CGI him, or whatever. So,
It doesn't help either. The villain in that was just awful. Poor man's darkness from Legend.
yeah. That's it. It was. Tim Curry would kick his ass. Goodness.
Right.
Yeah.
Even in the wheelchair.
Yeah.
It was his cousin, Shane Croc. Shane Croc.
The croc
The croc. Oh,
or
shit.
the
smell
cock.
You smell
know,
what
like
the
that-
Rock is baking?
Remember that that memed like Malaysian like DVD cover was like the cock versus something or
The what?
whatever.
Yeah, the cock versus the Rock. Someone
Yeah.
someone in the chat has it as their avatar. I forget who it is, but they have it as their avatar.
They do? That shit.
They do. I forget who it was.
Ah, man. I must have look for it now. I can't see it. Whoever you are, chime in, please. So we can see your
Yeah.
avatar. Oh, God. Oh, man.
I have to look for that.
Oh,
Yeah, they have it. I think it's hilarious. They have it as their avatar. I think it's the
Yeah.
funniest thing.
yeah. No, look at everybody's avatar. See if I see it now.
Now I'm curious because I'm gonna look for it.
Shit.
The only other thing I've watched recently was Embrace of the Vampire. Anyone here?
Oh my
Familiar
god!
with that?
Who's in that one?
Of all
That's
the
not
movies to watch, you picked that one.
Because it
Who's
was
it?
a paid request. That's
Oh,
why.
okay.
Okay, but who's in that one? That's not familiar.
Alyssa,
Alyssa
Milano.
Oh,
Charlotte
yeah.
Lewis.
Oh,
Charlotte
yeah.
Lewis is in it as a lesbian photographer.
Oh, yeah. I remember that. Yeah.
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 And you have this guy who plays the lead, who's like the lead vampire, and he has nerd energy. It does not work for like a supposedly sexy
Wait a minute.
I'm
vampire.
gonna suck your blood.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Okay.
Yes.
Lesbian vampire, and you're this downtrodden on it, this movie must suck ass.
Yeah, it's really bad.
That's
It's really
That's
bad.
boring.
It is. It's boring, Matt. There's some nudity. There's some titties.
Look, Matt.
But
You will see more in a Zalman King 9.5 Weeks Wild Orchid movie than you see in that movie. You wouldn't see much
Yeah.
there. Even Red Shoe Diaries got more shit going on.
what's
in there.
funny is
It's
what's
true.
funny is there is actually like when the credits start and they show the film's title, it says the Nosferatu Diaries, and then it says Embrace of the Vampire, and like this, I knew this film was gonna be bad and it was gonna suck right from like the first like opening narration line from this vampire guy. He says,
Of course,
back
it's a
when I
vampire
used,
movie. It should be a lot sucking.
he was like,
but not blood.
he's like, back when I used to be a man. I'm like, what? You're not a man anymore?
Selling
I
paint.
So
mean-
he was
Yeah.
transgender in the 90s.
Apparently.
Before it was a thing.
They them back in the 90s. The vampire movie. There you go.
Back when I was a man. It's like, what?
Nice.
Oh god.
Oh, God.
Oh, and also this
Yeah.
guy has to get Alyssa Milano to like willingly fall for him so he can suck her blood in like 3 days for some
That's
reason.
her with every guy. though, so.
Otherwise he will die. I'm like, what vampire rule is that?
Sounds like something out of Once Bitten.
Yeah, that's better though. Jim
I'd
Carrey.
rather watch that.
It's Once Bitten.
Warren Hutton and Jim
Yeah.
Carrey.
At least the soundtrack is great to that movie.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm trying
Well,
to find
well,
this.
well,
I'm trying to
Neo-
find this picture.
Neopunk, I'll answer the question. What kind of script is that? Neopunk, that's what you call a softcore script. That's a movie
Yeah.
that's a movie
Yeah.
you would see late night on HBO or Cinemax or Skinemax.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
That's
it's
what
a
that is.
Skinemax. It's a
That's what it
Skinemax
is.
kind of movie.
It is.
Yeah.
Thank you, Garrison.
There you go. May the force be with you, Garrus.
Do they still make those? Oh god, silk stockings.
But that doesn't count because that's USA. They don't show too much there. That doesn't count. All right, then. Cool.
Some of you weren't even born yet, so you don't even know.
Yeah. They had these shows like this way before
I mean,
internet was
HBO
actual.
before
Yeah, HBO.
like a lot of people don't realize that HBO for a long time was not really an established or serious contender for TV shows, even in cable. They
No,
had
'cause
Dream
they
On, and they syndicated the Hitchhiker
Yeah,
series.
And they showed the Beastmaster 5 times a day.
Yeah,
exactly.
it wasn't actually Tales
Hey,
from the Crypt.
Beastmaster's on. That's HBO.
Tales
That's
from the
right.
Crypt was arguably like the show that put HBO on the map and
Yeah.
made it like a ratings getter for
Yeah.
quite a long time, and it paved the way for those drama shows that everybody loves when it comes to HBO.
Yeah.
Because otherwise,
Nice.
people didn't really give a rat's ass about HBO when it comes to shows and original programming, other than sports and movies. Was it?
Oh,
Yeah.
Death Wish
Sure.
3's on again. Okay.
Oh, Death Wish 3, yeah, it's a good one. Yeah. Death Wish 3. I think Death Wish 3 would get shown on Cinemax a lot, I remember. Death
Mhm.
Wish 3, yeah, that was a good one.
Probably because there's a lot of nudity in it, right?
Yeah, not really. Death Wish 3. You see Death Wish 3. You know, maybe one.
No, I
scene
meant
in that movie.
Death Wish 2,
Oh,
right?
Death Wish 2. Yeah, but that's a
Yeah.
rape.
Yeah,
That
Death
don't
Wish
count.
2's. I don't.
That's a rape.
Yeah, I
That
know.
don't count, though.
I know, but
Yeah.
You hit the fast forward button on that.
Yeah, you hit
Yeah.
fast forward. You go back to Bronzo
Yeah.
with the Wildy Magnum. That's it.
That's all I care about. Yeah.
Yeah. Have you guys? I know Matt's seen this film. I saw this recently. I had to get it on DVD. I actually liked it.
oh yeah, Michael. Yeah, I heard about that.
Oh wow. There we
Oh,
go.
White Dog. Okay,
Pretty good movie. Thank you, Matt, for recommending this one.
I still haven't seen
I
it.
saw
I heard
recently-
about
No
it.
problem.
It's the Criterion. It actually has some
Mhm.
features on it. I gotta look at the features. But I saw it the other night. I really liked it. Thought it
There's
was
a lot of
good story.
interesting movies from around
is
from the
great.
80s.
It's a
that
crazy
deal
plot. Very crazy
Yeah.
Oh
plot.
yeah.
Oh man.
There's a lot of interesting films in the 80s that deal with sort of stuff like that.
Yeah.
Man Bites Dog. There's another one called Baxter, which is like
Thanks,
a
Rich.
a dog that I think can like think for itself or something like that.
By the way,
Go
folks,
back
this guy ruled for Oliver Gruner, and I feel sorry
Yep.
for him.
Oh,
I will
okay.
say the village.
What was that?
I
What was
will
that
say
movie?
more, I
Sector
promise.
7? Because I actually saw
No, it's
that
this
somewhere.
Oh, Sector 4.
There you go.
Okay.
1 second.
Wow.
Sector 4.
There we go. At
Hey,
least he
Alright.
autographed it.
yeah, well, he did.
Yeah. He
Oh.
signed it. He signed it for me.
Oh, Oliver
Okay,
Gruner?
Rich,
No, the
You did the
screenwriter.
Oh, the writer? Okay, all right,
Yeah.
cool. Hey, did you ever watch The Art of Action with Scott Adkins? That thing
Of
he has?
course, yeah.
Okay, did you see the one where Oliver Gruner was on there, Fabio?
I didn't see that one.
No, if you see it, notice Scott's reaction. It's like he didn't want to stay talking too long to Oliver Gruner for some reason.
Yeah.
How do you talk to Scott Adkins and you mentioned to him, I used to go to school in high school. I was 12 years old. How do you go to school at 12 years old in your high school? So someone like Scott Adkins knew he was full of shit. He wanted to get him off quickly and get him out. It's strange. I think
Just
Matt's
like-
seen this one. Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
like when he talked to Steven Seagal. Oh,
Uh-huh.
do they have halftime in soccer? No, they don't. Steven
Yeah.
Seagal. What are you, an idiot?
Exactly. Yeah. Oh yeah, Donnie Yen. They like to speed up the camera when he fights. I don't do that on my fight. Yes, you do. Stop lying, Steven.
Everybody does. Are you
You
kidding
speed up
me?
the fights. Of course you speed it up. Nobody can move that fast.
Hey Fabio, like I just saw Sinbad behind you.
The comedian?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he is behind me. He's on the blanket.
Oh,
Yeah,
cool.
jingle all the way.
I hope he's doing better health wise. I know at one point he wasn't doing so well. Sinbad.
Yeah, he had a stroke. I think
Yeah.
last year.
Oh man, I hope he's doing
I know
better.
Jamie
wow.
Foxx. I know Jamie Foxx had a stroke too.
Is it a
Yeah,
stroke?
it's
Yeah.
weird. Yeah, he was in the hospital for over a month.
Oh,
yeah, it's
wow.
found out to be a stroke.
Oh, it is. Oh,
crazy.
damn.
He's out of the hospital now, though. I think.
Yeah,
Jamie Foxx.
he's home, thank God. But
Jamie or Sinbad?
no, Jamie Foxx. He
Oh,
was.
Jamie Foxx? Oh, he's
yeah,
home.
he-
Okay.
Now he's home, but yeah, he was in the hospital for a month.
Oh wow, it's good to hear that he's back home. That's great. I mean, wow.
Because they didn't know. Well, they knew, but they didn't say what happened. Of course.
Yeah.
But yeah,
course,
it's
yeah.
crazy.
Wow.
Thank you, Stuart.
All right.
And also,
We
I
lost
wanted
Jerry
to
Springer.
answer
Yeah.
Yeah.
the movie's about that, Chase. So them calling it as stupid. That's like saying A Time to Kill is racist. Well, the story's about racism.
Or
Movies
Mississippi
can't-
Burning. It's like
Yeah.
Mississippi Burning is racist, and I'm
Well,
like,
they-
well,
No, it's not. It's anti-racist.
Yeah.
Did you
Well,
watch
yeah,
the
I mean-
movie?
Yeah.
I mean, Gene Hackman is great in that, though.
He
I love
is.
that scene with him
But-
and Brad Dourif.
Oh, yeah.
Movies,
You can
movies
talk
aren't
back
racist
to it.
because movies aren't real.
Yeah. Exactly. Well.
Just saying.
Yeah. Yeah. Of course. Yeah. But you know what? The great scene about that scene, Mike, when he does that thing with Brad Dourif, you see the
Yeah.
fear in Brad Dourif's
Uh-huh.
eyes. I guarantee that might have been a real razor. You know.
Yeah.
That's it.
I'm sure it was.
He looked like he cut him. Even the stunt,
that's
the
the
stunt with
method-
Brad
that's
Dourif
the
from
method acting.
Yeah.
You
That's that
know,
method acting.
you know that you're an amazing actor when you get Brad Dourif to be intimidated
Oh, yeah.
by you.
Yeah. Gene Hackman kicked ass in that movie. Remember that Chevy Chase, Fletch Lives, Zulu, Zulu. Gene Hackman kicked your ass. Fletch Lives, I love that.
Fletch Lives is pretty underrated, actually.
It is.
I didn't
I-
even bother. I didn't even bother with Confess Fletch or whatever.
I
the fuck
seen
was,
that.
the
Wants
new
to watch
Fletch movie.
that?
I stumbled on across it on Showtime. They didn't even. It wasn't even in theaters that fucking long. It just came and
No.
went. I saw it on Showtime. What's this guy's name who plays
John
the
Hamm.
Fletch?
John Hamm. Yeah.
John Hamm. He's not doing a bad job, but the problem is with the script is that everybody else is silly and he's playing it straight.
Mhm.
That's what lies the problem.
Yeah,
Because in Fletch, the Chevy
everyone is
Chase,
silly.
you know, it's the same.
Like the tone is very consistent in the
Yeah,
Fletch movie.
It is very consistent. Yeah, I love the Chevy Chase
Well,
Fletch films.
Dwayne Johnson should have blacked out for, I don't know, a couple movies.
Well, I already-
So,
Well, hey Dwayne, like I already
Not
blacked out
Nathan.
Hercules from my mind after watching that movie, so it was
Forrest
so
Career's
bland and
becoming a big
forgettable.
old blackout.
I didn't even bother recording a video on it because I'm like, what am I gonna say about this movie?
You
Like,
fell asleep.
It's
Say that. Say you literally blacked out. You fell asleep. Do like Matt did when he yelled about the Eternals. He had his face like that. I remember that, man. When you did that. Yeah.
What was that
That was
movie?
a real boring movie.
Was it Barry Lyndon? You did the review and you fell asleep during the
Yeah.
review.
Was it Barry Lyndon or
Yeah.
Eternals? The Eternals or whatever. Whatever that.
Both.
Okay,
I did
oh,
for both.
he put the little
Oh.
sleep.
Barry Lyndon,
Yeah.
I fell asleep.
he did another one like he fell asleep in during like another review, and I'm trying to remember. Was it like a Marvel movie? Or
It might have been
something,
the Eternals. Yeah, that he put
or- yeah,
the.
the Eternals. Yeah, the
He
Eternals.
fell
Yeah.
asleep on this side. He put one up here, and then he's talking. He falls asleep. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the goal. I love that. It's like the
Really
movie gave him
more.
narcoleptic. It made him narcoleptic.
If,
So that was it.
if anyone's ever seen them, you'll know,
I
what I mean.
know.
It was so bad you fell asleep twice.
Speaking of bad, like fairly dull
Exactly.
movies, like I know
Boring.
Matt already did a video on this. Fabio, have you seen Evil Dead Rise? Because I watched that recently as well.
Why would I want to watch that?
Unless it's request.
The best, yeah, right. The best thing about the movie was Bruce Campbell yelling at the guy, "Get the fuck out!" during the screening.
Oh, I didn't know that.
But
Yeah.
no, but you know who that was, right? That was Matt. It was
Yeah,
Matt. It was Matt. He did it.
No, I'll
Yeah.
just go. I'll just go watch Matt's stream with Stuntman Mark and the Dead Pig
Yeah.
guys.
'Cause here's the thing about that movie. I
Thank
am
you.
like I don't hate it as much as some other people do, but I definitely am not a fan of it because it is
It's a dog
very.
shit movie.
It is. It's very. It's not very creative. It's very bland.
Yeah, Demons too. I've already seen it.
And they don't do
I have
as
to
much
see
with
that
the
one. I'd probably rather
concept
watch Demons
as
too. I
they
actually saw
could.
the first Demons.
And
I
what
have to
really
see-
frustrates me is that they commit the same sins and mistakes that they did with the remake, where the only reason the evil is unleashed is due to terminal stupidity. Like, oh, there's an earthquake that happens. There's a hole in the ground. I'm just going to go into the hole.
See what happens,
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah,
What
I'm
is
just
this,
going to
the
go
gate?
right in.
Like,
They must have
Go
got
right
the
in
wrong
the hole.
franchise. They thought it was the gate.
right, and not even that.
That
Right.
hole
Yeah.
might as well be the asshole. Might as well be the asshole. The asshole of the Evil Dead franchise.
The
that
anus
kid
of the
go-
Evil Dead.
The anus. So the kid goes into the anus, and then he pulls the Book of the Dead out of there and some records, and that's like
But Mike,
pulling the
here's the
turds out of
thing.
there.
Sashim,
Here's
I
the
ain't got
thing
time
about
to
the
sleep for
film.
9 weeks, dude. I got bills to pay. I gotta go to work.
Nothing happens in that movie. It's a high-rise building where most of it's in one apartment
Demons
Mhm.
too.
and a dirty garage.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
it's
you
Critter
tell you how
Studios. Everything's in little buildings, nothing outside happening. Critter Studios.
It's so derivative and generic. Like there was a scene where like a fly flew out of like a vent, and I was like, is this Amityville Horror or something? And then I thought about it, and I'm like, you know what? There are Amityville Horror sequels that are more inventive and creative
There's
than this movie.
knockoffs of Amityville Horror that are better.
There you go.
I know. Like Amityville 1992 It's About Time, like that shows way more creativity when it comes to the writing than Evil
And
Dead
you
Rise.
got a lesbian scene in there that's hotter than Embrace of the Vampire. So that goes.
Yes. Yeah.
You see, you got that going for it at least. And
Yeah.
Stephen Mott is in the film, also playing a
Yeah,
crazy
he's
person.
great in that.
Yeah, he's
but,
very intense.
but yeah, Evil Dead Rise, like
That's a
even
good
the
movie,
score's derivative. There were a lot of moments with that music where I swear to God, it sounded like the score from Hellraiser. I'm like, what the?
So they took the Evil Dead.
Who did the score needs to pay royalties
Christopher Young.
to Christopher Young.
Christopher Young needs to sue
So check
somebody.
it out. Let me get this straight. Hold on. They took the Evil Dead moniker, the name, right? But they take elements
Yeah.
from Hellraiser, The Gate, The
Mm-hmm.
Shining, and also John Carpenter's The Thing.
Yes.
Mhm.
So the movie has no
Yeah.
fucking identity. In other words,
Yeah.
No.
he's taking all these stuff from the
No.
80s.
It doesn't
know?
even fit. It doesn't even feel like an Evil Dead movie because of the tone.
There you go.
I hate that people think that Evil Dead is supposed to be serious. Like even the first movie, yes, it's more serious than the sequels,
But it still
but
has
it's still
comedy.
campy and it's still tongue in cheek at times. I saw all three of them in the theater with a live audience, and people were laughing at the first movie, not just at the bad acting by some of the supporting characters, but also some of the more
That's your
absurd.
girlfriend. You should chop her
Yeah.
up. Yeah, that guy with Scotty or whatever. That's your girlfriend. You should chop her up. Why? That's it.
But yeah, it's just they think like, oh, it needs to be serious and dark, and I'm like, that's not really what Evil Dead is. That makes it even more generic now because you have the wrong tone throughout the majority of the running time.
But when Matt had Uncle Bill on, that was awesome.
Yeah,
That
that's
was
yeah.
right.
awesome.
Yeah,
yeah.
I get it. 'Cause
He
he's
was
like,
right.
I guess I'm just too old and I don't care anymore. I'm like, I agree.
yeah.
Completely agree. I don't
Uncle
care.
Bill.
Yeah, you're right, man.
Yeah, goodness.
The dog shit movie where nothing happens and people like boring ass movies. I guess.
And they say like, and also like some of the Evil Dead stuff doesn't make any sense in the context of the film. Like when people start saying "Dead by Dawn" and blah, you're like, that doesn't really fit with the movie that they're making. Yeah.
So referencing Evil Dead 2, just like the flying eyeball in the mouth was referencing Evil Dead 2.
When I saw that, like I was definitely triggered by that because I love that. I really like that scene in Evil Dead 2, and it's unexpected and it's funny. They tried to do that shit again in Evil Dead Rise. And I'm like, this is insulting because this isn't funny. This just seems random, and it's clearly just a half-assed bit of fan service. That's all that scene was.
Well, you know what
that movie because that's all movies are nowadays. Do you guys remember this movie? Do you guys remember that movie?
Yes.
No. That movie.
Because Halloween 2018, Halloween's greatest hits.
Yeah, exactly.
The movie's going there, and then it'll be there.
And then it'll be there.
Yes.
Right in the asshole. It'll be there, right in the asshole.
No lube. There you go. Oh, God.
Do you guys remember Halloween 4 when there was a bus crash? Well, we have that in this movie. Do you remember Halloween H2O when he was in the bathroom, and Halloween 6 when he was in the bathroom? We have it in this movie. Okay, I'll go watch those.
Oh, but wait a minute, it's different. Michael kills a kid, but he was trying to kill. He was trying to kill his niece in part 5 and 4. So it's not
he
like
killed his sister in part 1. She was a kid. What do you not understand?
Yeah, but they would say, "But he killed the kid." Well, so what? He killed the kid.
But there's gore. Okay,
there's gore everywhere.
I hate that too. I hate the pass people give these modern horror films just because there's gore. It's like, okay, so. Yeah, Evil Dead Rise did have some gore.
Corey's the killer. Oh, okay.
It had a lot of blood.
You mean Arnie's illegitimate son? Arnie Cunningham's son? Yeah. Corey? Yeah. Corey Cunningham. I thought that was a joke. And I found out
it was so bad.
I thought it was.
It was so blatant. I think the writer and or the director even asked John Carpenter.
No bullshit. I thought it was a joke.
Mike.
Oh, my God.
Mike, I gotta ask you, Mike.
Uh-huh.
How was it filming Halloween Ends? How was it filming?
What was your experience like?
How was it being a killer? How was it doing Michael Myers?
By the way, I love your hairdo you had there, Mike.
Yeah.
That was real cool, yeah.
Why did Michael Myers live in the sewer like Splinter in the Ninja Turtles?
Hey, by the way, how was you able to body slam the shape? How you did that? You working out?
How was that?
Yeah, you worked out. You body slammed him.
How did he do a dead zone on you, Mike?
I don't know. I have no idea.
No, it's not a dead zone. It's
got in shape with Body by Jake tapes, you know.
Body by Jake.
Body by Jake from Home Sweet Home.
Yeah, from Home Sweet Home, exactly.
Yeah. Hey, did you hear? Here's a quick thing. Did you guys hear about? I don't know if you heard of Viking Samurai.
Mm-hmm.
All right. He interviewed Tong Po, Muhammad Queasy. He mentioned, I don't know how this is true or not, that originally, instead of Donald Gibb they got for Jackson, they had cast Jake, Body by Jake. And something about it wasn't working, and they went to talk to somebody in the studio, and then they got Donald Gibb.
Good.
If it is true, it worked out. So
yeah, if it's true, who knows, Mike? I think Michelle Queasy.
Donald Gibb is a better actor.
Yes.
Hey, Frankie, what are you doing there?
Jake Seinfeld.
Frankie, what are you doing there?
I think at one point I thought it was Jake Seinfeld. I was like, Jake Seinfeld.
Haley Steinfeld's uncle.
Yeah, Jerry Seinfeld's little brother.
Is he actually?
That's his. Yep, she is his niece.
Wow, I didn't know that. Oh.
Hey there, Shadow. Do you know what evil lurks in the hearts of men?
You might trigger somebody.
I know exactly.
You might. Because I had that up and people got mad at me because they can't differentiate a movie from real life.
Bullshit.
So.
Yeah, I really like The Shadow with Alec Baldwin.
I do too, but I don't like Alec Baldwin.
Well, who does?
Right.
I mean,
it's a movie. The Shadow is a movie. It's not real.
That's true. Yeah.
No one else has seen Peters 1 and 2, and they don't.
I've seen clips.
It ain't worth it.
You watch.
I remember your rants.
I've seen other bad movies like Curse of the Blue Lights, which is getting a Blu-ray from Vinegar Syndrome.
Thank you, baby.
The feature-length documentary.
Wait.
Yeah.
That and Showgirls on 4K.
Yeah.
Oh goodness.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true.
Oh yeah.
These are
That's my
Speaking.
birthday
three.
present.
Yeah. Speaking of
That's my
Vinegar
birthday
Syndrome, they're
present.
gonna have their halfway to Black Friday sale again tonight. I think
That's tonight, yeah.
Tonight? Oh, that means there'll be a lot of back orders. Oh man.
For $70, you can have Showgirls on 4K.
Why would you want that in 4K? though?
Because people will buy it. They're going to buy it. 'Cause-
Yo, I saw.
I'll just wait till a lot of those things go down in price on Hamilton Book, like I did with Sidekicks.
I saw a film. I saw a film a few months ago. It's a film called Hell Bent, an utter piece of shit movie, right?
Isn't that the one with the gay serial killer or whatever?
No, it's a weird movie about the devil and this lead guy.
Okay.
Very, very boring. And then I realized why I was.
Ellen Page.
What?
Ellen Page.
Ellen Page.
No, this is in the 80s. Way before. She was still itching on father's pants by this point. By that point in time.
Yeah,
No, check it out. It's directed by the same director who did that movie you love so much, Matt. Horror on Highway 5.
Oh, that fucking guy.
Yeah, same director. Then I found out. Shit. That's like fucking movie called Hellbent.
It's Hellbent.
And I got a Vinegar Syndrome. I got a Vinegar Syndrome treatment.
This is what I remember. When I think of Hellbent, I think of the gay slasher movie.
Rich,
Hellbent.
you mean dis as in disrespect. You know.
I know. I have them right here.
Joel Murray do not belong on DVD alone on Blu-ray. So
I got them right over here. I got all of them right here.
But just Stevens films can. Gosh,
Joel Murray. Street Night can't get a Blu-ray, but
Deadly
that movie has an anniversary coming out this year too. Street Night.
But Expect No Mercy has a Blu-ray and TC 2000.
Tiger Claws.
Tiger Claws. All
on
three
a
of them.
box set. On a box set. Yes. Go figure,
sorry,
right?
I had to point in. Jalal Murray.
The guy Jalal Murray, the guy that doesn't pay anybody when they do his movies.
Oh yeah.
That's what happened with Bolo. Bolo was supposed to be in one of them, and he showed up, and he's like, "Here, take this," and it was diamonds. And Bolo's like, "What am I supposed to do with this?"
That just reminds me of the Ford Fairlane bit. You know,
yeah.
He goes, "What the hell am I supposed to do with this?"
That's collateral. He goes, "No." He goes, "You'll pay me, and I'll do your movie." He goes, "No, that's collateral till I get the money." And Bolo said, "Nope," and he handed it back. Got back on the plane, went back to Hong Kong.
I thought Bolo was gonna do his Chun-Li character from Bloodsport. You pay my money, or I break you. Well, next time
or he's gonna be like Double Impact. He's gonna throw a barrel at him.
Yeah. He should have just picked it up and thrown it.
That face he makes, he fights back there.
Yeah,
that would be a good one.
Why not
for Billy Boy?
And back in action.
Yes, that should get a 2 set, and also the good version of Tough and Deadly, not the bullshit glitch that they had with the US DVD with the whole fight scene missing in the beginning. Yeah, a whole fight scene's missing for Richard Norton and Billy Blank. It's like a big cut, so they got to fix that. They do Vinegar Syndrome. They got to get the right print from the one for overseas.
Yeah, the one that barrel. Yeah.
Yes, watch Double Impact. Yeah, the fight scene between Bolo and Van Damme. He throws a barrel at him, and Van Damme kicks the shit.
Yeah, Bolo is Donkey Kong, and Van Damme.
He is.
Van Damme plays Mario.
Yeah.
If Van Damme was a Mario bro, that's what he would do against Donkey Kong. Just
so True Lies can be on Tubi, but we can't have True Lies on Blu-ray. Okay.
Go figure.
Here's what I heard about True Lies and the Abyss. I heard October.
But they said March. They lied. Again. They said March.
I know.
I told people that it's coming out in March. Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Sure it is. Now it's October. Okay.
No, it's not the True Lies movie that's coming on Blu-ray. It's the TV series coming in Blu-ray. It's a misunderstanding. That's why it is.
Yeah. No, the other True Lies.
The other True Lies, the TV show.
Speaking of Donkey Kong, what did you think about Seth Rogen as Donkey Kong?
I didn't know it was him. Funny enough, my cousin kept telling me. I said, "Why that voice so familiar? Who's that?" You don't recognize Seth Rogen? That's Seth Rogen? I didn't recognize him when I had a blunt in his mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Weed and bananas all at once. Yeah. People want to see Elizabeth Berkley naked in 4K. Well, I'll Google that. I don't need to watch it on 4K.
Yeah, look, two words. Read my lips. 2 words. Pornhub.
That's right.
The True Lies, and then you have the True Lies TV show. Yeah, there's a True Lies TV show. It just got canceled. It already got canceled.
Already? It was only on for 2 episodes.
I think it was only for one season. I thought I read something where it only is going to last for one season.
I didn't know
it was like the Rush Hour TV show. It was only 1 episode.
It came and went. That was it.
I could be wrong though. I could, but
they canceled Lawless.
They're doing.
With the Boz
they're doing
1 episode.
They're doing FUBAR. You know the FUBAR.
Yeah,
which might as well be the Great Value Walmart version of True Lies.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm going to watch this. I'm going to be the star of the movie, and you're going to watch it.
It's going to be Netflix.
Netflix. Because
seriously,
Netflix TV series.
Because Stallone Sly got the Paramount Plus. I got the Netflix. Netflix is for the the Paramount Plus for the girly man.
I'm going to be the action ambassador.
Oh, you saw that action ambassador? Well, now we know who to blame when the action films suck in Netflix. Now it's Arnold's fault. We blame Arnold.
Seriously, Rich, the Time Cop TV show was on longer than that.
To be honest, I would rather. I'm more interested in this Arnold documentary on Netflix than FUBAR.
Did you see that?
I did my wife and I had the baby.
The maid did such a good job. I did.
I made mistakes.
All right,
I made mistakes. I made a mistake. I'm sorry.
That's not a mistake. Like, that's a fuck up. There's a difference.
But
a mistake is you forgot to take the garbage out. Not you fucked your maid and got her pregnant. You moron.
Yeah.
No, the mistake he made is he forgot to pull out.
True.
That's the mistake he made. He forgot to wear protection. That's what happened.
What happened was, this is what happened. His baby was in the bathroom, and he had to help, and he tripped over his dick, and
accidentally slipped his dick into the maid.
Oh, Jesus. I guess I'm having a rough week. Never gets old.
God, and that was a classic movie. Oh man,
it's so weird that everybody hated each other making that movie, but it's a great movie.
You can't tell.
It's so weird.
It's weird. It's weird like that with a lot of things, like Super Mario Brothers, the 1993 film. Like you hear you hear that everybody was drunk, or it was a nightmare to shoot. You watch the movie and you're like, seems like they had.
But
fun.
don't you find it funny
that it seems like
that John Leguizamo has been doing interviews recently?
Shut the fuck up, John.
You saw that, right? He's doing these interviews where he's talking about he's boycotting the movie because there's no Latinos in the movie.
Up.
He's not Italian. He's not a Mario.
Being a pest.
You're fucking Colombian, and you played the movie. Are you kidding me?
How about we just remind you of the pest?
Yeah.
John,
can we not? Yeah,
I got some laughs
in that
your
movie.
Oscar winning role is clown in Spawn.
Yeah.
Oh, Scott Adkins in John Wick 4.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Clown.
He shut him ass. Oh no.
And then he ripped off Batman Forever. Why don't you just die? I'm like,
I could not believe that in the theater. I was like, what is this, Tom? Was this script written by Tommy Lee Jones?
So the chat, welcome to the John Wick 4 appreciation stream.
I never thought in all the years that we end up hating a John Wick film. I never would have thought. I never would have thought it.
No one either.
Because they got cold feet. They shot themselves in the foot.
I believe Chad Stahelski painted himself into a fucking corner because he knew he couldn't do no more.
Wanted it too. Keanu wanted it too. Keanu wanted the samurai ending.
In the corner. Yep. They didn't know how to end anything. That's what it is. Then they come up with a sloppy mess, which is John Wick 4 for 3 hours.
Just like Phantasm. Well, we didn't have an ending in mind. Well, then why did you make 5 of them?
Well, FYI, we need some money. You know,
I don't mind the first Phantasm. My favorite is the second one.
Same here.
The third one has its moments. Everything
third
after
one.
that is unwatchable and just boring.
To me, that's just 3 movies, really. I like the 3 films. The one part 4 is the greatest hits, literally. It's the deleted scene before deleted scenes were available. So that's what that is, basically.
There's nothing greatest about that, though. There's no greatest hits in part 4.
It's a deleted
They
scene.
just hit.
Money. They
They're
made
just
it for
getting
no
hit.
money.
All you're doing is just getting hit with balls in the face.
Oh yeah, don't
With
forget
part
you got the spears that come out of the girl's boobs. That's
That's
about
what
it.
Arnold did to his maid. Balls in
Yeah.
the face.
Yeah,
Balls in
there
the
you
face.
go.
Balls
And
in
then
the face.
Phantasm 5 was
That's
the
what the
worst fan
Netflix
film I've
documentary
ever
did.
seen.
I heard it was a fan film because the way it looked, the production.
It was a
When he was
film.
banging his
It was a
maid,
big
was he
giant-
like quoting Total Recall and was just like, "Screw you"?
Get those people air! Come on, you got what you wanted.
You didn't
Consider that
hear.
a divorce.
That's it. He said that literally to Maria because he didn't divorce. Oh god.
You should not drink and bake. What is
Yeah.
wrong with you?
Yeah.
We are through shopping. Come on.
Yeah, I don't like that movie,
What
Raw
happened?
Deal, but
what
that scene
happened
I love. I love that scene. You shouldn't drink and bake.
You should not drink and bake.
Resign or be prosecuted any way you want it. And of course, he shoots the guy point blank because he decided to resign. The prosecutor-
He murdered, molested, and mutilated her.
Yeah. I can watch the film. I don't mind it, but it's better Arnold films for what it is. I mean,
Yeah.
I'd rather watch
You
Raw
think
Deal
Dirty
than
Harry.
Aftermath. Or
I mean,
whatever that
I would
fucking is.
definitely rather watch Raw Deal over killing
Terminator
Gunther.
Dark
Gunther.
Fate.
Terminator Dark Fate, Terminator Genesis, T3.
And that's the thing with Fubar. Like, first off, that name, like, you just remind me of Tango and Cash. And
He
that's
ripped off Stallone.
Yeah,
That's
Again.
Stallone. That's what it is. Stallone ain't come up with a title for his show. I got a Tulsa King. I couldn't call it Fubar. So
You
call
broke-
it Fubar.
you broke his nose.
You broke that jaw?
You broke that jaw.
I was having a bad day. Like no.
I loved you in Conan the Barbarian.
I love you, Conan the Barbarian.
If you need me and my ass, be in the neighborhood.
Slinky up.
Yeah.
I should have
I
asked
know
Clint. I should have asked Clint Howard about that when I met him. I
Yeah,
forgot.
Tango and Cash.
There had to be a good story behind that because I know that movie had production issues, but I would be curious to hear what Clint Howard's thoughts would have been on that.
He had a lot of good stories about Rock and Roll High School. That was cool.
Well, I can imagine. It's crazy.
He,
Roger
I didn't
Corman
know.
production.
He said it was supposed to be Cheap Trick, but Cheap Trick
I
wanted
bet-
too much money, so
I
they
bet
got
there's
Ramones.
no good
Mhm.
stories about the sequel, Rock and Roll High School Forever,
Oh,
right?
Jesus.
Corey Feldman's the lead, so when
Fucking Corey
Well, Corey
Feldman.
Feldman has a great story in his mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause
He's all mind.
he's the star in his mind. He's always
Yes.
the star.
star of his own mind. That's it.
Right.
Mind over
He
matter.
always
I mean,
had like great
fuck
stories
Corey
to
Feldman.
Talk to himself
Seriously.
in the mirror.
The way that he
After
just
some
keeps,
cocaine
he
and-
continually keeps trying to speak for Corey Haim just pisses me off.
I wish Corey Haim's mom would just shoot him and get it over with. But
I wish Corey
that-
Haim would
that's
come
called
back from
murder.
beyond the grave and just beat Corey Feldman's ass
Oh, that
on
would be the best.
live television.
That's it.
That'd be the best.
Oh man.
See, look, the police
Feldman.
agree.
He's a police
That's the fire department. The fire department's gonna come dig out the fire. The fire's in Corey Feldman. You hear that shit background? The fire department. I got a bridge right over here. That's why you hear. Woo, they come up to that
No.
bridge and everything. That's why these guys give me shit sometimes. What's going on over there? War zones? So no, Charles Bronson's the name. We're fucking people up. Don't worry
That's
about
right.
it.
Fraker's blowing up the neighborhood.
That's
again.
right. Yeah. They came back him for the giggler.
That's
Killing
right.
the giggler.
They killed the giggler.
The giggler. That's it.
Cheap
Oh,
Trick was
man.
great, Perry fan, as usual.
Yeah.
100% all live rock and roll. No
No doubt.
overdubs,
Speaking
no
of, like,
tracks, no nothing.
You know, fire trucks. I would say, like, hands down, the best film dealing with firemen and firefighters is
Backdraft.
It still
Backdraft.
is.
It is. Kurt Russell was robbed of an Oscar.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Mike,
exactly.
Scene where he
Favorite
tell-
Playing with Fire, John Cena.
Oh no, fuck that movie. Absolutely not. I'd rather
John
watch the
Cena's
other Playing with Fire. There is another like Playing with Fire. It's like an erotic, like comedy or something from
Yeah.
like the
Oh,
80s.
Arsonist.
Red Shoe Diaries.
There you go.
It's called Arsonist. Playing with
Arsonist,
Fire,
there you go.
Arsonist.
No, no,
Been
no.
watching
The
that.
first
I
one.
listened to the song "Playing with
Also-
The
Fire"
first
by
one
the
is a
Rolling
Blaze,
Stones.
right?
There you go.
You know, a Blaze was
Blaze
Michael Dudikoff
with
that has
Ice-T and Michael Dudikoff, where they take
with stock
footage from every movie.
Backdraft. Yeah, stock footage from Backdraft in it, if I remember
Oh
correctly.
god.
Michael Dudikoff's 3-picture "Let's steal footage from movies" deal, because that's exactly what happened.
Did he
It
have
was- it
the
was
same? you have the same deal as
Yeah.
Street Williams?
Yeah, he had a 3-picture deal, and that was the deal. It was, let's take footage from all these movies, and he's like, okay.
What were the 3 movies? No,
It
one
was
was
a Blaze,
Gale Force.
it was Gale Force, and the other one was Black Horizon, and they all suck.
Oh yeah, forgot about that.
Because for some reason, Black Horizon has a commentary, and they talk
I
about
have that on DVD.
They talk
Black
about it on
Horizon.
the commentary.
Oh man.
Black Horizon has like one of the like the cover art is just the title and just like a black dot, like a Rorschach
Yep.
dot or
Rorschach
something.
test.
God. It's very strange, like toward the mid '90s, to the straight to video market, how it changed to a point they started getting lazy to steal footage.
Now it's
Because
just
they had money.
streaming.
They
It's
actually
crazy.
had
Now it's
money
just-
back then.
everything's on Tubi.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what happens now. All these shitty direct-to-video movies that would have came out like in the 90s or 2000s,
They're
now they're
on
just
Tubi.
streaming on Tubi.
Yeah, sadly in good quality. It's a
With
sad.
ads.
It's a different time.
It's a good and better
Yeah.
quality than movies we like that don't get that don't even get the physical release or whatnot. You know. Oh man.
Like Deadly Outbreak or
Or
Yeah.
Night of the Juggler.
yeah.
Do you
Oh,
Do you
Brian
feel like a
Ritz
film
meters.
like-
Wow.
But
do you feel like a film like Deadly Outbreak doesn't need a Blu-ray simply by choice, or they feel there's not enough money potential?
I don't think
for
that. I
people
don't
to
think
buy
they
physical
feel there's
copies?
enough audience for it. I think that's the
Well,
main reason.
I think it's just laziness because they put them on all these streaming sites. Obviously, they make money from ad revenue on the streaming sites. They're just lazy.
Yeah. I'm
Because
sure.
Lionsgate owns a lot of these movies, and they're just too lazy to put them out.
And the excuse they always like to say is, "Oh, but we can't find the print to make it." You can find the print.
You have the
Well,
print. How
sometimes-
did you get it on streaming?
yeah, yeah. Streaming.
Sometimes, well, I mean, sometimes it could be an older, it's an older print that was used for like an older transfer, and that's what they use for the stream. So
Which
I
is
can
weird because when they showed Prom Night 2 on the last drive-in with Joe Bob Briggs, it was in full screen. I have it on DVD and widescreen.
Yeah, I have
don't
it
know
on
what that
widescreen
was
too.
about.
Like what? Yeah, that's weird.
That was strange.
Did they use the Alliance Entertainment version?
I don't know, but it was
that
in
must
full,
have been it.
It was in
The
full
Alliance
screen, and it,
Entertainment
looked,
version that was in full screen.
and it looked like a VHS. I'm like, are you
Yeah.
serious right now?
The Alliance Entertainment release.
Lazy. They're just
Can they get from
lazy.
Joe Bob's just VHS collection or something? Just
I guess
Joe
Joe
Bob's
Bob-
movie.
Joe Bob, you have this? Of course I have it. You already know this.
There's a movie I saw sometime last
I guess
year.
Joe Bob was at an AAW show recently. Like he was at a wrestling show.
I guess Darcy dragged him there.
There was a movie I saw. It's from the '80s or whatnot. It's a film called
I'm here. I'm
We're
here.
all here.
I
All
was
four of us.
freezing.
"Right Here." It's just he's
My
a
screen
voice.
was freezing, so
Yeah.
it was annoying. So
So he's
my
doing it.
phone is apparently from
He's-
1985. Apparently,
He's now
I
now
guess.
just the voice. He's
Yeah,
just the
rotary
voice of
phone.
reason.
Yeah. No,
He's
but
the
I
voice
find
of
God.
reason now.
no,
You
there's,
go.
there's a movie I saw.
I'm God.
It's Bill
God
Paxton
speaking
from
to
Navy
us.
SEAls, except
I'm
he doesn't
Morgan
die this
Freeman.
time.
Yes, he's
No,
God.
I'm-
He's talking to us
I
all.
changed my race for my birthday. That's
Oh,
my birthday present. I'm Morgan
I'm
Freeman
here
now.
among all of you. Yes.
Yes,
Why is God British? I don't know.
that's it.
I'm Charles Barkley.
King
Terrible.
No,
Charles.
but like I was
Terrible.
saying, there's a movie I stumbled across called Alley Cat, right? It's like a vigilante
Oh
movie.
yeah, Alley Cat. Okay.
Check it out. Now, when I saw it on streaming, it's in very bad quality in streaming. But now, if I go to YouTube, I look up the trailer, it's in fucking super HD.
Mhm.
Yeah, because it's probably from one of those trailer compilation
It's in super sharp.
Blu-rays.
I looked at it, I was like, that's the same fucking movie I saw. Like, I actually see the fight scenes
That's
and
actually
everything.
happened before. I've seen some trailers for stuff where I'm like, oh, that's a pretty good looking trailer, and then you try
And
to
I heard
find
at
the
one
movie.
point, Vinegar Syndrome almost had it, and then they didn't have it no more. It like
Mhm.
came and went. I don't know, the deal fell through.
Yeah,
I
like
don't-
Kino with Leviathan.
yeah, they had it, and it goes up to one hand, goes to the other.
Maybe it'll come out later. I don't know.
It's weird though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Tubi made that movie about the Johnny Depp trial already.
Really?
yeah.
Wow. Shit, they didn't waste no time.
Nope.
That was a crazy trial, wasn't it, Fabio? Because it was just weird. You watch the YouTube stuff on the
Yeah.
phone, and I'm like,
There
who
were a
the
lot
fuck
of
is-
people.
Who's gonna show up next?
There were
Well,
so
I
many
was waiting for
people.
Winona Ryder to show up. She didn't show up.
They
Or Sherilyn
made
Finn.
they made themselves internet famous because of their coverage of that
Of
trial
course.
on YouTube.
But it was
Yeah.
hilarious.
It was. The guy smoking the blunt while he's giving testimony on the car was hilarious and stuff. Johnny Depp, and then Amber Heard's face, like she's trying to hold in a fart.
He brought if I saw Mr. Depp's penis, I would remember. And Johnny Depp goes, "Well, what's wrong with my penis?" But the best was, so have you given people drugs? Yeah. Well, like who? Marilyn Manson. Well, what drugs did you give him? Well, ones that make him stop talking because he talks too much. I thought that was so funny.
I found it funny.
Now that's your favorite word, isn't it?
Which is a lot of stuff with that trial. It was so surreal. You know, with Amber Heard.
When she got on the stand, she's telling her whole fucking story to the jury. She's not even,
which you never do.
She doesn't look at the lawyer or nothing. She's like, well, you see, and I love this stuff. Like, but we're over here. Can you talk about
because she was trying to win an Oscar.
Yeah. Even when they talked about her
defecating when she took a shit and then threw it on, you know, in the bed.
And her look on her face is like,
you can't fake that.
Nope.
The look on her face said it all. Like just guilt, just
crackhead.
Just mad. Somebody said the look on her face is kind of a look you would have on a man's face if he was in that position, being accused of abuse. Just the same.
I'm just really glad Johnny Depp won because for way too long there's been this.
She got her lawyers for fucking cereal box.
Where men are never abused.
I'm an ad.
And she even said that. She said, "Oh, what?
Yeah, I want lawyers. Look."
Yeah, she even said, you know, what? What are you gonna say, Johnny? That I, Johnny Depp, a man, was abused by my wife? No one's gonna believe you.
It happens every day.
Mm-hmm.
Sad but true.
Yeah, DJ. People with depression, what they should do about it? They should go get help and talk to someone. Don't kill yourself.
Exactly.
Yes.
Not you, but
you know. Exactly. Yeah.
Go talk to somebody.
Yes.
Speaking of like the topic of like, you know, women abusing men, I would recommend the movie Disclosure.
Disclosure. Yeah.
Disclosure is a good one. Very good movie.
I thought you were talking Indiana Jones, you know.
Well, that too, but you know.
Well, I mean,
but Kathy Kennedy abusing Indiana Jones.
I mean, did you hear? Did you hear, Matt? That it's like, oh, they're Marion and Indy are divorced.
Wow.
Yeah,
great.
I figured.
He's the man. He's got to be a loser. Of course. He's the man. Of course.
And he stole treasures from cultural people. Yeah, shut up.
Wasn't that
tired.
Indy? I thought Indy did that all those years. He stole it.
I know.
He was a great robber.
I'm beyond tired of the deconstructive bullshit that they're doing with these characters.
This movie's going to go off like a fart in church. I already got a paid request for it. It doesn't come out till next month. It doesn't come out till next month.
Wow.
It's getting bad reviews, thankfully.
Yeah,
it's gonna go off like a fart in church.
Tomatoes.
But you know who's very happy about this, getting bad reviews? Steven Spielberg's happy about it. Because I'm sure he's saying, I'm not into this time. No one can blame me.
But my hands are clear.
Nobody blames Steven to begin with.
They can't blame me.
For Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
I know,
and
but
what's annoying is people are still like shitting on that movie too. It's like,
That's one of the reasons, Mike. That's one of the reasons I don't give any pass to these Fast and Furious movies, because all the bullshit those movies get away with, the Tarzan car and all those shit.
I know. That's one of the problems.
Yeah, you know, all that shit. You know,
they're 80 years old.
Exactly. He's 80.
They went to space.
Twice my age.
Yeah, he could barely move. Even at the age.
Because it's a stunt double.
He'll break his back trying to do the whip. My back.
It's a CGI stunt double that's doing everything.
Did he take his Ovaltine before they started rolling? Or
no, he's a whiskey man. You remember that story? What happened on Blade Runner 2049 when he punched Ryan Gosling?
He actually punched him for real.
Yeah, you see, you can find the clip on YouTube. Actually, now they show
What
it.
is with all these actors like not knowing how to fake punch people in movies? I don't get it.
Well, there's his words. Well, he stepped on my foot. It was 100th and a 1 in a million shot, and then Ryan Gosling like, yeah, it was the million. It wasn't the shot.
Yeah, of course.
Speaking of Ryan Gosling,
well, Barbie,
Ken. No, I The Gray Man. I
Gray
saw
Man's
that.
great. That's a good movie.
I like that.
Did you see that commercial he did for YouTube where you're talking about a watch, it's like a commercial thing.
Yeah.
That was fun.
Yeah.
I actually like
Yeah.
that. The Ryan Gosling did some kind of commercial for this
Mhm.
watch. I forgot the watch company or something. And he's basically making
Mm.
fun of his persona. He's the driver. Get it?
Yeah.
Like just his character driver and everything like that. David Lynch is in it. He's I think directing it. But it's sort of in on a joke.
David
I
Lynch.
didn't even
He had
know
a
that.
really
David
funny
Lynch.
cameo as the director Glenn Ford, I think, in The Fablemans. Like he played a director. Like he was playing
picking up a check, picking up some money.
No, but David Lynch was hilarious though in that. He was this foul mouth like director guy with an eye patch who was just, calling shit like it was.
He seemed
to
like a
this
funny
kid.
guy to hang out with, David
Yeah.
Lynch. He just, if you measure him with Chaz Stahelski, he seemed like a guy you want to hang out with more than Chaz Stahelski. Chaz Stahelski, you just look at you and go, so what the fuck are you here for? You're a fan? Okay, you paid a ticket, get the fuck out. That's Chaz Stahelski. Exactly.
Speaking of
David Lynch.
fans,
John
Speaking of
didn't
fans-
have a happy ending. No, he can.
Speak-
You're just stupid.
Yeah, that's
Speaking of
David Lynch.
fans-
That's Chaz Stahelski, I'm telling you.
Speaking of fans hanging out with celebrities, I saw it was like a tweet or whatever. This guy who saw Tim Robbins at an airport,
Okay.
and he was like, "I'm just hanging out with Tim Robbins." And then Tim Robbins made a reply, "Is like, we weren't hanging out. he asked for a photo. We took the photo, and then he left."
You
I
know
thought that
why?
was hilarious.
You know why
That's-
Tim did
that's
that?
awesome.
You want to know why
That is
Tim
awesome.
Robbins did that, right? You know why he did that? He's a no shit guy. That's
Yeah.
right, Matt? He's a
Yeah.
no shit
Yeah.
guy.
Yeah.
No
No
shit.
shit, yeah.
Yeah, I love Cadillac, man. They were giving that the other night. I still crack up with that whole movie. This Robin Williams, rest in peace. Oh man,
Yeah.
yeah. Cadillac
And
was
Harrison
the best.
Ford, he'll be doing those quick roast commercials soon. Take
Yeah,
over local
him
brands.
and, him and
He'll take
Jamie Lee
over as a
Curtis.
spokesperson.
Jamie Lee Curtis with Activia or
He'll
whatever it is.
he'll be the Quaker Oats guy.
Yeah,
we
have
that's
some
what John
Ford.
remembers.
He's gonna be doing that insurance commercial after Tom Selleck retires from doing it. Then he can take over for that. The special insurance, house, banking,
Yeah.
loans. I forgot what you call that.
Speaking of like insurance commercials, like there's an SNL skit that just kills me every time with the guy from Law and Order, Sam Waterston, and it's
Okay.
called Old Glory Insurance. And it's about like the robots that attack old people and eat their medicine for fuel.
No.
And it's like the funniest shit ever because Sam Waterston just has the best deadpan of all time. And he's all like, Old Glory Insurance for when the robots come for you. And they will.
Shit.
Almost as good as Carl Weathers. I'm the black guy from Predator, and you should vote for me.
I remember that one. Yeah. Oh man.
yeah. Here's the. Yeah, I'm trying to find the Old Glory Insurance.
Yeah, you're right, Psycho Hobo. I'm not a fan of Arlington Road. Tim Robbins was far from the pond. The movie just sucks, Downbeat ending. You guys see that one, Arlington Road? I wasn't a fan of that one.
It's been a minute.
Yeah.
This is the
I
transcript.
wasn't into the movie.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I don't give a shit about Little Mermaid. Fuck
Yeah, this
movie.
is it. He's
John,
like
I don't know if you saw it, but John said he's going out on a date, and they're going to go see that. So
he's like
I'm
I'm
sorry.
Have a good
John.
I
time.
know.
Have a great
this
time.
is a transcript from that ad. It's like, I'm Sam Waterston, one of the popular an actor from the popular TV series Law and Order. As a senior citizen, you're probably aware of the threat that robots pose. Robots are everywhere, and they will eat old people's medicine for fuel. Now, there's a company that offers coverage against the unfortunate event of robot attack with Old Glory Insurance. Old Glory will cover you with no health checkup or age consideration. You need to feel safe, and that's harder and harder to do nowadays because robots may strike at any time. And then he's like, and when they grab you with those metal claws, you can't break free because they're made of metal and robots are strong. Now for only $4 a month, you can achieve peace of mind in a world full of grime and robots with Old Glory Insurance. So don't cower under your Afghan any longer. Make a choice. And then it's like Old Glory Insurance. For when the metal ones decide to come for you, and they will. It's even funnier now because like AI and everything, like this shit's getting kind of
It's starting to
kinda
become
legit.
real.
What's
Yeah.
funny about that, isn't Old Glory a drink?
It
I don't
is.
know. Yeah.
Michael King drinks
Michael
it.
King drinks
Mhm.
it. Old Glory. Yeah. That's his mellow yellow. Old Glory. Yeah.
Oh, Michael Caine, the guy who doesn't remember any shooting Jaws of Revenge.
No,
He
Michael
only
King.
No, Michael
King.
King.
Michael King.
Yeah, King.
Michael Caine remembers Jaws the Revenge. He remembers the house that it.
Yeah, he remembers the house that
the house he bought. Yeah, that's a lot of money he bought that house.
That's
Yeah.
right. Like Ralph Macchio, when I brought up Karate Kid 3, he goes, "Well, I like the house that it paid for."
Well, Ralph Macchio, you can tell he's not a fan of it. Like, there's like interviews where he's like,
when I met him, he made that abundantly clear that he did not like that movie. But he goes, "I do like the house it paid for, though." I'm like, "Well, there you go. Can't be that bad."
He remembered. I think I remember seeing a panel discussion he did where he mentioned, "I tried talking to them, but once my check cleared, I just shut up."
Yeah, that's right.
Once the check cleared, he shut.
is that
You
why he
wanna
didn't
listen to-
care about, how his costume designer was making him look like a lesbian or something?
No,
Because
the
he
check
fucking
cleared.
literally looked
Yeah. He literally
like
clothes
a
didn't fit
fucking-
him anymore.
like a dyke in that movie.
The check
Like, what the
cleared.
hell were they doing?
It seemed like that he looked like he was on something because he wouldn't stop talking. Mr. Miyagi, hey, Mr. Miyagi. Like, it's something really off in that way. What's going on, man? Somebody give him something? Okay, hey, Mr. Miyagi.
But the ending just pisses me off.
Yeah.
What do you mean you get one fight? You make it all the way,
Uh-huh.
and you get one fight, and then you start like not fighting. Like this doesn't make any sense.
Well,
And
also
then
don't.
one
And
shot.
then on top of that,
That's it. One shot.
it's like the whole the Cobra Kai guy. I'm gonna beat his ass
And take a
and,
point. And bring him
and
back.
take a point, and then come back and how does
No.
that even work? They should have
Because
disqualified his ass
Right,
after the
because
second
in
time.
real life you'll get disqualified. That would never happen.
Yeah.
Stupid.
I revisited a film a few months ago, right? That I wanted to give another shot to. I did it thanks to Matt. And it's a film from it's turning an anniversary this year, and I think this film deserves a Blu-ray. Excessive Force. Thomas Ian Griffith, he's terrible in Karate Kid Part 3. We gotta agree. He's terrible in Part 3.
I think he's better in Cobra Kai.
He is in Cobra Kai.
Yeah,
The clips I've
definitely.
seen him in, he's doing good in Cobra Kai. The clips I've seen him in, he's doing not bad there. But I'm talking about in Excessive Force. I thought he actually has a lot of stamina as an action guy. The fights, the attitude, and plus the crazy thing about that movie, which is fun to watch, you're never gonna see a character like that again. There you go.
Nope.
You lucky shit. You're never gonna see a character like Terry McCann again. Because that's a Maverick cop. We don't see Maverick cops in movies anymore.
No, we
Because
just
that's
see Maverick.
Yeah,
We just see Maverick in a
That's
fighter jet.
problematic.
That's what we see.
that's only Maverick you see.
It's
Which is
too
sad.
much. It's too much toxic white masculinity.
Yeah,
Can't
Yeah.
have it.
sadly.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, you do see Charlotte's tits in that movie. That's a better movie, Mike.
Mhm.
There you go.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
Nah,
definitely.
they go-
It's a lot better movie than
Yeah,
than
Embrace of the Vampire.
yeah. Even Men of War, and then that's the whole jungle scene. She's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
she shows him off. She got him.
Speaking of Dolph, I know he revealed that he was dealing with cancer, and I wish
Yeah,
him the best.
the tumors,
I hope he
yeah.
gets over it.
And I think he did. He
Yeah.
finally came out about it.
Yeah.
So he's gonna do this long interview. I can't wait till it comes out. Very in-depth stuff.
Mhm.
He mentions that the main reasons he felt that his career didn't go off the right direction because he wasn't in Hollywood a lot. He was always
Yeah.
in Spain. So maybe that's why. That was maybe one of the
Mhm.
reasons. That's what he mentions. So I thought that was interesting that he didn't pursue
Still
it.
make good movies. Can't
Yeah.
complain.
I love Shoran Utoge. It kind of broke my heart though when he mentioned. But granted, I guess guys, action stars back then, they did this a lot. He did mention he was a juicer.
Yeah.
They all did.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, look at Dolph. Duh. I mean,
I know.
look at him in
Look at
maximum
Rocky.
performance. The maximum performance days. When he did his own exercise video.
Well, yeah, I think Matt remembers that. Remember the exercise you had to do, Matt?
Yeah, I remember a little bit of
I
that,
wish
yeah.
it was still. I wish it was still here on YouTube. That was hilarious.
Yeah, he's just trying his damnedest to get that leg up and everything. I can't even do one, but he got a couple of them up. God bless him. Oh, God. But yeah, it broke my heart because I love the super punch. My favorite movie of his of all time is Showdown Little Tokyo. Him grabbing people through the door,
Yeah.
snapping necks, and punching people out of the ring. I said, damn, that was juice. So he was juiced to that super punch.
I mean, That doesn't bother me that much. He's an actor. He's not an athlete. He's
I
not,
know,
you know,
true.
he's not actually.
And I think he mentioned he was using a low dosage compared to other people like wrestlers and stuff.
Stallone was doing HGH.
He studied karate, so he's been an athlete.
Yeah, but I'm saying he wasn't doing juice while he was doing that, you know, karate, more than likely.
I mean, he mentioned something about from Rocky 4 all the way through the mid-90s.
Well, I mean, you look at him in Masters of the Universe, like...
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Yeah. That and
I think
2% body fat.
I believe that Michael Rosenbaum, that from Inside of You, that podcast he does, he says he got an interview with Dolph. I'm looking forward to seeing that when that gets dropped. That'd be interesting. He did one with Frank Grillo, which I thought was pretty interesting.
Frank Grillo has his own podcast, I think, with another guy that's actually I've seen some clips of, and it's kind of fun.
Yeah, because he actually was going through a lot of crazy stories of Michael Rosenbaum. That guy has a lot of skeletons. He was honest about it and whatnot.
He talked about, because I think his podcast, he talked about like meeting Stallone or whatever, and it didn't necessarily go as well as you would have initially expected. Or
bless you, Kelly. Bless you. You got good taste in the movies. God bless you.
Showdown in Little Tokyo is great.
Yes.
And she's a big Raphael fan like I am.
The real Double Dragon.
Yes.
That's what that movie is. The real Double Dragon.
It is. It is. Brandon Lee, that performance, I love the character. I never found him annoying because to me, he's the audience.
Yeah.
It's kind of like in Commando, Ray Don Chung, she's the audience. She's got to react to all the crazy shit, even though he goes, but these people have been pissing you off all this time. We mentioned about the Yakuza and everything. And, you know, the whole thing about, we're going to beat this, and then we're going to eat food off those nigga chicks. We're going to eat yes. I want to hang out with those guys, you know, it's fun.
And of course, Cary Hiroki Tagawa is the bad guy.
Ultimate bad guy. Ultimate bad guy. Who better? I mean, come on. It's a great movie. Great score by David Michael Frank. I always got to champion that guy a lot because he does wonderful score, like Hard to Kill, Above the Law, Best of the Best 2. It's another one that's getting an anniversary this year. Very underrated sequel. Oh, man. David Michael Frank is the man. He did music for Street Night as well.
Yeah. Pretty good DVD for Best of the Best, too. Yeah. I would say out of the Best of the Best movies, the second film has like the best treatment on home video. Like
it has the features.
Best. Yeah, it has features and it has a good transfer. It has a pretty good transfer too.
A fun commentary with Philip Ree and the director. It's very funny. I love the commentary for that because Philip Ree actually talks about YouTube, and then YouTube was just starting out. So it was funny to see Philip Ree talk about YouTube. I think people like the fights. I didn't realize because he doesn't know over the years that's why the movie's tone kind of changed. Those 4 films. Because they were trying to find the audience. He says it in the interview. You find the audience, we got the audience. Once we got the audience, then we know we're in the right track. Because the first movie is a great sports drama. The second film is an action movie. The third film is Mississippi Burning, the action version, which I love. The fourth film, I feel if I revisit that film, I might not be that mad about it. Because the fourth film, I don't hate it. But it feels like a plot that belongs in a Bloodfist sequel.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Thank you, Dion.
It does. It feels like a Bloodfist sequel. It's not a bad thing. It's weird, though.
My
Who's
favorite
in the picture with him.
My favorite Best of the Best is the second one.
Yeah, it's a good one. With Brackus, Wayne Newton tells him the only thing going out through your mind is going to be your ass, which I don't know what that means.
Yeah, Wayne Newton, I think he's underrated as like a villain.
He's fun.
Actor.
I don't care. He is so fun in that movie.
Yeah. He's fun in that. Yeah, he's great in Ford Fairlane.
Yeah.
I even pissed in the Punch Bell.
Yeah, he's having a ball in Ford Fairlane.
He's fun in License to Kill.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's great.
Bless your heart. After she stole the money.
Heart.
Bless your heart.
Awesome.
Well, quick,
he was on
shout
Renegade
out to Nippy. Thank you so much. Thank you for all the enjoyment you gave me with all the reviews. OCP Every Fabio, have a great day.
Thank you.
I'm having a great night because of this. I know you guys can't see me, but trust me, I'm having a good old laugh and ball. We're drinking Mellow Yellow with some good guys on here. So
we're having fun. We're having fun. We're hanging out with Matt and Raphael and Rambo at the same time. We're all having a ball here. You know,
it's crazy how YouTube has changed. Where
you think
back in YouTube,
it is.
Like
we couldn't do this. We couldn't do this.
We couldn't.
No.
The thing we had was Callgraph. Remember Callgraph?
Oh fuck,
Jesus!
Remember that? No, I got one better. I think Mike and Matt are gonna remember this because they remember how pissed I got. You remember the Windows Movie Maker?
Uh huh.
We were doing. We did. Listen, Fabio. We did a badass three of us talking about Rolling Vengeance, right? It was a great, hilarious video.
I remember.
The Windows Movie Maker fucked me so bad. It wasn't even safe sex. It just everything didn't save. I got pissed. We stood there for an hour, and we lost all the videos. I fucked Windows Movie Maker.
You went from unisex to safe sex.
Exactly. Exactly. Well, that's it. That's a reference from Maniac Cop 2.
Telegraph.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's when we were on Skype. And
Skype.
Recording.
They're getting rid of Skype finally.
Big surprise.
Really?
You don't see it no more.
When are they doing that? I'm gonna have to find a different. I'm gonna have to find a different.
We use it at work, and they're like, "Yeah, we got to change that soon." I'm like, "Why?" They're like, "They're finally getting rid of it." I'm like, "Oh, really?"
Okay, well then I got to find a different way to chat with my podcast co-host for the Unsolved Mysteries podcast.
Have you guys considered on your channel doing it on the YouTube? Because for those who don't know, Mike has a podcast talking about.
Hello, Matt.
It's a mystery.
Mike, talk about the mystery you guys do.
Yeah, so I do a podcast called Uncovering Unexplained Mysteries with a YouTuber named Josh Cannon, aka Dancing with Ghosts, is his YouTube name. And we talk about the show Unsolved Mysteries. We talk about cases from that show. We talk about the segments, the awesomeness of Robert Stack. We also talk about other cases and other things that are separate from Unsolved Mysteries, like other true crime stuff and things like that. We've done over 200 episodes.
Wow.
We've been doing the podcast for like
a
few years.
Oh, okay, cool.
And yeah, we're gonna have to figure something else out if Skype is no longer.
I don't. Again, that's just what I heard. Because
we're gonna have to
you know how work is.
I guess,
they say one thing and
Zoom.
they mean 10 more. So.
We got to try to do Zoom, I guess. I don't know.
Zoom.
I just think of the PBS show. Does anybody remember that friggin' show? Zoom.
Send it to Zoom.
No.
Yes.
Zoom. I remember the commercial. Zoom. They had that.
Yeah.
All the strong music.
But that song was in Live Strong before that.
Yeah, it is.
Mm-hmm.
To Mike, have you ever thought of streaming it on your YouTube channel? These mystery.
We haven't really thought about doing that before.
Sounds interesting.
I think we tried to do something on one of the channels that we had, and we had an issue with like a technical sort of issue, like with our connection or whatever.
You had a different name, right? And
it was called Uncovering. Yeah, it was called Uncovering Unsolved Mysteries. But one of the producers of the show actually went after my co-host and sent him a cease and desist letter. So that's why we changed our name.
Oh, no.
You know where this guy lives?
John and Terry?
Yeah, we can
John and Terry Moyer? I don't know, somewhere in Hollywood, California.
Remember, he's our MVP. He's our Hulk, so he could take care of that. He's our Hulk. He could take care of it. He can go right in there, handle it. He's our MVP.
Thank you, Bobby. I appreciate that. Anytime someone makes a fan group, that's really kind. Thank you.
That's definitely
crazy.
That's cool.
It's definitely better than the alternative because Matt and I, over the years, and Fabio too, all of us, we've had haters. That's for sure.
Oh yeah,
that's right.
Remember, I had a hate page.
We did.
Really credit to me. Yeah,
we actually did an episode on the Mothman already.
That's all right. My haters know where to find me. I'm not difficult to find.
Yeah, but they're not gonna fuck with you.
You're just gonna go after you again because you don't like Melanie Martinez.
Just show up.
You don't like K-12.
Show up.
You don't like K-12, Fabio.
I know. So they're gonna forbid. I don't like K through 12. They know where to find me. Just show up. We can talk.
Yep.
All right. Another birthday wish.
I'm not scared.
Thank you.
Is the cable channel 11? Is that a reference to Wayne's World? Because that's what it kind of reminds me of. Is the cable access?
I can't remember, but I've never seen that before. But thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Like that old school avatar.
Yeah.
It reminds me of the public access, channel that Wayne's World aired their show on.
Okay,
I know Neopunk mentioned something.
Yeah,
was it? Neopunk mentioned something about if we should team up to do a commentary on a movie. That'd be fun. We could find a way to do it.
Maybe one day.
Yeah. What you were saying, man?
Everyone has a different schedule.
That's the only thing. Yeah.
So it just depends on that.
Yeah.
Because like Mike, you like 3 hours difference from me.
Yeah,
I believe.
a couple hours
So-
actually. 2 hours. 2 hour difference.
Bronson, well, before I do that, I'll answer this first. Thank you, Bronson. I appreciate it. I have to do these quick, folks, because YouTube,
They time
they
out.
disappear. So, and then it's hard to find them, especially on this phone
Oh,
from
no.
1985. I stole from Marty McFly, I guess.
Doc Brown.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Wait, you're telling me it's
I've seen the
8:25? Damn, I'm late for school.
Yes, I've seen the film,
I enjoy
I
that
can
movie
watch
quite
it,
a bit, actually.
even with Seth Rogen.
That's fun. I like it.
It was okay. It was all right. The cast was interesting and such. It's just it wasn't as funny like compared to other stuff I've seen them do. I still like
I would say
Your
compared
Highness.
to a lot of modern comedies, like that is a
I'd
master.
rather watch that.
Yeah.
I'm actually one of the few people that actually like Your Highness. I find that funny.
But yeah,
So-
I enjoyed This Is the End. I actually got that on Blu-ray
Well,
recently.
I was going to ask, with this year of 2023, well, question one, do you know if a release coming out, physical release that you look forward to? And if so,
Trick or
what is
Treat.
it?
Yeah, that's true. That's a good one. I saw that
Trick
for
or
the first
Treat
time. I
4K.
actually liked that one. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. With
And
me,
The
I was,
Abyss and True Lies, if they actually come out, but
they've been
October.
saying that for years. They've been saying that for years. That don't count. They've been saying that for a long time. James Cameron doesn't make up his mind. With me, I would say I'm looking forward to that Arrow Video Blu-ray box set. Of
oh
Bruce Lee.
That's
Oh,
yeah,
the Bruce
that's the
Lee
one. I'm
one?
looking
Yeah.
the
for.
4K.
I would-
Do you
yeah.
have 4K, Effrey?
No, I'm gonna get the Blu-ray one, the regular
Are you
Blu-ray.
gonna get the Blu-ray?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The only problem I got with it is that I'm a little pissed off that they don't have that documentary I really enjoy, Bruce Lee
Mhm.
Warrior's Journey. That's not on there.
Mm-hmm.
That pissed me off. I actually like that documentary.
Did they
Yeah.
say why?
I don't know. They mentioned they got that other bullshit one that was in the older box set. From
Probably
CBS.
some rights.
The one
No,
for
issue.
the legend.
because they got all the Game of Death footage, so it kind of supersedes that documentary.
Really?
Oh, another title for me, The Hitcher, from Second
What's-
Sight.
Is it finally getting it? Really?
Well, yeah, they just announced that they finished remastering it, and they're just doing final
Oh.
authorization and stuff on it right now.
Okay, that's cool.
There you
Hey, yeah,
Wayne's World, party time.
Yeah,
Excellent.
Nippy, I did remember it, and I'm glad I kept my Blu-ray, because then it never came
go.
out.
It never
So
came
thank you,
out
King
'cause
Wilbur.
they said
Thanks for that.
there was something wrong or whatever. I don't know.
At
They
one
couldn't
point,
fi- they
you couldn't
couldn't-
find the
they couldn't
print in
find it.
Italy or something.
but it's strange that that's not the first company to do
I
that. At
know.
one point, I remember Shout Factory announced years back that they were going to do Murphy's Law, Charles Bronson films. They never did it.
Yeah.
It came and went.
Well,
I don't
Kino
know.
Then-
Yeah, Kino got it.
Well,
Kino
Kino
got it
did
now.
it.
How long did it take though?
Twilight
Forever.
Time
Yeah.
Time did a release of it before.
Twilight Time
Kino.
kind of went away though.
Yeah,
Twilight
And then they
Time.
Now.
came back.
They did, but they still
Yeah,
got
they
those
came
prices.
Yeah, fuck that.
Prices are terrible on Twilight Time. Goodness.
And Fright Night sold out in 5 minutes. Thank God I was.
yeah.
able
I
to
actually did. I
pre-order.
actually did get Fright Night, but I sold that already a while back, along with the Eureka, because I got the 4K, which is really good.
I still want to get that You're So
I have
Cool
the
Bruce
4K
documentary.
steelbook.
Because the one that's on my Fright Night Sony release, they
Yeah.
have the documentary, but it's edited because they cut out all Fright Night 2 bullshit.
Mhm.
I might still have the
I have
standalone
it, yeah, I
DVD
have it
copy
over
of
there,
that
yeah.
lying around somewhere.
If you don't mind, I'd be happy to take
If
it off
I
your
do,
hands.
if I still have
Maybe you
it,
still got it,
I'll
you know?
yeah, I'll see what I can do.
The best
know?
part was Tommy Lee Wallace saying, "Fuck the Mendez brothers."
Yeah, the Menendez brothers. Yeah,
I saw that clip. I saw that clip online. So, oh yeah, I didn't know the Menendez were connected to that. So
I heard-
found out.
I
oh,
heard a
shit.
rumor.
Their
Speaking of
dad
Fright
owned the
Night,
company. Yeah,
I heard a rumor about Fright Night 2, another release.
Mhm.
I don't know from what company.
they're in Germany. I think it's getting a release.
It already
of
had
course.
one in Germany.
Oh, it's out. Oh, okay. I didn't
No,
think
it
I
had one
knew.
in Germany a while back. Hold on,
Well, I had heard
Don't rip
that
off your headphones.
I heard that the rights
Careful,
were
Corey.
reverting back either this year or next year. So we'll see.
Huh.
Oh, let's see who gets him
Interesting.
though. Who's gonna release it?
We'll see.
Let's see. Hopefully.
I would.
Anything's
two
better
releases
than the
I'd be-
shitty DVD that came out that was a VHS transfer with tracking lines in it.
I have a Blu-ray
Is
that
that
somebody made that they ripped off a cable That actually looks pretty sharp.
Yeah, I have that one too.
Yeah, that's one that somebody
quick
got. Yeah.
Is that the one eBay screwed you over with, Fob? The Friday Night 2?
That was, I was so pissed about that.
Oh, cool.
There it is.
That's nice. Ooh.
Because the thing is, for those who don't know, he bought it on eBay.
Oh, great.
And they took the money.
They took the money, and it was fine. And then all of a sudden, the money wasn't there, and I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I guess we're doing this now.
Oh, wow.
And then they said it was like overcharge or something like that. And so he had to call PayPal.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
Thankfully, you did it through PayPal. It would have been through credit card. It would have been fucked.
And I sent the DVD to Matt, so Matt has the DVD version of it.
Oh, cool! Lucky you, Matt. Cool.
Yeah, and then Fatalis actually became a book.
Oh, okay.
I have the book of Fatalis, which was supposed to be the Saber-Tooth Tiger Stallone movie. They
Speaking of that,
tourist
trap. It's a tourist trap.
Yeah, there's a long lost Blu-ray of Tourist Trap that they stole Mike's review and put it on there. And didn't tell them about it, and they didn't send him a copy of it.
Yeah, I found it out. Like,
at least sent you a copy.
Somebody sent me a message. Somebody sent me a message, and I think it was a comment or like a PM on Facebook, and I was like, "What?" And they're like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Huh?" And then I was like, "Okay, all right." Then I contacted their Facebook or emailed them, and I never got a response back from them.
Of course not, because they got caught. Oh shit! What do we do now?
Yeah.
Hey, it's Uncle Bill.
Hey, Uncle Bill.
Hey, Uncle Bill.
Hey, you can't find the porch. It's too dark around here. You don't have an alligator.
Uncle Bill.
Just like 3 days ago, there's like a gator right over here. Thankfully, not near
an
me.
actual gator? Shit.
Less than a mile away.
Damn.
Because there's like canals and stuff in Texas.
Oh,
I mean, this might be New Orleans.
Call Robert Forrester.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna get the keys and start
better not be Joseph Bologna. You're fucked.
Yeah, if it's Joseph Bologna, you're in trouble. Don't send that guy. No.
Alligator 2, the mutation.
You might have a better chance with Richard Lynch if he comes back unfrozen. He'll come and help you out. Maybe Richard Lynch can help you.
Rostov.
Yeah.
Time to die.
Yeah, it's funny that they stole your review.
Well, they put Matt on the Sci-Fi Channel. Will Wheaton.
Oh yeah.
They did.
Fuck Will Wheaton.
And Kevin Smith too, because Kevin Smith was the one that introduced that whole segment.
Oh, yeah. Great! A twerp and a crybaby. Yeah. I'm in the middle of them. That's great. That was wonderful.
But you're way better than both of them.
He was talking about rants. That's what he was doing. He was like,
instead of the Jake and the Fat Man, the twerp and the crybaby. And I'm coming soon to Fox Network. For fuck's sake.
Speaking of Fox, when Fox first started, they had so many like crazy weird ass shows that lasted a few episodes.
Yeah. I talked to that guy on Instagram. He was cool, but it's like, hey, how come he didn't at least tell me? Oh, I thought someone did. So yeah, there's a Uber
where's the check?
They didn't make any money.
No,
I'd have to pay them to pay.
Yeah, seriously.
But yeah, Fox, the werewolf. They had some apocalypse show that was weird. Yeah, the whole review, director, screenwriter, the whole thing. As a special feature,
Blu-ray in Germany.
It's from the same company. It's from the same. It's from 84.
84, yeah.
It's the same company.
They gave you 69. They gave you a 69, isn't it? Oh, shit. Oh,
69, dudes.
Yeah, while we're at it, fuck Freddie Prinze Jr. too.
Yeah, fuck him especially.
What did he do?
Star Wars is for kids.
Yeah, fuck that puto.
Okay.
Fuck that puto. FTV. Fuck that
FTV.
Do you remember? Do you remember when he was rumored to play Terry McGinnis in a Batman Beyond movie?
It was sad about it. I was actually thinking he would have been good, but you know who would have been better? Ben Foster. He got those eyes. Yeah. Ben Foster could pull that off.
I think.
Imagine it with the act with the serious voice.
Dylan O'Brien. I think he would be a really good Terry McGinnis, at least earlier on when he was younger.
Well, it's a
Really?
Disney show, so
we have DC.
That's
Like
it.
we had Matt. It was like DC fanboys that were like really, really, really pissed at us. I remember that.
Oh, because a superhero movie sucked. That's never
Yeah.
happened before.
No, no.
Or the Elm Street guy. That guy's the worst.
I'm looking at someone left on the stream, Psycho Hobo, Freddie Princess Jr. I like that. That's better.
Yeah.
Freddie Princess Jr.
Actually, going back to
Well, yeah, Germany.
Fox-
It's weird. In Germany, they love horror. When I was there, I went to a video store. They had a whole room full of horror. It was crazy.
Oh.
They love horror movies in Germany. It's weird.
Wow.
Oh yeah, just for those who don't know, Fabio was in the military and he was in
Mhm.
places like Germany. And
Did you see like?
when
Did you meet Stefan Peter over there?
No, no.
talk about the keep,
Yeah,
Hey,
he's
Peter.
German.
Peter Pecker,
Peter
Peter
Piper.
Pecker,
Peter
Pickle
Piper.
Peppers.
Peter
Where's
Parker.
the keep?
Yeah, where is that
Where's the
documentary,
keep?
by the way, Stefan?
That's like been so many years, right? That he got mad at you for using something, and then
Yeah.
That's
Because I used some photos from his website, and he left like a giant essay, and then put a copyright claim on one of my videos, and then got one of my channels like suspended years ago.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
a loser.
Because he says you can't use these photos from my website because I'm doing this documentary that never
And-
came
and
out.
then- and then
in like
also-
20
It
years.
never-
It's not
It
your
never
property.
came out.
It's not your property. You can
It's
use
not your
photos.
photo. Right.
Exactly.
Even if you took a photo, that would be like if I took a photo of this and I'm like, well, you can't ever show photos of this Blu-ray
Mm-hmm.
of Fright Night 2
You
because
hear
it's my
that, Stefan
property.
Peter? We're coming for your ass.
No, but check it out.
Like Booker T. We're coming for your ass.
We're coming for you.
We're gonna show you some excessive force.
Yeah,
Right.
but check
And
this
it's
out.
not going to be the sequel where it's Force on Force, which is one of the
Thank you,
dumbest
JD.
subtitles.
With Stacy
Ever.
Randall.
No, but
Force
check
on
it-
Force?
Yeah,
What the fuck even is that?
I don't know. Sound like sex to me.
Yeah.
But check it out. Listen to me. Check this out. Hold on. Matt and Mike both had their videos stolen. If anyone should do copyright stuff, they should do that.
Right. So
They know what they have more
I
to do this guy
don't
with
do
stuff.
it 'cause
You know.
it's more promotion from me.
Well, that's true.
Right.
That's why I look
free
at it.
advertising.
Yeah. But they don't think they'd be nice if they
Monetize
thought
your
it that way. If these guys would think of it that way, you know, all these tributes. Remember the whole Warner WMG bullshit?
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, you
Well, there you go.
put 5 seconds of a song in your video, and it's the end of the world.
That's it. Out.
I don't do tributes anymore because it's like
Nope, it's
there's
not
no
worth
point.
it.
That's all
sad.
better.
That's right.
Proof
sad.
of you.
Come for you.
That's it.
No,
I'm gonna get you.
no psycho hobo. I didn't see any camel spiders. I was not in that part of the world.
Worst Keter.
Oh yeah, I remember that
Worthless Keter.
Purple people eater that you call. Yeah.
Yeah.
My movie. So
So okay, it's not much of a story, but it's just
it's
Who
still
knows if
it's
it's
still
him at this
funny.
point?
It was
Oh,
still
Just Speak
funny.
Me movie, yeah, the one that the cover lied in the back of the
I
cover.
didn't.
The whole movie
I
live
was-
Memorial Day.
Yeah, I reviewed 2 of his movies, and I thought they sucked, and they had
They
Jeff
did.
Speakman in it.
Because they did
And
suck.
a guy called himself Worf Teeter, so I'm guessing is the director because he doesn't have a lot to do nowadays. I
Yeah.
wonder why.
Because
so
he directed
he's like,
2 Jeff
"Oh, you
Speakman
can't-
movies and Power Rangers.
You can't do this, and you can't. I'm like, your movie sucked, dude. They were dog shit.
Get
And
over it.
I called him Worf Teeter, the Purple People Eater. That's what it was.
Worthless.
Yeah.
Worthless Keter.
The DVD.
Yeah. Worthless.
Okay, speaking of which, I got the DVD here, right? On Memorial Day. The back of the DVD, everything is wrong
Yes.
Yeah.
because it says he's a Chicago SWAT team. There's no
No.
Chicago, and there's no SWAT team leader.
This
And
isn't
he's
the
not-
expert.
He's not blowing up
His name-
satellites out of
This
the
is-
sky
this
either.
isn't
They
the expert.
lied.
But it says his name is Jimmy. His name is not Jimmy Fane. There is no laser satellites named Talon. There are no nuclear submarines. There's no orbiting space stations. There's no rescuing defecting Russian scientists.
You know, I know why none of that's not in there. You know why that's not in there? You know why that's not in there? Because that was the script before the budget got dropped.
Right. That was
Once
for
the
the
budget
other
dropped.
movie.
Yeah, when the budget got dropped, then we gotta make another movie. That's what happened. They had the script. We put that in the back of the cover to fool the people. But then when the budget dropped, or he didn't have no money to make that movie. He said, "Fuck it, I'll make up another movie." Yeah.
I would
What
say
was in the movie? Not a whole lot.
I would say one of the worst. Superman 4, I think probably would have been bad either way, but I think it could have had an opportunity to maybe be a little bit better if they didn't have their budget slashed right before filming.
That's Canon Films for you.
Yeah.
When they started getting zealous. Let's make Captain America. Oh, okay, really? Sure.
Well, then Canon didn't wind up making Captain America. 21st Century Films did.
Because when Menahem left, he took the rights with him.
So I still don't know why they never cast Michael Dudikoff as Captain America.
He wanted to be Spider-Man. Actually, Michael Dudikoff.
I'm sorry, what?
What physical releases do you look forward to, since Mike never mentioned there?
Oh, the one I'm looking forward to the most is the Bruce Lee Arrow set, because I've been telling people for years that there was more footage for Game of Death, and everyone's like, "No." I'm like, "Oh, really? You didn't want to listen? Okay."
I pre-ordered video.
Okay.
I pre-ordered the video store Arrow box set, the one that has Robot Jocks and
Dungeon Master.
I do have dolls already, the out-of-print Scream Factory release, because that was like one of the first Blu-rays I ever remember buying from Scream Factory. Like, I didn't buy it directly. I bought it from eBay, along with, like, From Beyond. But, back in the day when you could actually affordably buy things on eBay.
Sure.
Sure, Chris, if you want.
But I got it because it was cheap. Like, the pre-order was, like, I think it was less than $60. And for, like, all of those movies, like, that's a pretty... Well, I mean, I like Cheap Trick.
All right. Your daddy's all right.
Not that song.
Surrender.
No, that one's okay. Surrender is better. Like, I Want You to Want Me. I hate that song.
That sounds like a weird... Listen to the lyrics of that song.
Yeah.
That's like a stalker song.
Yes.
Imagine person breaking down the... I want you to want me. I need you to... And then she's
right up there.
Yeah.
It's right up there with, Every Breath You Take.
Yeah.
No, that song is creepy.
Every breath you take.
That's creepy as the country songs I've heard about killing and serial killers.
Yeah.
I did these play requests for. They're like nice country music songs, but when you listen to them, it's like all about how they murdered someone.
Yeah. Couldn't have been as bad as the Billie Eilish.
Billie Eilish?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. No, I call her Billie Eilish.
Oh, okay.
Oh, God. Well,
are you breathing or are you singing? Like, what is going on here?
I'm the bad guy. The beat sounds okay, but the lyrics don't work. I don't know. The beats are... I don't know. On the Big Boss, on the Bruce Lee, or probably on the Big Boss, I think they mentioned something in one of the features that they might be, I guess, an extra picture of that saw to the head. Supposedly, I don't know. I mean,
they found more footage of that too.
Oh, there you go. So they mentioned
going back to Cheap Trick real quick. My favorite Cheap Trick song is Mighty Wings from Top Gun. That's
a good one.
Cheap Trick.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Thank you, Bronson. I like Mr. Mom.
I seen the film. It's a fun film.
I enjoy it. It's fun, but there are other Michael Keaton films I enjoy more.
It'll be better than the Dash. I mean, the Flash.
Yeah, they made Mrs. Dash. They made
Mrs. Dash. There you go.
They made a Mr. Mom show. Yeah, it was a Mr. Mom show on
Mr. Mom show. Yeah,
was it on? It was on some fucking channel. I don't even remember what the hell the name of it was. Was it
the Family Channel?
Oh, was it? Really? I don't know if it was the Family Channel. I don't think it was Lifetime. It was some weird ass channel that I don't even know if is even still exists.
Well, of course, it might be Oxygen. Might be on Oxygen. I wouldn't be surprised.
MTV2.
Well,
MTV2.
Is that even a channel anymore? Why they call it MTV?
It's MTV Classic now.
They used to show like classic stuff on MTV2 or stuff.
Yeah, they should Beavis and Butthead and Daria and stuff like that.
I looked the other day on MTV. It's Ridiculousness for 10 hours. And Catfish the TV series for like 3 hours.
Yeah.
Because that's, wholesome entertainment.
I
Well,
asked the
music.
question:
It's
Why
music television.
Why is it called MTV? There's no music in
There's
the
no
TV.
music.
Yeah.
Look, some of you in the
I'm-
chat have not been alive long enough, but MTV used to play music.
Yeah.
I know.
For me,
you remember the good old days when they actually had Michael Jackson?
Yeah.
MTV on MTV.
Yes.
they actually have
And
people
Billy
called
Idol?
VJs.
Not Billie
They had
Eilish.
VJs who introduced music videos.
Yo MTV Raps with
Yeah.
Ed Lover and the other Dr. Dre.
I will
Yes.
admit, I did like
Will
it when they
Smith before
branched
his
out
mustache.
and they
Yeah.
did some
Will
he was
Smith
smacking
before he
people?
started smacking people.
when they
Right,
did
that's
some
exactly, yeah.
different stuff. You know, like Liquid Television, for
Oh,
instance.
yeah, I remember that.
really did like it
When
they.
Ian Flux was violent on Liquid
yeah.
Television. Then when they gave it her own show, they fucked it up. She
Then
had
they
no
made,
gun.
then they
Show
made the
movie.
movie.
Yeah, then it was much worse. Goodness. My goodness. I remember that show when it was violent. It was blood and everything. Like, yeah, they're giving her a show. Then I see the show, like, what the fuck is this?
Okay, Bobby. I don't know about that crossover. I
Hey,
don't know.
hey.
Hey,
Happy
Zach.
Days, Saved by the Bell Cross. I don't know if that would work.
The Fonz would just beat the shit out of Screech for like.
There we go.
Yeah.
for
He would
the
take all the
majority of
action.
running time.
He would take all the action away from Zach and Slater, pretty much.
No,
He'd go
no,
like that,
you know
take all
what
the
you
girls
do?
away.
You cast Andrew Dice Clay as the Fonz.
Yes.
There we
Oh, yeah.
go. Yeah, there we go.
It's like, I'm gonna bang you right the fuck out.
Yo, he did a Joe
Is that-
Rogan interview.
He
Andrew
did. He was
Dice
just
Clay.
on. He was just on.
Yeah,
Joe
I saw a
Rogan.
clip of it. It's pretty funny. He talks about the whole thing with how he got banned from MTV. It's a hilarious story. Joe
I
Rogan's
do a
cracking
mean
up
Puff
laughing.
the Magic Dragon, if you know what
Yeah.
I mean. But I
Oh,
got
man.
banned from MTV.
Richie Cunningham. I fucked him.
Oh!
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 Thank you, Bobby. I appreciate it.
Oh.
And thank you, Clark.
There you go. Yes,
Yeah, I
motion.
mean-
Yes, motionless zombie. Headbangers Ball with Ricky Rackman.
Yeah, I mean, Disney, there's a lot of legacy sequels. It was really like Jurassic World that really
Oh,
brought that to the forefront with
fuck
how much
that
money it
movie.
made. Just
Yeah.
Jurassic World made over $1 billion.
Dominus Rex.
And they thought,
Jurassic World's
Then
going to
Force
cross over with
Awakens.
Fast and Furious next.
No, they're gonna do it with Transformers. The Transformers
There
are
we
gonna
go.
cross over. Transformers.
To be honest, I know a lot of people.
Decepticons.
They thought this was too out there and absurd for it to work, but if we're
Not
talking about
anymore.
crossovers, I would rather fucking see Men in Black with 21 Jump Street. I wish they made that
yeah,
movie
I'd
now.
watch that.
Mm.
Yes,
I wanna see,
TV News with Kurt Loder.
Yeah.
They just recently stopped doing MTV.
They
News, I
did.
think.
They actually just stopped doing it.
Wow. I think Kurt Loder's in his 60s now. Come to think of it,
I think he's
believe.
older than that. I think
Is he
older
he's,
than
that?
I think
Wow.
he's in his 70s.
Wow.
Let me look
Speaking
it
of
up.
Mad Max, like whatever happened to that Furiosa prequel that they said that they were doing? and-
Well, you know,
and-
Charlize Theron says she's gonna fuck all these people up, so you know.
Yeah.
she's gonna
she's a-
do her
she's a
female
funny-
Die Hard. That's what she's gonna do.
Yeah. That's gonna help her career. Yeah.
He's 78.
Wow.
Okay.
Kurt Loder.
Kurt Loder is 78.
Wow. I seen a video of what's that guy from Total Request Live? I forgot his name.
Carson Daly.
Carson
He
Daly.
looks so different now. I almost didn't recognize Carson Daly. Like, that's him? Like, wow, he got very older.
When the Backstreet Boys announced they were breaking up, was on TRL.
Speaking of Mr. Mom, does anyone remember when you used to get a DVD with your pizza?
At Pizza Hut.
Pizza Hut, yeah. And one of them was Mr. Mom.
I had Bill and
I
Ted's
remember-
Bogus Journey.
I remember, that's how old I am. They were giving away videotapes at McDonald's. One of the
Yes.
movies was Mr. Mom. And I had that
Mhm.
VHS tape. It was at a horrible quality.
Yeah.
It was like jumping. It looked like you could get this shit better on cable, really. It was a terrible videotape quality.
I had the Adams Family one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and didn't it have a McDonald's logo on the back or
Yep.
something?
It
Yeah,
did. On,
McDonald's
on the
logo.
tape, it had it on the spine and then
Yeah.
the label of the tape.
Yeah.
I
And
think
it was-
Wayne's World and Back to the Future were the other ones.
I think
But
there
the
was some
video
other one.
quality was
Coming to
terrible, the
America,
one I got.
didn't that have one too?
I don't know if Coming to America was rated R, so probably not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
no.
But well, it was the 90s. Let's be real. you know?
Yeah.
It has the
I
McDonald's
remember-
thing, so maybe it was like a fuck you. It was a fuck you to
That's right.
It was. Jurassic Park had a Burger King Kids thing or something,
Oh, yeah.
right?
How about
And
this?
that's R-rated. In
The
a sense,
watches.
I think
How
it
about
was-
the
Lost
The
World,
watches,
the watches.
yeah.
Yeah, the watches. Yeah,
The
I had
watches,
one
yeah.
with the
Yeah.
Velociraptor eye. Yeah.
Yeah.
How about this? about Coming to America? You give it to John Landis. You give him a toy helicopter.
Oh my God! I really pissed him off. I really pissed him off. Oh, God.
Good. He deserves a good.
That's some
Yeah.
outrageous conduct right there, Matt.
Yeah.
Some outrageous conduct.
That's it. Oh.
Exactly.
How he did not go to prison is beyond me.
Yeah, I saw that
It's
True
crazy.
Hollywood Story, Fabio,
Yeah.
Mike. I saw the True Hollywood Story, and that I laughed at the reenactment because the guy they got to play, John Landis, he's in Stranger Things. He's the actor who plays the conspiracy guy. Because
Yeah.
I kept thinking, he looks familiar. Who is that guy? And I said, oh shit, that's the guy from Stranger Things from season 2, the guy who played the conspiracy guy. He
Uh-huh.
played John Landis in the reenactment.
Yeah,
the
John Landis.
That was
Like
crazy.
with the Twilight Zone stuff, like the book Outrageous Conduct, there's a bit where the book talks about, and I don't
Cocaine?
know 100% if this is true, but he showed up
Probably the
at
cocaine,
Vic
right?
Morrow's. He showed up at Vic Morrow's funeral, and started just like making it all about him and shit.
Of course he did. What a surprise!
And
That's
it
what
was just
I heard that,
disgusting.
yeah. I
It
heard
was
that.
awful.
Yeah, I bet you his
And real quick,
Vic Morrow's widow should have went, bah, give him a fucking Will
Jennifer
Smith.
Jason Leigh should have punched him for killing her father.
Oh, there you that's right. That was her father.
Yep.
Yeah. Punched him dead in his face.
And Clark, yeah, I've seen some of his videos. I like it.
Yeah.
I don't mind him.
I don't
Yeah.
mind him.
He's
I used to
still
like
cool
him
with me.
more. I used to like him more in the past. He's gotten like bigger recently, you know, in terms of like subscriber base and views and so on. And he started
I
to
don't
really
mind him.
harp. He started to really kind of harp on a particular sort of thing, you know, with the the woke stuff and everything. And in some ways, like it is accurate, but in other ways, I think he's kind of fabricating things just to create like a rant video so he can get some views. And I also don't like the fact that he like literally was like, I'm not doing any more of the Star Trek whatever reviews because blah blah blah. And then it's like, well, I don't understand because it's like it's technically your job to do these kind of videos, and it's just kind of like, oh, I don't want to do it because I don't have anything else to say, but you know, it is what it is.
I
can
think
understand
everyone in
that.
the chat's
There's
more shocked that Kurt Loder's 78, but
Yeah. But I understand his point of view as well.
He did an interview, as a matter of fact. I believe he had Matthew Marsden from Rambo 4 on there. And I
Yeah.
found it funny because he's not a Critical Drinker is not a fan of Last Blood. And funny enough, Matthew Marsden isn't a fan either. So I thought that was
really?
Well,
I
yeah.
didn't hear that.
Yeah, Matthew Marsden's not a fan of that movie. He goes, I don't understand.
Did he? Yeah.
Because Matthew Marsden said something, if I got this correctly, I don't understand. He said what he had to say in 2008. What else could you do with Rambo?
exactly.
He said what he had to say. It might as well be somebody else. It's not Rambo.
Yep.
I was telling Matt, and I don't know if you guys noticed, but the plot of Last Blood, if you trim some stuff out, he's not John Rambo. He's Mr.
No.
Majestic from Charles Bronson
Yep.
movie.
Yep.
All you need is a melon farm there.
Yeah.
That's all you need.
Or it's another stock standard sort of direct to video action movie.
Somebody
with Dolph
somebody
Lundgren
did
or
a weird
whoever else.
somebody did a weird trailer, a fan made trailer where they put the Canon emblem in front of it. So it's like a poor Canon film version of a Rambo film.
Ah,
That's what they try to
There you
say.
hmm.
With VHS quantities, it feels like it. It feels like he wanted to be Death Wish, which didn't work.
Well, no, he wanted to do Death Wish for the longest time until
Yeah.
like something
He
happened.
wanted to, he
and
wanted
then-
to be he wanted to do the mechanic and he wanted to do Mr. Majestic. I wonder if he had the script later on for a while. He said, "Let me fix it, retune it, and put Rambo."
Oh,
Because
yeah.
Rambo never had taking these pills. All of a sudden, you know, PTSD now to the
Mhm.
fifth power in caves. I still don't understand what does the Doors 5-1 got to do with the third act.
Yeah, I don't know what is up with some of these song choices for some of these sequels.
5-1.
I mean, I like
Well, tonight.
I like
Who
Top
knows?
Gun Maverick.
Loud, alive.
The Who? Really? You got to do the Who song that we've heard a million times? Won't get fooled again? Really?
It was on CSI Miami. This is funny
Pick
about it.
something else.
Yeah.
Real quick, like Bobby, if they cast, they would save a lot of headache because they want to have some screwball, screw loose
Yes.
lead,
Yeah.
psychotic, just kidnapping people and fucking do whatever the hell else foolish.
Speaking of
he's doing,
superhero
so.
casting, to me personally, I would
I
say
mean, Tweaker's got a point. I mean,
He does have
he's
a
got
point.
a point. I can't really complain about that because they follow what's huge hit. It's always that's all a matter of business.
It's one of the same checklist.
Homogenized.
The checklist.
Homogenized entertainment.
The checklist.
Until it's all watered down.
Mm-hmm.
We take the lead character, who's a guy, we make him useless. We put the female character, we make her more prominent. We put politics. We put it's a checklist.
Speaking of MCU, I think one of the biggest failures for the MCU as of late, even though yes, I haven't watched everything current. I stopped after Ant-Man 2 and Captain Marvel.
I gave up after Endgame. That's why I threw the checklist. That's it.
Spider-Man, to me, is
Every loves what they did with the Hulk.
It's the
fuck the Hulk.
That's the biggest ball that they've dropped is Spider-Man to me.
The Hulk too.
Because of the way I think I understand the thought process. I understand why they cast Tom Holland.
They dropped the soap.
One to have him, grow into the role. But I think they just dropped the ball. They dropped the ball with Spider-Man because they did the whole stuff with him.
I haven't seen the real Hulk. I haven't seen the 2003 Hulk in a good quality.
Yeah,
I don't know.
They have Tom Holland. And
all the balls have melted and dropped in MCU. There are no balls. There ain't no balls in the movies, and there ain't no holes in them statues.
Exactly.
I mean, hose. There ain't no hose in them statues.
Oh my God. Number one, how do you take a number two? Remember?
Right.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I have to go.
No problem. I figured it was about to.
Nice meeting you, Fabio. Nice to finally talk to you, man.
Nice to finally get on here with you, and hopefully we can do it again sometime.
No doubt, man. You're the best, man. Keep rocking and rolling. Okay?
I appreciate that. Thank you.
No doubt, man. Nice meeting you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah,
all right, happy birthday once again, and
thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your day. Hope everybody in the chat has a good one, and we'll see you soon.
All right, take it easy, Pop.
No problem. Have a good night.
See ya.
Yeah.
But what I was saying about
he has a job schedules. A lot of times he works night. He works security guard work.
Okay.
So sometimes they keep crazy. But he's a good guy.
That's cool.
Great to have him be on.
Yeah. That's why I say he's our MVP because I know he's got military background, so he can go and take care of us. He can do it.
So I was just talking about with Tom Holland. They turned him into like Iron Man Jr., and it was just a massive mistake. And then on top of that, with the most popular latest Spider-Man movie, No Way Home, he's upstaged by all these other actors that played the character, so can't even carry him in. Hey,
how you doing? What's up, man? Nice to meet you. How you been, buddy?
You guys. I see you guys on the stream all the time. It's the first time we talk. This is cool.
Yeah.
There you go.
Pretty much, I was told I needed a representation, so I figured I got that.
Hey, that's what I'm here for, man.
Yeah, that's cool.
Happy birthday,
No, Stuntman's a great guy. Very nice guy.
Are you an actual stuntman or just the moniker?
No, just the moniker. I totally ripped it off from Death Proof.
Oh, of course, yeah. Kurt fucking Russell, man.
Yeah, man, I love me some Kurt Russell.
Kurt Russell's the man, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Have you seen his son stuff, Wyatt Russell?
No, actually, I haven't.
Yeah,
did you know that Kurt was actually, because he went to there's this Cowboy Hall of Fame thing, and I think it was for his father. I think his father was getting inducted in, or his father was also getting inducted in at the same time, and that was a pretty nice moment from him.
Yeah,
because I never knew like his dad was Bing Russell. He was an actor. Like he was in the Elvis movie. He played the father in that movie.
One quick thing: have you seen Overlord, Mike? My God,
Stuntman, Mike.
Too many M's. Mark, have you seen Overlord?
That's the problem I have sometimes.
The World War II horror movie.
I didn't finish it. I saw part of it, but I never finished it.
I would recommend giving it a shot.
Yeah, he's the lead, man.
He's the guy helping out. He's also in 22 Jump Street.
Yeah, he was fun in
He's
that.
the jock who becomes friends with Channing Tatum's
He was also
character.
in that movie Woman in the Window with Amy Adams, I think. He was also in that too.
He was the guy who was in
that classic movie.
He played John Walker in the other Captain America storyline they did for this new show for Disney Plus.
Okay.
I've seen the clips
Chris
he's
Suckman.
in. I've seen the clips he's done, and I see like he's the best part of the show from what I'm seeing. Because every time I see Wyatt Russell, especially in Overlord, I start going, "Look at that! I see the eyes. It's like McCready."
Yeah,
like
you can see his dad in him.
I can see the when he's in the beret. Oh shit! It's O'Neill. I can see it.
I'm just glad he turned down the Snake Plissken thing. Like, I don't want him to touch. Like,
they actually asked him to do that.
Yeah, because the reason he turned it down is because he said he saw all the backlash he got for playing Cap.
Yeah.
So and plus he knows that's his father's,
Well, he's not playing Cap anyway. He's playing U.S. Agent. There's a
playing
difference.
U.S. Agent. I know, but everybody got all bent out of shape at him about it. And
Whatever.
Such.
Yeah.
I mean, the clips I've seen him in, he's not phoning it in.
Chris Stuckman.
Yeah.
I don't watch his stuff. Teach their own.
Yeah.
It's cool if people like them.
The people I watch on
I just
YouTube
don't
is my
watch it.
friends. I watch Matt. I watch Mike. Michael. I'm gonna start watching Fabio's stuff. I'm curious to see what because I thought I've seen him on the stream. I gotta see what he's doing.
And Mark's doing videos. He did a nice one on the Crow set that he got.
Oh, you got a Crow set?
so-
Cool. I'm gonna check you out too. Check out your stuff. I also watch good bad flicks. I don't know if you guys watch
Oh yeah, Cecil. He's awesome.
Cecil's great.
Yeah,
check
I've
you
seen some.
out.
Yeah.
Every
So-
friend.
I'm gonna check you all out.
He's like, I will check you out. I will check you out.
Hey, Mark. Like, what are your thoughts on the Crow franchise?
That says it all right there. That's the answer.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
horrible,
yeah.
beyond terrible.
Just
Honestly,
the one.
I know.
Did you
I
ever see the TV series with Mark Dacascos?
I watched a little bit of it.
What'd you thought of that?
Not really into it. I like the Dacascos though.
Yeah.
It just, to me, like, if you're going to keep doing Crow stuff, go a little bit further with it. Actually take a chance, do some of the other stories that they have. I like the Eric Draven story, but I know they're doing it again with Skarsgård and like the remake.
Yeah.
But like, what's the fucking point? We've already got that.
It's
They're
just
not
gonna
going
be Eric again. They're doing
Yeah.
Eric Draven again.
That's all they keep doing.
And the sequels are the same thing. It is a remake.
And the
sequels
only
are a remake.
the only other thing I remember hearing about a potential remake was like Erica Draven, and then I'm like, that's not any better.
What about the Rob Zombie one?
Oh, that was worse.
Yeah.
There was
I'm the
one that there was
fucking
one.
Crow.
There was one they wanted to do, which I thought would have been interesting. They wanted to do one that takes place during the time of Jack the Ripper, which would have been interesting. Is a female Crow as one of the women of Jack the Ripper, is one of the victims that comes back going after Jack the Ripper.
I would say out of all of like
the
the Crow
Weinsteins didn't want to do it.
sequels, Salvation was like the most tolerable to me. The second one gets all this like, oh, you have to see the original version, and I'm like, that would have sucked too because Vincent Perez can't fucking act.
Somebody made a fan edit of the stuff that got cut out, a little bit
City
of
of
work print
Angels?
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, they made a work print of some of the stuff, and I seen it. To me, it looked like a worse than the actual theatric one. The theatric one I could watch.
It's like over 2 hours. Like we didn't need an over 2 hour long.
The theatric one I could watch as a time waster, but it's a problematic movie, very problematic.
Yeah.
The third one I could never get into. The fourth one is the worst.
Chris,
Oh my god. Yeah.
Chris, he said Vincent Perez, not Vincent Price.
Yeah, Vincent Price can definitely act.
Vincent Perez, the star of The Crow 2. He did say Vincent Price.
The $2
It's a
Antonio
different guy.
Banderas. That's what Matt called him. $2
Yeah.
Antonio
Yeah.
Banderas. Yeah.
Our
And by the
tree,
way,
Antonio Banderas.
The
yeah.
reason I don't have the cam on is just I was freezing, and it's like I was, freezing. So, but people could hear my voice. I mean, I could try again, but this way could people see?
Yeah, give it
I
a
was
shot.
freezing like that. He was freezing like that.
Yeah.
He's
See,
not trying
he's
to freeze
frozen
again
again.
now. He went black.
Yeah,
That's
Oh
it.
shit!
I think I have to.
You're in the
I
Matrix.
probably have to update the phone. Probably have-
He's trapped
But
in,
you can
in one of
still hear
those
me?
Kryptonian prisons.
He's
from-
in solitary.
Superman.
It's a solitary confinement.
but
That's it.
can you still hear me though?
Yeah,
You
you
loud
sound
and
good.
clear.
Yeah.
I think I have to probably update it. This service, it sucks. This phone service. It's not the phone. It's the service in the middle of nowhere in Texas. It's I forget what the hell it's called already. That's how great it is. But I probably have to update it or something.
Gotcha.
Because it'll be like fine, and then it's like in the middle of it, it's like, oh, you need to update. Well,
Are
I
you
can't
still doing
fucking update
Frontier?
now.
Are you still going through Frontier, Matt?
Frontier? I've never even heard of Frontier. What the
Wasn't
hell?
that was that a
Frontier?
company that you were with, like the internet company a while back? The one that they
No,
weren't giving you this.
HughesNet. But this
Okay,
is
that's what it
different on
was.
phone.
Oh, HughesNet.
On phone is different.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, my buddy has that. He lives out in the middle of nowhere as well, and he he bitches nonstop.
Yeah.
He's like, fuck this service. I'm like, dude, just try to switch off. But it's like satellite internet, right? Or something like that.
Yeah, it's the only thing you get out here.
I
There are
looked
no
that up.
cable.
I looked up. It was either Frontier or that one where like they'll charge you a
FuseNet.
fee if you try to
It's not
remove
that.
the yeah.
Try to remove what?
If you try to remove the satellite, they'll charge you a fee.
Oh,
And,
I'm not moving
and
shit.
then
I'm not
it's
getting a
another
fucking
one of those things
laptop.
where the satellite itself
I'm not moving-
says do not touch, like radioactive, that sort of stuff, and they're like, yeah, don't remove hey, if you want to cancel your service,
How shitty it is.
you need to
How
remove
shitty
this.
your car is radioactive.
But then they're like,
start glowing in the dark, like Chevy Chase
Yeah.
from Modern Problems. That's to start glowing.
yeah,
in the
that
picture.
movie, which I have the DVD of that, by the way. I got a decent price on it, but it's hard to find. Modern Problems.
Okay. Hey, Mark, did you ever
So, yeah,
see
you did.
the episode of Stairway to Heaven? The first 3 episodes connect a lot to the movie, but once you get past those episodes, it becomes its own thing. Like they have in one of the episodes, there's a villain version of the Crow thing where it's called the Snakes. Where if you kill, if
So
Draven
it's like
kills
RoboCable.
something, check it out. You kill any of the villains, for some reason or another, a snake brings them back, and they have the same power as the Crow, which I thought was interesting. The only way you can kill them is with the special dagger, which I thought that was interesting. They played with that and everything. And Martha
Is it played by Dirt? Is it played by
who?
Dirt Benedict?
No, he's not in that one. No,
That
he's
was
in
like
it's,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that movie back in the day, Dirt Benedict, the Snake Man.
man, if you get through the episode, if you ever do it again, it's
that movie.
it becomes
Like
its
that
own
movie's
thing.
still creepy, to be honest. That movie's still like weird and like it is corny at times. But there's certain scenes in that film where you're like, ew, that's just disturbing.
But wasn't there a movie like that called Curse 2 where a person got bit
Oh
by a
yeah,
snake? and
Curse
they
2, The Bite. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I remember that movie. That's the one that had Jamie Farr in it. What made me laugh is Jamie Farr curses. And when you see somebody from an old TV show and they're on a regular movie and they curse, it made me laugh. It's like when I was in school and my teacher would curse. You're just so out of it. You don't know how to. Don't fuck with me. Like what?
But yeah.
Like,
with
you're
the
so
crow,
bad.
with the crow, like the sequels, they did this whole stuff with. They made the crow into this thing where, like, oh, if you capture the crow and hurt the crow, then you hurt the. I think they tried. They did that a little bit with the first movie too,
but that's not in the book though. That's
Yeah.
the thing I hated. Like I get Proyas is like trying to give it like more of a balance. Like he's specifically like invincible. Like if you don't have that element, so I kind of get what he was going for. But like the sequels are just like
copy and paste.
Yeah, and nobody's gonna fucking defend the Weinsteins.
Thank
So
you.
I mean, they just butcher.
I feel
everything.
bad for the director of Six String Samurai because he's the one that directed Wicked Prayer, and it was such a horrible experience for him doing that movie that he just retired from the industry.
I
He's
tried
like, "Fuck
to.
this, I'm
I
out."
tried to get into Six String Samurai. I couldn't do it. I don't know why.
It's not for everybody. It's
I
an
tried.
acquired
I don't know. I was waiting for the fights. I'm like, where's the fights? The premise sounds interesting, Buddy Holly. And
I don't really
it's
think it's more.
post-apocalyptic.
It's not necessarily. It's more of like just a comedy, like fantasy, sci-fi, weird movie.
Was it
like
funny?
I mean, at times,
was it
yes.
It's got some funny elements to it. that I like.
Okay,
It's
I haven't seen
definitely an acquired taste. It's totally not for everybody.
Yeah.
I saw
It's-
America
it's kinda
3000.
like that
I got
movie
more laughs
Freak.
out of that.
It's kind of like that
America
movie
3000.
Freaked. Like Freaked is another acquired
Yeah.
taste kind of movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're talking
So I
about the
heard-
Alex Winter one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's supposed to get it. I remember hearing about like a Blu-ray from Alex, and then nothing really came from that. And I guess maybe they're having a hard time finding a print, which I wouldn't be surprised at that movie because that movie came and went in theaters, and then
I remember him talking about that last year. I met him last year, and
Oh,
he was
that's
talking
awesome.
about it, but it just never came to fruition. And that was almost like this time last year.
Yeah.
It was in the summer.
how was it meeting Alex? Is he?
He's cool. He's really
Cool
cool.
guy?
I mean,
Awesome.
everybody I've ever met except one person, and Matt knows
So,
who that is. It was a good experience. Everybody was always
So it
cool.
wasn't the cigarette smoking man
No.
experience.
Not at all. Not at all.
Yeah,
Tell Alfred that experience.
I
I know
haven't
he's
met a
always
lot. I
confused.
haven't met a lot of celebrities, but like I think like, I've met makeup effects artists. Like it was like Rick Baker and Chris Wallace, and they were super sweet and wonderful. And I've met Kane Hodder, and got his autograph in January, and he was pretty awesome too.
I think the only person I met, I mean, I don't know if that even counts. One of the cast members from Firefly, I met Jules State.
Was it Summer Glau?
She wasn't at that convention when I went to it. I was the New York Comic Con, and I met her.
Well, I'm just imagining how you would react if she was there.
It wouldn't work. You know what it'd be? I'll be so nervous. My voice would go. I'd be like.
I saw that happen to somebody in front of me. Like, I think it was Rosario Dawson. And the guy couldn't fucking talk. It's like he was tripping over his words and stuttering, and like his face was beat red.
Oh no!
But she was so sweet about it, though. She was super nice.
Yeah. And, she was. Jules Day was cool. I mean, I say, look, your show was great. She said, "Oh, great, no problem." She signed a picture for me and everything. I can't close some of getting an autograph for Christopher Lloyd, but I didn't have that much money. So my cousin, she was a bigger Back to the Future fan, so I gave her my spot. Yeah. I said, "You go there." She had nice things to say about Christopher Lloyd.
Speaking of Back to the Future, like they had a Comic-Con in Portland, and all the main cast was there, and I didn't go, but I looked at the prices, and they were absurd.
I thought they're pricey.
For an autograph, let alone like a photo or meetup or whatever with them. Like, it was just ridiculously expensive, like thousands of dollars.
I could believe it. I don't know how much Christopher Lloyd charges, and I didn't even go up to his table. I was just kind of like off to the side, like right where the table was. He had a huge fucking line, and like I was just happy to be a fly on the wall. He's so spry and like energetic, and he's just telling stories and just being Christopher Lloyd. He was so cool.
That's what she was telling me about. My cousin said, "Oh, he was so sweet." When he got close to almost going to her turn, he said, "Excuse me, I got to use the restroom. I'll be right back, though. I'll try to make it quick." And he actually made it quick, and he came right back. So he cut the string, came right back, and everything.
He didn't want
to.
Mark, what is this cigarette smoking man?
Yeah, what is a cigarette smoking man? Is it from X-Files?
Yeah.
Really?
William B. Davis from X-Files.
Oh.
Wow.
How that turned out?
Go ahead.
Oh, man. So it was at the Revival. So they were doing the convention, but it was like a Revival get-together for the show. It had been off air forever. Finally coming back around, 2016, 2017. I'm super excited. I mean, that's my favorite show of all time. I don't know if Matt's told you guys, but like we did the show on X-Files on the Dead Pit channel and everything. So I'm in line. I meet Mitch Pileggi. Awesome fucking guy. Super cool. Everybody else was cool. Everybody from the show.
I have his autograph. Somebody sent me his autograph.
Mitch Pileggi?
Yeah, because I'm a big fan of Shocker.
So yeah, that's what we talked about the whole time.
Yeah. Oh, Shocker's great.
Yeah, me and him just talked about the Shocker sequel.
That's the way it is.
And we talked about Wes and all that stuff. So yeah, he was great. So yeah, William B. Davis. I'm in line and I'm like, this is gonna be awesome because everybody else up to that point was great. So and this may or may not have anything to do with how he acted. I'm not really sure. So, and like the chick that I was dating at the time, she was right next to me. She makes a comment about him coughing, like, because he starts to cough like incessantly and like he just doesn't stop. It's like a real crazy coughing fit. And then like she leans over and she says, "Is that from him smoking all those damn cigarettes?" And I laugh out loud. He didn't hear this though. He didn't hear her say that, but he saw me laugh and I locked eyes with him at the same time that he was doing that. So I'm like, like trying to play it off. I turn my head. I finally get up to him, and then like, as difficult as it was and hard to do, I have a conversation with him. He doesn't speak to me. He never said a word. He nodded at everything or shook his head to like give me an answer. That's how it was meeting him and talking to him. He wasn't frowning or anything. He didn't look pissed off, but like, and the lady that was with him was a complete dick. She's like, "Hold on, give me your money first," and like just it was the worst thing you could ever have happen. It's like you're like an uber fan of somebody.
I didn't even like. I wanted to get because I never got photos with any of the people that I met at the Hollywood Theater in Portland because my camera sucked, and I have a really nice phone now. And I was going to get a photo with Kane, and I thought it was going to be the same thing as it was in the past where, you'll get a photo. You don't have to necessarily pay, whatever. Okay. And no, I had to pay something, but they never let us know ahead of time that I had to have cash and I couldn't just use a card. So I didn't wind up getting a photo with him because I didn't have any cash on me.
Here's the thing. With the stuntman, I think I said the line what he should have said. He should have said the cigarette smoking man. He should have went up and said, "Hey, is this a black thing?"
No, dude, I couldn't do that. It was.
Is this a black thing? Like, you do it for all these white people, but is this a black thing? Like, you should be like this.
This ain't right. Wait a minute. This ain't right.
Yeah, like
I just gotta give it.
It was.
Be like how people dunk on Predator
I gotta give a special thank you to Mary Widow.
Oh,
wow. That's good. There you go.
That's awesome.
Nice.
That is.
Wow.
Hey, Matt, you might be able to get Matt. I think you might be able to get that laptop now.
There you go.
I was just kidding. I don't deserve that.
I think you do.
I don't know why you said it.
I think you do.
No, I mean, I sincerely thank you. I don't keep that up for a while because it's the least I could do. Sincerely thank you, Mary Widow. You've always been gracious, and everyone out who's come in to say their happy birthdays and stuff. It's been a great night. We've had Fabio in, now we got Stuntman Mark. I got two of my brothers from another mother's, Mike and Efrey, who've been my brothers since YouTube really started for me.
Yeah.
And again, for those wondering why you can't see me, the stupid phone, I need to update the service because it was freezing up. But the audio's working fine. So I guess it's better than that. I've seen people do streams with just the picture logo anyway. So
yeah,
he's butt naked behind there. That's why he's not showing anything.
He's in his birthday suit.
Yeah.
That's literally his birthday. There you go. That's what it is. No, but feelings mutual, Matt. The feeling mutual. I mean, I stumbled on your videos back in 2008, and then from Matt, I found Mike. And it was like a big connection. You like movies? I like movies.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean,
you're crazy.
Yeah.
I still remember those.
Way.
I still remember those PMs I sent you, Mike. Remember that thing where I was asking you about movies? You saw all my comments. I left on the tributes.
Yeah.
Streets of Fire and Savage Streets.
Yeah.
And then you mentioned a thing about I was gonna go to the movies to go see Tropic Thunder. That's how long it was. Year back. And
I saw that with my parents actually.
And you tell me a line from the movie, but I didn't know it was a line from the movie, so I thought he cursed me out. I'm like, motherfucker. I'm like, where are you gonna be? Then I realized, that now I know what you meant.
Yeah.
I'm the dude.
I wouldn't be here on YouTube if it wasn't for Matt.
Yeah.
Because I was such a shy, young adult, and I didn't really have a lot of I wouldn't say I didn't have any passion. I definitely had passion for talking about movies, but I didn't have any confidence. And, I was just inspired by, Matt's videos and his content. And I asked him, like, should I try to do this? And he encouraged me to do it, and the rest is history.
Yeah, exactly. Same thing with me. He encouraged me. I remember when I did my first video, the camera kept fucking up. The camera was getting like this because I had the wire tied up. So I had
my first videos,
not even a flat screen.
I feel you. My first videos, I recorded them.
Like this. I wish I had those videos still.
Yeah, I recorded my first videos on an old camcorder.
I remember that. You used to say that the battery used to die out on you.
Yeah.
You had to leave it charged. I remember.
Yeah. It was an old camcorder with like VHS.
Yeah, you had like a plant thing behind you or whatnot. I remember you sitting and thing. Yeah.
And I think my first ever video was a review of The Fly 2 because I
remember that.
I've always liked that movie.
I
think it's underrated.
Yeah,
and I actually
very underrated.
When I met Chris
I saw that in the theater.
Because it was at a screening of the Fly remake in 35mm, and Chris Wallace was there, and I met him, and I told him he did a great job with The Fly 2, and he really appreciated that because he did a really good job directing.
Yeah, it's a fun movie.
It's hard to follow Cronenberg. I mean, he made his own movie.
It's a monster movie. It's more of a monster movie than The Fly. The Fly is more of like a drama, heavy drama.
Yeah, with monster stuff in there.
The Fly 2 is more of a monster movie, like a B movie.
I saw that in the theater, and it was a great experience in the theater. The whole third act with Martin Brundle
and that third act, like it's still
crush everybody.
It still stands out because there aren't a lot of films like that in the genre where the monster is the hero.
Right.
True. True.
Well,
and the
Amber Heard
effects.
movies.
That creature is
Yeah.
fantastic.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
Amber
Amber
Heard.
Heard.
movies, she's
Yeah.
a hero.
yeah, yeah.
exactly. Oh,
That's a monster hero.
yeah. Shits on the
Yeah.
bed.
Thank you, Hunk. Thank you. Streamers, wow.
Oh,
yeah, I
yeah.
remember that. 2010, wow, I forgot
Screamers. Like that was a
Thank you,
movie
Hunk.
I spent forever trying to find the damn movie in widescreen. I don't know if you guys feel this pain of trying to find a DVD in
Yeah.
widescreen.
Yeah.
Because like there was a certain time period for some reason when these studios would release these DVDs that would be like a flipper disc that would have widescreen and full screen on it.
Yep.
But then
I
they would
remember.
release separately a full screen version.
Yeah.
And I would
I bet
always
you did.
find I would
Yeah, you
always find the full screen version of Screamers until I finally found the widescreen version. And then of course pretty soon after that the Blu-ray
Well,
came
Amber
out.
Heard can open her mouth and I'll do something there.
There you go.
And Jennifer Lawrence.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, talk about Jennifer Lawrence. Did you see the trailer for this new movie she's doing?
Oh, that fucking weird movie that
No Hard
that-
Feelings?
yeah, if the roles were reversed, it would be canceled already
Yeah,
by the public.
Wait. Who stars in it?
Jennifer Lawrence.
Okay, yeah. Never seen it.
But check this out. In the
She
comments,
fucked my channel up.
I know she's a bitch. I know. I said it. I don't give a shit. I ain't got no channel, so they can't go after me. No, but check it out. In the trailer, right, the Red Band trailer. Now, in the bottom of the comments, everyone's saying, "Finally, she's playing herself. No acting required," which I believe it.
Yeah, she's
I
a
believe it.
total doofus. If
She
you look
is.
at some of
She's
her
she's a
interviews.
bitch. I don't care if they run after me. She's a bitch. Oh man.
So
But yeah,
real quick the stuntman. You mentioned how, like Mike said, there was a movie he was looking for, like Streamers, and you were nodding your head. What movie was it for you? Like, there was
To
a
find
movie
in
that you're, like,
widescreen.
or like to find, however, like you couldn't find it, and you were just looking for the search for however long that eluded you.
That's a really good question. I cannot think of one right now. I'm sure there is one. I mean, I still
I
have.
can't think of
pretty
one either.
I have pretty
Yeah.
much all my older DVDs, but I can't think of one right now.
I have a couple, and there were two
Thank you,
films
Blaster.
that I didn't
Jesus Christ.
I didn't even
rich,
I don't
man.
know.
deserve it.
You're
folks.
very rich.
Yeah,
I
deserve
don't
it, man.
deserve it, folks, but thank
Deserve
you.
it,
I-
man. That's
I-
it. Laughing
I
your
think
way to
you
the
do.
bank. There you go.
For being a great guy and a
Well,
great
I am,
friend.
it's my voice, so I am God here in this.
Yeah.
But
thank you, Blast Radius.
but
Thank you.
yeah, there were two films that I had watched when I was young on TV.
I always knew why I was a Sandra Bullock fan.
and
Oh,
I
I
know why I was
don't
always a Sandra Bullock fan.
There you go.
and I didn't remember what they were. I just remember scenes. So there was one it was a zombie movie where there was like all I
Hard Rock
remember.
Zombie.
No, not that movie. But all I remembered was a zombie wearing plaid. That's all I remember is a zombie wearing plaid.
Mm-hmm.
Was it Al Borland from Home
No.
Improvement?
I know it wasn't
It was
Dead
Flat
Men
Flannel.
Don't Wear Plaid either. Like I thought
wasn't
maybe that was it.
Was it Spookies?
No, it turned out to be My Boyfriend's Back.
Oh, that movie.
Ah,
Oh.
yeah.
And I completely blanked and didn't remember the name of it. And I think I might have seen it on Disney Channel back in the day or something.
Did you hear that Adam Marcus, I think it was that interview he did with Piss Owl. It's a very good one. You
Mhm.
should look up. Very good
Mhm.
podcast. He gives Sean
Yeah.
Cunningham all the shit which he deserves. But he mentions the original script as a fun one. Matt showed me that one.
Mhm.
It's a fun. He mentions the original script idea for My Boyfriend's Back was more violent. It was more like
Yeah.
an Evil Dead
Yeah.
type of thing.
Johnny
Yeah.
Zombie.
Johnny Zombie.
Johnny
it was
Zombie,
called.
yeah.
I would love to see that version.
And so
and stuff.
yeah, I think I just found it on DVD somewhere. Like
Johnny Zombie?
No, My Boyfriend's Back. And I thought, oh, this looks like it could be fun. And I'm like, oh, it's a zombie. Maybe this is that movie. And then I watched it on DVD, and then it was like a light bulb going off. It was like, oh my god, it's that movie.
Mm-hmm.
And that happened too with Stay Tuned, because I
That's
did not
one.
remember
Yeah, good
Yeah.
one.
at all anything other than like this kid on a bike getting sucked into a satellite dish.
Mm-hmm.
The
And so I
bicycle
was
dick,
looking
yeah.
I was looking for like the dish. No. And I just saw it on VHS and I was like, oh, John Ritter. I like John Ritter. This looks like a fun concept.
Mm-hmm.
And then I watched it and I was like,
I see your pussy in the background.
Yeah, that's
your pussy. Cat.
He likes The Last Starfighter.
Yeah,
There's an Arrow video release for that. Arrow
yeah,
video
I have
release.
that. Yeah, I have the Blu-ray. That's where that poster came from.
Oh, cool. Yeah. I gotta pick.
I've had that happen to me with movies as well. For the longest time, there's this image, and I realized it was Revenge of the Ninja.
Oh,
where the opening, where all the I'm like, there's this movie like little kids got killed with ninja stars. And I'm like, was this like a nightmare I had? Some weird nightmare.
I had a similar experience like that. It was on USA Network back in the late '80s. A movie where this big spider-like woman bit this guy and sucked him so dry he turned into a skeleton. I'm like, what
capture that raccoon.
I'm like, wait a minute. I said, where's this movie from? It's fucked up. And then I realized years later when Matt did a review and I seen clips, I'm like, oh shit, that's Spookies. I still don't want to see the movies. I gotta fuck this now.
The movie kind of sucks, to be honest. It's a mess.
I heard the
Spookies
backstory.
is such a mess.
The backstory behind the movie is more interesting
It
than the movie. I heard.
It
I'd
is.
rather watch the documentary on it, to be honest.
That might still be on YouTube. The documentary. It was for a point.
Well, yeah,
I'm not sure if it's still on.
Okay, yeah, look it up.
Just someone ripped that 90-minute Curse of the Blue Lights documentary.
Oh no!
So Mike can watch that because I know you're a fan of that movie.
Yeah, sure.
Person who made it.
When
was
what
the
is
person who made it or actor pissed at you?
It was somebody who was like a producer or something, or somebody who worked on the film. They were pissed at me for it.
And what happened? Like, you gave an honest review. And
Yeah, I gave an honest review. I said it sucked, and they were like, giving me shit because they just it's a low budget movie, blah blah blah. I'm like, so is the Deadly Spawn, and it didn't suck as bad.
That was really good, Deadly Spawn. You ever seen that one, Stuntman Mark?
Oh yeah, of course,
good
definitely.
One, yeah. Deadly Spawn, yeah.
Now that I think
something
about
like
it,
The Suckling, that's a low budget movie too, and I didn't mind that.
Right.
I went out with a girl named, I used to call her the Suckling. I think it was way back when I was 27. I think I went out with this girl.
Yeah.
That was her username on this website. She was using the username was Suckling. I didn't know why until then I found out why. So that's.
Was it the same lady who
one of those websites
showed her Maniac? Was it the same?
No,
gal?
Not her, not that girl, not that girl.
When every was a date movie. The date movie was Maniac.
Look, the story goes once again. I'll spare it against the Stuntman Mark since he's here. They was working out, very good looking woman. I met her somewhere from a friend of a friend. Right, was working out. She liked horror movies. She kept bragging, I love horror movies. All right. My mom has the horror collection and whatnot. I tell her about my buddy Matt's reviews. And this is when he used to have clips. And I showed her clips of it. My mom said, oh, I want to see that movie. So I got her a DVD of Maniac. I didn't want to see it, but she saw it. She enjoyed it. Showed it to her friends. They all bug out. So she sees my mom watching the living room. And I said, come on, let's go chill out. Hey, the evening was going good, Come on, chill out away, watch some TV or whatever, whatever. So then, all of a sudden she goes, no, I want to watch this movie. I said, no, you really don't want. No, I can watch this movie. I said, all right. And we get to of course, the part with the strangling and stuff. She just cringed. My mom was just eating chips, watching him. I'm just like this, So then you got to the main part, of course, when Tom Savini's head gets blown off with the shotgun.
Right.
She saw that. She walked right the fuck out, and then giving me a lecture, talking about that I had no movie. I said, look, I didn't want you to watch the movie. You didn't listen to me. And then she gives arguing. You know how weird it is with women. Sometimes you're to blame no matter what you say.
Oh yeah, I know.
So that's the comedy that came out of this, and the one that made Matt spit out the Miller Yellow and almost choked him.
Because we were doing a long time ago the Slasher Cast.
Yeah, Slasher Cast.
Where we're trying, which was an impossible task, to try to talk about every slasher film.
I wasn't able to join in because I was too busy working at the movie theater. So
yeah.
And it was impossible. And then, you told that story because you had never said it before. And I'm like, the idea that she looked at, the way you said is she looked at my mom, she looked at me, and then she just walked out.
Yeah, walked out on the way to the train station because she lived in Queens or whatnot. She's giving me a whole lecture. But you wanted to watch the movie. Don't put blame on nobody else. It's your fault. And that was it. And she didn't call me. I didn't call her. I said, fuck her. I knew that movie was going to cause trouble. I knew it. If I can't watch it, I'm not saying it to be a man. You're not allowed to watch it. It's not because of that.
On stuff for mannequins. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a love story.
No, but you want to watch the better version of a man's love for mannequins? Watch Mannequin with Andrew McCarthy. Watch that.
That's a fun movie.
Funny enough,
the Maniac remake was pretty good too with Elijah Wood.
Funny enough,
Love that soundtrack.
I actually love the remake more than the original film.
Yeah, the soundtrack by Rob is amazing.
Amazing.
I like both. But I didn't have that woman problem.
Well, lucky you.
Cock blocker.
Yeah, but Elijah Wood knocked it out the park.
The only story I have that's any it's not even nearly as entertaining as that, but it's you know, when it comes to like your parents and, you know, watching a movie or whatever, I rented Swamp Thing, you know, on VHS, you know, and I was fairly young, and I was watching it in my parents' room on the TV in the bedroom with my mom, and that was the infamous MGM release that had the uncut international version on it. And so that was like the first ever sort of like awkward moment with my mom and it was a titties, you know, and my mom, I still remember my mom, you know, being like, whoa,
titties.
It was like, they're out.
What are those?
Yeah.
No, dude,
Just
try
like,
watching American Pie with your mom.
Oh no!
Oh,
That's
yeah.
what happened to me.
Did that happen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no.
The unrated version or the rated version?
All the unrated.
Oh wow! Oh no!
But oddly enough, she liked the movie and she's a fan of the franchise now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
So
cool.
it wasn't too bad. But some of those scenes, I'm like, there's a scene where the guy's drinking another guy's semen, and I'm like, oh man, like I forgot about that.
That's kind of like when I showed my mom the movie Neighbors, and you have like the whole scene with like the dildos and all that other stuff. My mom laughed her ass off, and she really legitimately enjoyed watching the movie. And I was I was pleasantly surprised by that, because she's kind of not necessarily a 100% a prude, but I wouldn't necessarily, you know, peg her for being that type of, you know, gal who would find that to be, you know,
type
really
of comedy funny.
Yeah.
Well, you don't really think of mom and dildos in the same sentence
No.
unless you're, you know,
Unless you're fucked in the head.
Freaking Pornhubs.
Unless you're Anthony Perkins, the psycho.
Yeah. Oh man, that Maniac remake just made me think a lot of Anthony Perkins, the way Elijah Wood approached it and whatnot and such. Because his character is a guy that's been fucked up, obviously, but you know, the sympathy is what I felt. What the problem with the original film was, besides ruining the date, was I felt the gore was right here and the story is all the way back here.
Yeah.
Now with the remake,
also it's a little, it's not very believable.
The story is here, and then the gore is there, but the story was right here. So that's why
I agree with that.
You know,
but also in the original Maniac, it's not very believable that Joe Spinell would get Caroline Monroe.
It's true.
Well, he did kind of take it by force in the end.
Yeah.
What was that, Mark?
I said he did kind of take it by force in the end. So
yeah.
Yeah.
I do like his
the people I've
performance more.
seen.
Oh, he's really good in it.
Yeah.
Some people I've seen, I believe more and more that he can get the girl with some of the people I've seen.
All right.
Really get together.
Yeah.
Alpha Man. Syndrome.
Oh, what's his name? With fucking the milk dud looking guy who oh god, I forgot his name. It was all over social media, and was involved
Mike,
in
that's racist.
He was involved in a sex trafficking. He was involved.
We have Stuntman Mark here. Come on.
Oh no, I'm not talking about him.
Cancel.
Andrew Tate.
Cancel my birthday.
Andrew Tate.
Oh, Andrew Tate. Yeah.
Andrew Tate.
Yeah, I know all about him.
Oh no.
See, folks, that's called jokes.
Yep.
That's unlike the internet.
Yeah.
I don't know why everybody's so serious nowadays.
Yeah.
Like, you can't
It
make
is.
a joke
It's
about
ridiculous.
anything. You
Crazy.
can't laugh together about anything anymore.
Crazy. You know what's bad when you have comedians in the past like Eddie Murphy apologizing for Eddie Murphy Raw. He's got to apologize really for that.
Yeah.
Oh god.
That's
Eddie
like that
was
movie.
right. Eddie was right on something, like the whole thing about, you know, the woman getting half in the marriage. Like that's still very accurate.
He's been divorced a bunch of times. He knows all about half now. Believe me, he knows all about half. That's why he did all this Doctor, whatever, all those Dr. Dolittle movies or whatnot. Made back the money.
And what we don't say, Mark,
Go ahead, Mark.
Well, it's like the movie. What movie?
Oh, the Jamie Foxx movie that I don't know if he wrote it, but I know he directed it. The comedy.
Oh yeah, that never got released. It's never gonna get released.
It's like All Stars or
yeah.
Oh, Robert Downey Jr.
Mm-hmm. Right, and like I think they're all playing like, well, not all of them, but some of them are playing different races. Like I think it's Robert Downey Jr. might be in it. I think he's Mexican or something.
Get
like,
out of here! Wow.
Yeah, it's got
I've
a
never
cool
heard
cast.
of this movie.
Yeah, look it up. It's got a really cool cast. The premise of it sounds funny, but he's like, I'll never release it because I can't in today's climate. It's just not going to work. It's not going to fly. It'd be a waste. I mean,
it's
it's
like
kind
Robert
of a
Downey
waste
Jr.
anyway,
saying that they're not going to do Tropic Thunder 2. Like you can't do that.
Yeah.
In today's day and age. But Mark, I want to ask you like what your thoughts are with people who say that Predator 2 is bad because Arnold isn't in it, and then they go after Danny Glover.
I love Predator 2. I think it's one of the best sequels ever. Like it's pure fun. I mean, from the moment the movie starts, you're thrust right into the action.
Yes.
People can give Stephen Hopkins shit for like whatever else. I don't care, but his masterpiece is Predator 2.
Yeah. Judgment Night's pretty good too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I love Judgment Night.
Judgment Night's great.
Yeah, great movie. But like, how the fuck can you not like Predator 2? I mean, do you not like Lethal Weapon? I mean, he's basically more over the top version of Murtaugh.
I know.
Murtaugh versus Predator. How is that not awesome?
Yeah. It's him playing Riggs without the suicide, with the jokes.
But it doesn't take place in the jungle again, Mark.
Why would you want to see the same thing again? That doesn't make sense.
We go back to Predators, pretty much the same thing in the jungle. It's a game preserve. It's a jungle. You cut one scene out.
Oh, you didn't say it right. It's a game preserve.
We're in a game. Yeah.
So I looked at the movie you mentioned, All-Star Weekend. It was going to star Jamie Foxx, Jeremy Piven, Robert Downey Jr., Gerard Butler, and Benicio del Toro.
Yep.
Wow.
Good cast.
There's about 2 truck drivers who are basketball fanatics. Oh, maybe I got killed because it has LeBron James in it. Maybe that's why I got killed.
Space Jam,
but
New Legacy.
House Party.
Space Jam 2 is so awful. We had a ban. No more. House Party remake had LeBron James in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Remember, it was his house.
That's Space Jam
the
2.
hologram bullshit.
So it was like no more.
Well, LeBron James and his team, the Lakers, they got swept by the Nuggets recently in the Western Conference Finals. So.
Yeah.
Go happen to a nicer person. Well, sadly, I wish I could stay on longer, guys. But it's already almost
no
11
problem, man.
o'clock.
I know you're pretty.
But, but I really, I had a great time tonight. To hang out.
Thank
you. At the birthday with him, because I had my birthday pass not so long ago, Mark and whatnot. So this is like a big gift to have to see Fabio, Mike, and now you, and it's a lot of. I wish I could stay on all night. Unfortunately, I gotta get to sleep. And I gotta
it's like an hour difference. It's like you have a good night.
Yeah, happy birthday, bro.
Fun talking to you, man. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, stuff, man. And hopefully you'll do this again next time. We'll do something else like this. Commentary, topic, wherever you want. Maybe we'll try to get Fabio in here. Be a big 5-way. We all get have a good time. That's it. Okay.
Fatal 5-way. Yeah.
All right, guys. You take it easy. Have a good night. Okay. Yeah, you all have a good night in the chat too. You all been great. Okay. All right, man. Later.
Thank you, my friend.
Shut up, bro. Later, man. Later, man.
I love the guy. He's a ball of energy.
Yeah, he's awesome.
I'll be on for a bit longer because it's the birthday and screw it. I want to go big for my birthday. If you two need to head out because you need to do stuff, feel free.
Good.
I'm good, man.
I don't have to go to work until like 5 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow. So.
Oh, cool.
But I'll be on longer. And again, for people who wonder why you can't see my face, I probably need to update the service because my camera was freezing because the service being great tonight.
He's Hollow Man.
I said it must be from 1985.
Matt's Hollow Man now.
Good. That's a good thing. I like that movie.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think about that movie, Mark?
Love it. Saw it in the theater. Had a blast.
Yeah, it's a fun film.
It's great.
Underrated for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I love the unrated version. I love all the stuff in it. Like it's, like I think it was a few months back. Like I had to defend that against like somebody who was like sort of putting it down, and I'm like, you have no idea what you're talking about. It's just you look at Verhoeven's career, and how could you say that like it wasn't anything worth his time? And I think even he kind of shits on it a little bit. I don't know if you guys have ever seen. Yeah,
that was the last film that was the film that he said that caused him to basically quit.
But Showgirls didn't. Like, come on.
I know, right? Where's the Hollow Man 4K? I want that. That would probably benefit more from that than Showgirls.
Yeah, and I think the effects are still good. Like I watched the Blu-ray
for the time.
Yeah, it still holds up. I mean, it's what, almost
Definitely.
2 decades later, and still looks good.
I'll take Hollow Man over the Invisible Man with Elizabeth Moss, which is interesting. With that is there's an interesting bit of trivia where there's a Batman the Animated Series episode which is about an invisible man, and Moss actually voiced the daughter character in that episode, and the guy in that episode wears a suit that is very similar to the suit that the guy wears in the remake. Okay. It's a really interesting thing where it's like a suit that makes you invisible, and it's very similar to what is going on in the Batman the Animated Series episode.
Okay. I'll have to check that out. I have the entire like collection.
You have the Blu-ray?
Yeah, I got the set, but I haven't cracked the seal on it. It's going to take up too much time out of my life, but I will get to it. It's a
really good show. I mean, I remember watching reruns on Cartoon Network. I remember like getting home from school and then like, oh, I gotta stop what I'm doing. Batman is on.
Yep, same here. It's been a long time, but yeah, like I know that like one of these weekends, or maybe this weekend actually, since I got Monday off, I'll probably try to dive into it a little bit and see how far I get with it. Yeah, that's still a great show.
I'm over 60 episodes in, I think, because I'm like almost done with season 1.
That's cool. I'm a big fan of Lee Winnell. I'm glad. Like I really love Upgrade. That was one of my favorite movies.
I want to. I can't. I can't get into that ending. I saw that in the theater, and it was.
Is it more so the ending, but not the actual premise?
It's the ending for me. It's like a system failure for me personally. You know, it's like I get what he's trying to go for, but it's like this is not the right kind of film to do that. And also on top of that, this isn't unpredictable. This isn't crazy. This isn't something out there. This is the same typical ending for any other AI story that's ever been written in a science fiction novel or in an episode of The Outer Limits. Like, you know, like, oh, the AI is evil. You know, that is just. I didn't like that. I think they should have taken more of a. I think honestly, having him, you know, basically connect with it, and they're like together and they work together, and it set it up for like sequels or something. I think that's honestly a better way. He gets revenge because that's what I thought. It's marketed that way. It's not set up or structured like a horror film from the majority of the running time. So it just feels like out of the blue. Now he's like, no, it's a horror movie. And I'm like, I don't know about that. I love the lead guy. I think the lead guy is great.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, when I saw it, I thought it was going to be like action revenge. It seemed like a Death Wish type of movie, but with a new take.
Yeah, and it does have a little bit of that element to it. Yeah, but I get what you guys mean.
I kind of put it like if RoboCop ended with the old man winning and OCP takes over RoboCop, and RoboCop is now a product of OCP, and I'm like, I actually was liking the movie and different tastes.
Yeah,
and it just wasn't my taste.
I remember he said like there was a bigger element like to the story that he didn't introduce, and he wanted to see if he could do more of them. And there was talk of like doing a mini series for it to like bring the other like because there's a few like character elements that they talk about.
Yeah,
like the other upgraded guys like make reference to, but you don't really know what they're talking about. So you're like, like I wonder what that looks like or what is that. Yeah. So there is like a whole other layer like to the story that he said he was going to do. It still hasn't happened yet. I know he ended up doing the Invisible Man thing after. Maybe he did it for like more money so that he could fund the other upgrade project. Yeah. So maybe if that does happen, if there is a second movie or if there is like
maybe they'll redeem it. Maybe
that's what I was thinking.
Something.
Yeah, I think he'll take it a little further. Maybe there might still be more of an internal struggle. with Stem and the guy who's the lead character. So,
yeah, Logan Marshall Green.
Yep.
And I thought also the dynamic with Stem and Green was exactly what I wanted Venom to be, and they didn't nail that.
Venom.
Upgrade is a better Venom movie than Venom.
Yeah.
You didn't like Venom, Mark?
No. I don't see how people do. I mean, there's like a huge fan base for it. I don't know how, why. I just
was Venom. What was that whole thing with Venom in the convenience store? And he said something about I'm gonna eat. What was it?
A turd in the wind.
Yeah, a turd in the wind.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Which I think is from one of the comics, but it didn't translate on screen.
I don't care if it's one of the comics. It doesn't work.
Yeah. Yeah, and the sequel is even more ridiculous.
I haven't seen the sequel yet because of the fact that I'm a big Carnage fan and it's PG-13, and I was like, fuck that.
Mark is like,
thanks. Don't.
Dude, spare yourself. I love Carnage too, but like that's not the way to do the character.
That's honestly, that's how I feel about anybody watching RoboCop 3. Just throw the clip of Robert John Burke saying, don't. Like, don't watch the movie.
Mark, you didn't love Venom doing the mic drop in the club?
That's that whole fucking sequence where he's like dancing and all.
Yeah.
Come on. That's so bad.
Explain something to me, since you've seen the film. If he's possessing people, isn't he killing them? Because he's sucking their life force out?
I mean, well, I guess the symbiote is like a life force unto itself, so not necessarily. No, he'd just be using them as a host. I mean, you're just a host when you have the symbiote suit on you.
But there are people like when he jumps out and they look dead.
Are you talking about Carnage or Venom?
Venom.
Yeah, I don't know.
It seemed like he was possessing people, and then when he jumped out, they looked like they were dead.
Maybe no, I mean because they do. What is it? She-Venom or whatever in the first movie briefly. And she's fine.
I think she has a name, but I forgot what the hell it was.
I figured that was because that was briefly, but the others is like he uses them up until farts out.
It's really lame that like Venom, like they still haven't gotten it right, like because they didn't get it right in Spider-Man 3. That's for damn sure. With know Eric Foreman,
Topher Grace,
yeah,
or Foreman, Eric Foreman,
yeah, dumbass, yeah, as Venom.
No, yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, if people want a good Venom experience, just play that new Spider-Man game that's coming out, which looks amazing.
Or just get some comics, like the Venom comics. Like, I don't know why I always thought like maybe like because if you look at Kurt Russell and Soldier, like he looks like Eddie Brock. So I always thought like maybe Kurt Russell has a personality and he could probably be intimidating and it might be interesting to see Kurt Russell, as Venom.
Yeah.
And honestly, Thomas Hayden Church, he was fine as Sandman, but I think he could have been a good Eddie Brock as well. Honestly, he would have been a better Eddie Brock than Topher Grace.
Yeah. You guys remember that rumor for the longest time it was going to be Brock Lesnar?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I was laughing.
He's got the physique, but like that's about it.
That's it, exactly. Like that's not gonna work.
Have you ever seen Brock Lesnar do a promo? Yeah, no.
Unfortunately, yes.
There's a reason for a good chunk of like when he was like big in WWE and winning all these titles. Paul Heyman did all the talking.
That's right. Yep.
Thank you, True Fire Pig guy. And yeah, Brock Lesnar ain't much of a talker. It's great physical specimen, but
yeah, he does all his own talking now, and it's just doesn't have the same impact. I mean, Heyman's just still one of the best.
He doesn't have the same impact. Period. Like I think he's just as boring to watch now as like John Cena was. With his 5 moves of doom. Because Brock Lesnar would just come in, suplex, F5, whatever. That's it.
Yeah.
I would say one of the more entertaining things that he did that I remember is just the beat 'em up Haas match between him and Goldberg.
Right. That was really short though.
Yeah. But that's hey,
that's all you can do.
That's all you can do with Goldberg, especially.
Yeah.
And I'm a fan of Bill's, but like, man, he hung on way too long in WWE and should have just called it quits.
Agreed. Yeah.
It was embarrassing. That match with him and the Undertaker, god damn.
Why even try to keep going if like you got a fucking concussion? I know like that's part of the thing. Like you get hurt, like try to push through it. But I mean, at the expense of ending somebody else's career, like or ending your own life because you fucking hurt each other in the middle of a move, like
it's just
what are you thinking?
Bad.
Very bad. Yeah, that's such an embarrassing sequence of events, and then not to mention the whole like the crown jewel match where HBK comes out of retirement.
Yeah, that was
what
bad
the
too.
fuck was that, dude?
Yeah,
like,
the DX versus the Brothers of Destruction. Yeah,
and like
the HBK with no hair. Like that's one of the craziest things.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing that fucked it up the most is like
Michaels.
Triple H was the guy who was carrying the whole fucking thing. He's the only guy who's actually active in the ring, at least up until that point.
I got a bone to pick with Hunter, with how Sting got buried at WrestleMania.
Yeah, I always blame everything on Vince McMahon. Anything bad that happens,
because Hunter actually said later on, he was like, I think that was a mistake, and Sting, probably should have won, but Vince is a vindictive bastard, so he's probably like, oh, WCW.
Yeah, I could see that. And
there's no way that Sting's gonna win at WrestleMania.
Yeah.
You mean Gomez Adams?
Yeah.
That is the worst look he's ever had. Like,
what the fuck?
It's so bad. So bad.
And he's surrounded by so many yes men and yes women that they're never gonna tell him like it looks bad.
Yeah. I mean
then it'll be like, you're fired.
Well, he doesn't have as much power as before because they did the whole merger now. Yeah. So for the first time,
at least that merger makes more sense than the one that was rumored with Saudi Arabia or whatever.
Yeah, like he's finally got a boss since for the first time since his dad. So that I bet that's kind of weird for him.
Yeah,
but I mean, he should just stay in the business side of things. Like, don't fucking mess with like the creative stuff. He said before, he's like, if you give me a pencil and paper, I can't come up with a storyline. I can't. Like, that's not my thing. I could probably come up with a character, but I can't write a storyline. But he's writing checks and balances on everything still. It's like, dude, just stay on the business end. Like, you made a good deal with Endeavor. That's cool. Write some checks. That's it. Let somebody else do the creative. They don't.
To answer Chris's question real quick, what people don't realize is by that time, Hogan was not that popular as people remember.
No.
And people thought that was going to be a big deal, but they would do these house shows and people didn't really care because they saw Hogan winning all the time, kind of like what happened with John Cena and others.
Roman Reigns.
It got repetitive. There's only so many times you do the Hulk up. There's only so many times you rip the shirt.
It's crazy to me that Roman Reigns, like as of right now, is like one of the longest running champions in the history of the company.
Yeah.
Like, what do you feel about? How do you feel about that, Mark? Do you think it's like one of those things where he's earned it, or is they just don't have any other option?
He hasn't earned it. I don't think they've ever tried to build up anybody else long term like that. My thing too is like, why do they always repeat history with giving the lesser talented guys who look like main eventers the championship in these long, ridiculous runs? I've never liked Hogan in the ring. I don't like most of his matches. I like the character. I like what he did with it. I prefer NWO Hogan, but I think everybody probably does.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So that's that. And then you jump to like Cena, and he was like the Hogan of his time. And over the years, like he got progressively worse instead of getting better, it seemed like. But I think it was also because they're like, save your strength and like don't do all these ridiculous moves. It's about longevity. That's at least that's what all the old timers would tell you. Like, slow down in the ring. You don't have anything to prove. You're already the guy.
Yeah.
Just go out there, perform. You need to be consistent. That's what you need to do. That's, to me, that's always been the thing that's been the detriment of these guys who could become on top. Like, they're so popular, at least in terms of the babyface aspect, but the Smart Mark fans are not going to care about them because they're so boring because they're pigeonholed into this
I
role.
was never into Bray Wyatt as much as other people were.
I was into him early on.
Yeah, early on. A
lot. Like, I watched him in NXT.
Yeah.
Like, I was watching it when it was still FCW. Like, I loved all that stuff. That was, I mean, they had like 5 people in the audience, but it was still fun. Like, the creative, like all those like promos and stuff that he did back then.
Yeah.
Really cool. His early stuff I was into.
Yeah.
I mean, I love Max Cady. I love Cape Fear, so that's a great play on the character. But like, what the hell? Like, Vince
Firefly Funhouse. I could not.
Vince got his hands on him, and like he's just like, all right, let me do this and let me do that, and it's like, dude, you're so fucking out of touch.
And I couldn't get into the whole like he's wearing a mask made by Tom Savini, and he's supposed to be creepy and scary and whatever. And I'm like, he was creepier when he wasn't wearing a mask. It wasn't doing any of that multiple personality.
And here's the
shtick.
And here's the real quick thing, Chris, is that didn't even do that well, because when Hogan got in WCW, yeah, there was supposedly buzz, but that fizzled in like 5 minutes, and that's why he went heel, because that stuff they did that, and
Hogan than Hogan and his politics got Brutus Beefcake in the main event. That didn't help, or the Dungeon of Doom storyline, which is laughable.
Yeah. Doesn't work for me, brother.
Where they actually shot scenes, I think, on the same set as Batman and Robin for that fucking disaster, if I remember correctly. Like Jeep Swenson, who played Bane, was actually one of the wrestlers in the Dungeon of Doom.
Yeah, I remember that. Oh, but wait. So I got kind of sidetracked. Your original point was about Roman Reigns. Yeah, I always thought he was the weakest member of the Shield. I love that stable. It was really cool when they first came up. They booked them well, at least as well as you could.
Yeah. Dean Ambrose is doing way better work in AEW right now.
Yeah. And I think a lot of people hate on him because they say he doesn't wrestle. They hate the weapons all the time shit. Like, but that's kind of his brawler style. Like, I don't mind it too much. Seth was always the most talented.
Yeah.
And they
hated Seth initially, but I grew on Seth as time went on. Because I was supposed to hate him. It's like Edge. Like I hated it because I admit I was a Cena mark when I was younger. And when there was a whole rivalry with him and Edge, I hated Edge. I hated him. And now,
WCW fan, you're not wrong.
Yeah,
he was getting booed to shit.
Yep.
And now I really like Edge. I'm like, you know what? Oh, yeah. He was a great heel.
See, I was the opposite. I always hated. Well, I won't say I always hated Cena. I hated him up until the point when they started to put him over guys that were clearly better than him in the ring. It's like, are you really better than Benoit? Are you better than Guerrero? Like, are you better than all these guys? You're better than Shawn Michaels? Come on. I'm not going to believe that. So that's why I started to dislike him. I never had a problem with him before that because he was just another guy on the roster, U.S. champ, all that stuff. That's fine. Whatever. Do your shtick. But they move him over into the main event position and like that. I'm like, no, I'm not going to buy that.
How did you feel about, how the whole situation was handled with Nexus, with Cena and Nexus? Because I personally feel at the time, because a lot of smarks will be like, oh no, they wanted the Nexus to win. And I'm like, I don't really buy that. I think a lot of people at the time and in the audience, they wanted Cena to win. They did not want the Nexus to win. It's like a newfound sort of like revisionist history that people have. But I don't think I just think the idea was a retread anyway and a rehash. And I never think it was that great to begin with. And neither was a lot of the members of the Nexus. Like,
I was going to say that. Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it was a great program in the first place.
Yeah, no, it was like a fucking football team. It was like initially it seemed like it was like fucking 12 guys or something.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, how the fuck are you going to push all these guys in the same faction?
And Wade Barrett is not main event material. He just never was to me.
Yeah. His promos. Yeah.
Barrett.
His promo stuff grew on me a little bit.
Yeah.
I will say. His in-ring was fine. I always thought he had the worst finisher ever.
Oh, yeah, it was pretty bad.
Yeah. And
was it a clothesline? Did he have a clothesline too?
I think he switched off to like some sort of clothesline elbow thing. Yeah. Something like that.
Yeah.
The bullhammer. That's what it became.
Oh, yeah. God. Yeah.
Yeah. But the original one was the wasteland, which was just like a slam, like an overhead slam.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was really terrible.
Yeah. That was bad.
I only remember like one great feud, and that's the one he had with Randy Orton around like, I think 2011.
The Miz. What do you think? I've never been a big fan of The Miz.
I think he's great on the mic. I have to give him that.
I will give him that too. He is. He's a good mic performer, but in the ring, he's so average and forgettable. And I
I think what they like is longevity in certain guys, and he's got the longevity. He's a guy for all intents and purposes should have never fucking been there. He should have never made it.
Yes,
I called him
getting
called him getting fired within like the first 2 years. And I'm like, okay, he's still around. He'll be gone next year.
Yeah.
He'll be gone next year. And he never fucking left. But he's always willing to do anything that they ask him to do. And I think they like that. They really like a guy. I mean, he's reliable. He'll always get the shit kicked out of him. He'll be the brunt of the joke. He'll get the promo out. He'll sell. The audience will boo him. They love to hate him anyway. Yeah. So I think, he works for the role. You need guys like that. Honestly.
Yes, you do. You do.
You do. Whether I'm not a fan of him or not, personally. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to be the fucking world champion or anything.
It's like, I'm not going to buy a Miz best of collection,
Although, like, a documentary of his rise.
Yeah, that might be interesting.
That would be interesting. A guy who came from reality TV, literally learned all the basics, went through the trenches. I remember the stories of JBL and like all the guys kicking him out of the locker room, shit like that. Like he got treated like shit, but like he became a world champion. There are guys who were probably way more talented than him in the ring, and they never fucking smelled the world title. So
I mean, I remember guys like Evan Bourne who were very talented, but
very talented,
just didn't pan out. I don't think he was booked properly for one, and then on top of that, just injuries. I remember him just getting hurt. Like so much.
That high flying style. I mean, it's more so risk and not reward.
I always thought he had one of the most impressive moonsaults I've ever seen. Like when the hang time that Evan got was just ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, all those guys. I mean, I'm a big high flyer guy. Like I love probably one of the best ever. If you'd really consider him a high flyer, I mean, he did go to the top rope a lot, but RVD.
Yeah.
I was such a huge mark for him.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's obviously a Bloodsport fan.
I watched an ECW match with him because I have a VHS that had like an ECW pay-per-view, and I watched him. I forgot exactly who he was wrestling. Was it Sabu or somebody?
Probably.
Or it would have been Jerry Lynn, maybe one of those matches, because some of the matches with him and Jerry Lynn are really good.
Yeah.
I watched them, and I was like, damn, like this is a damn good match. This is really good.
Yeah,
ECW had some good matches back in the day.
Yeah, I mean, I think they get a lot of shit for being just extreme. All weapons and but it's really not. I mean, if you look back, like the whole Extreme moniker was supposed to be like no time limit, no draw, like we're gonna finish the match, like almost anything goes. But the majority of that stuff, the Extreme stuff, was very like sporadic. They just had a lot of crazy moments. It wasn't like every match on the card was.
A lot of people just think it's Sandman just drinking beer and hitting people with kendo sticks.
No, or New Jack fucking jumping on the highest thing in the building. But
that guy was insane. Legitimately insane.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he tried to kill Vic Grimes. I think we all know that story. But yeah, like the original like pay-per-views or some really good cards, like especially the first pay-per-view, Barely Legal from '97,
and even some of like Mike Awesome, you could see why he was being pushed, and then you see what WWE and WCW did with him, and you're like, that's just embarrassing. That's just awful.
I mean, by a certain point, like in the later like 2000s, everybody was almost an embarrassment in WCW. And that's hey, what's up, Zero Cool?
Hey.
I was a fan. Like I remember the days of the Attitude Era. I would watch both. I mean, I was always more of a WWF guy, but I would watch.
I mean, WCW and Sting, like their Crow Sting. That was like my first like big wrestling, fandom experience. That's why Sting is, probably my favorite.
Someone's asking for Undertaker. Did you prefer the Dead Man or the American Badass?
I think he had great matches as the American Badass, but I hated the idea of the character because just be Mark Calloway. It's no fucking point of you being called Undertaker and you're on a damn motorcycle. With fucking leather jacket, a bandana. Like, what? But I mean, again, cool matches around that time for him. He was really over as a heel. I mean, he's over anyway because he's Undertaker, but still, like, I like his stuff in ring.
Yeah, I would say I prefer the Dead Man for sure. At least in the Prime era, before Lesnar beat him at WrestleMania.
Yeah,
because After that, oh man, I mean the Bray Wyatt match, I saw that. That was pretty bad.
Mhm.
And then
He was injured too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bray was injured.
Yeah.
He got injured before the match happened. And I'm like,
Mhm.
he can't catch a break. Like,
No.
he's had so much bad luck, honestly.
No. But yeah, Sting, like in WWE, because I was a huge Sting mark. And the Survivor Series, you know, when he came in, I thought that was really well handled. I thought they did a great job with that. And I got legitimately back into the WWE because of that. And they just dropped the ball bad. I mean, and I understand, yeah, he's older and whatever, but like, why have the Authority continue to run roughshod? Like, the whole thing was for him and whatever, you know, the Alliance or whatever, to take out the Authority once and for all. And then they turned in the Triple H match at WrestleMania into the same cliched, boring crap about WCW versus WWE. And there's probably a lot of new fans at the time who were like, what?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that time was long since passed, and nobody cares about that anymore.
Nobody gives a shit. And there's like the Degeneration X versus NWO. I remember I watched that live, and I was like,
"Me too." Yeah.
What? I was like, that's the NWO, and they're coming out for Sting, like not Wolfpack NWO. Like we're talking about Black and White,
which he was never really a part of.
No,
okay.
And the three of them he fought for like forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, that didn't make any damn sense. It's like, what was someone said? It'd be like a blood going for a crypt. It didn't make any sense.
No.
Like it'd be like if Brock Lesnar went in to save John Cena. It wouldn't make any sense.
No.
So they didn't care. Except WCW versus WWF, even though WCW had been gone for like over 10 years.
And you could tell the crowd was just crowd was confused when all that was happening. And
I was confused.
They were initially into it, the match, but then it kind of went on a little long. And Triple H with his style, which gets really boring. And Sting, you know, he's up there in age, but he's still moving fairly well because he's in good shape. And you know, then you get the run-ins, and everyone's like, "What?" And then you know, the ending, and then nobody was really not. I don't think a lot of people were happy with that. And
why would they be?
I've been sour on WWE ever since. To be perfectly honest, I've tried to get back into it, and I just not for me.
What year was that Mania? Was that 31?
I think so. Might have been. Was 2017 maybe?
Yeah, I think that's.
Or was
31.
it 2014?
I think that's 2014.
Yeah, 2014. Yeah,
I might be wrong.
Yeah, Sting versus Taker. Initially, you know, there was a plan to have Sting come into WWE, you know, around the invasion angle, and then they would have like Sting versus Taker, one of the manias.
That's a good point. What do you do? Because if you don't want to break Taker's streak, but then the first big bad Sting comes in loses.
Yeah.
So like, who would really win in that?
Yeah. But I think Taker's streak was already over at that point, wasn't it?
No, like
I
if
could
he
be
did
wrong.
before, Brock.
Yeah. That is a good point. I think the best compromise would have been the cinematic match that Sting proposed, and they turned it down.
Well, who would you have lose?
Well, this would have been long after you know, Taker, you know, dropped, you know, the streak.
But let's say he didn't. He still had the streak, and he did it.
I don't know what they would do. That was some kind of you know, no, like disqualification, fucking bullshit. Where, you know, count out. They're both knocked out or whatever. Nobody wins. You know.
Yeah. People would have been really pissed about that, though. Like, that's one of those things where you would have had to have done the match after the streak was over.
Yes.
Granted, they were both so much older at that point.
That's why you do a cinematic match, like Sting suggested. Instead of the Boneyard match, you get Sting versus Undertaker in that style.
Yeah, that could work too.
I don't know. I'm not a cinematic match guy. To me, that's like, I'll just go watch a movie.
Yeah, it just depends. I mean, the Firefly Funhouse thing with Cena at Mania, like that was terrible. But like the bit at AEW when Sting had his first cinematic match, I thought with Darby, was it Darby Allin? I thought that was actually pretty damn good. I was mark it out for that.
But to be honest, I'm like the Jim Cornette of movies. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look at movies today. Like, I mean, you can't blame Matt or myself or Mark for being more cynical. Like, what? Like, I mean, even movies that I like I predicted. I saw Renfield finally. I don't know if you've seen it yet, Mark.
No,
but I enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun with it, and I knew it was in a tank. I knew it was not going to do well, and yeah, it did terrible.
You like Megan for some
terrible
reason.
in the box.
I don't know how.
I like the unrated cut. I like the unrated cut, and I think it's just because it's kind of it's like a. It's kind of. It's almost like a Goosebumps thing. I think that's probably why it's got this kind of Goosebumps like vibe, and I grew up with that kind of style.
Like Goosebumps, how about Britney Spears dancing with TikTok dancing?
No, but yeah, that is kind of. I mean, I do admit that whole bit is silly. I'll give the girl credit though; she definitely could move. And it wasn't CGI. It was somebody like in a suit.
Yeah,
was actually
her performance as that character is good.
Yeah.
Like I thought. I don't like the movie personally, but
yeah. I don't think I would like the PG-13 cut because it has no edge.
Mm-hmm.
I only saw the unrated version.
Well, like to be fair, she only kills like 3 people.
Yeah,
I don't count the kid who gets hit by the car because that's his fucking fault for not moving out of the way.
that fucking kid. Fuck that kid.
But
like, what is that kid doing anyway? Like that whole because there are some things where I think about it some more. You're like, yeah, the writing is kind of daft and stupid here. Like, why is this kid this much of a dick?
Yeah, I mean,
move out of the way.
It's just like, for me, it was a missed opportunity. I thought that they had the chance to reinvent the wheel with that whole thing.
Yeah.
At least with trying to make it more edgy overall.
Yeah.
Take it further, go nuts. Don't play it safe.
I don't know why they did that anyway. That's why the unrated cut, I think, plays out, at least better from what I've heard from the theatrical version, because you get some of that crazy, sort of not to the extent that, I would have liked to have seen. I think the Child's Play remake definitely does a better job giving you a little bit more of that craziness. But it has its problems too. But
oh yeah,
I think that one's definitely overhated though. I mean, I don't think it's anyway. I mean, the kid for one is a million times better than the Child's Play remake than the one in Megan.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Did you guys see Fast X yet?
No.
No.
I'm just thinking of that scene in Batman. For some reason, I'm just thinking of that scene in Batman with Jack Nicholson as the Joker. It's like, oh no, he's been watching Fast X.
Maybe if I'm requested it, but I'm so done with Fast and Furious. It's what, 2.5 hours?
It is 2.5 hours, yes.
And you saw it? Sound like you saw it.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Jason Momoa's performance is ridiculous.
You mean Roman Reigns?
Well, yeah, Roman Reigns 2.0.
I kept getting those two fucking confused. Like, because if you look at that, like, they are very, very similar in terms of their build and the way that they carry themselves. Like, even like maybe like the tone of their voice. It's the craziest thing with those two.
Yeah.
But talk a bit about Fast X, Mark. You mentioned Jason Mamma Mia. Jason Mamma Mia.
It's just what the fuck? Like, okay, like set yourself apart from all the other villains. You can do that, but do you have to do it the way that he did it?
Was he goofy?
He's super like flamboyant / like androgynous. I'll paint my fingernails the same color as the clothes that I'm wearing.
Okay.
And he's like doing this shit. Like he's like fucking Jack Sparrow. It's like he didn't know what movie he was in. I was like, what? Like there's no menace to the character.
You drunk all the rum. Where's the rum?
I swear that's exactly how he acts the whole time. And I just didn't get it. Like I was like, what's menacing about him? Why are people like, like wincing and like, how could you be afraid of his
and reviews are saying he's the best part of the movie.
It's so ridiculous.
Well, it's the same people who are saying the guy from Bridgerton is like great in the Dungeons and Dragons movie, and I'm like, the guy's fucking sucks. Like, he's flat as a fucking board in that movie. I guess he's decent when it comes to the action scenes, but that's him behind a green screen, and probably half of that isn't even him doing any of the fights to begin with.
I want to make a bet. I haven't seen the film yet.
Mm-hmm.
I bet Wonder Woman's in the movie.
Gal Gadot.
Gal Gadot.
Yeah.
Gal Gadonk.
I knew it. The kid, no one.
Everybody is except Paul Walker. That's the only person that didn't pop up. But everybody from the franchise.
I thought they were going to do a CG Paul Walker. I guess they ditched it, thankfully.
I think it's probably going to be for the next movie.
Oh, because Gal Gadot, she's in it because she didn't have Wonder Woman anymore.
Oh, well, yeah, there you go. Well, like everybody comes back to life.
I don't think she ever deserved Wonder Woman to begin with. Like, she never showed any acting chops or talent before getting casted as Wonder Woman. What, her bit part in a Fast and the Furious movie? Nope.
I guess so.
Yeah, like
so is Fast X the same stuff, different day, like the other last 3 or 2?
I'll give, if I could give it one positive, because like I guess if you want to call this a positive, the director Louis, is it Leterrier?
Leterrier.
Oh, the guy did The Incredible Hulk and Transporter.
Mm-hmm.
His
2 and 1 maybe.
Yeah, like his idea of like the way the movie flows, like is, I'm sure like he was in the editing bay, like, all right, let's cut this, let's cut that. It's very like every like 2 to 3 minutes, there's a fight scene, there's a chase scene, there's a shootout. Like it does kind of breeze by. I will say that it's not slow at all.
Okay.
But then like you have so many ridiculous fucking scenes with Jason Momoa. Dude, there's a scene where he paints like, so there's 2 guys that he killed, right? He's got their shoes off. He's doing their toenails. He's putting nail polish on their toenails.
Kidding
I'm not joking. I was like, what?
What?
It's mind blowing.
Wow.
Yeah, that happens.
Wow.
And I'm like, he might as well. Like, that's not a villain. Like,
is he gonna give him a full on makeover next? Gonna be like
Clueless? Probably, dude. Like, and he's having a conversation with them. They're dead. I thought like them doing like driving the car into space in the last one was the most ridiculous thing, but I guess they had to find a way to top it because I don't know what.
Speaking of space, it's insinuated and it's definitely heavily implied.
Well, thank you, Mary Widow. No, Mike hasn't seen it.
No, okay. Do you want me to?
Sure. I mean, Mary Widow, she sent that. I think it's the least.
Okay, all right. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Matt. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, that was a great performance. Like, you get one of these.
I'll buy that
for $1. Awesome. Nice. Have you seen speaking of RoboCop, have you seen the remake, Mark?
The one from like 2013 or whatever?
2014, yeah.
I think I started it, but I never finished it.
Well, you're not missing much.
Yeah,
that's all I'm gonna say.
I do that quite a bit with certain things where I can't like.
I'm surprised you didn't stop it after Sam Jackson doing his blubbering in the first like 30 seconds of the movie.
Well, like people would probably say like, well, how could you watch Fast X? That's not like really rooted in my childhood, that franchise, but RoboCop is.
Yeah.
So I take that a lot more personally. And that was just, I think the director, like, didn't he say he tried to get his name taken off of it? Because like the studio fucked with him the whole time. Yeah, that. Oh man, like you would think with a guy who actually does have some talent, like they just like let him go in and just create.
No,
but
no, I mean, one of the biggest examples, the Fantastic Four movie that gets gets a ton of hate from what was the Fantastic Four movie? When did that come out, Matt? 2012.
The last one.
Oh,
Fantastic.
Yeah,
yeah, Fan Four Stick. So a lot of people say like that's the worst comic book movie ever, and I'm like, I've seen a lot worse. Have you seen Steel? Like that's a lot worse than Fan Four Stick.
Yeah, Steel.
Can't remember. 2015, I think. 2015.
Mm-hmm.
Josh Trank.
That killed his career.
They didn't let him make the movie that he was trying to make.
Mm-hmm.
Well, to be fair,
butted heads with
his
the lead actor too.
His behavior would definitely did kill his career, but
yeah,
how much of that is him just butting heads and just being frustrated and just snapping mentally because of all the fucking shit that he's dealing with on the set? They're telling him he could do this and do that and promised him that he could make the movie he wants to make, and then he does it, and they're like, "Well, we don't like this, and we don't want this."
Yeah, I think is it Miles Teller? Is that who it was? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So like
Miles Teller.
He said that like there was never a point where they could agree on anything. Like every time, like, and he said like, you know, he had his issues with it too, because like they were sold on the production going one way, but then like by the time they're actually shooting, the studio's calling Trank every 5 minutes, like do this, do that. So I mean, if you're sold on something, I mean, poor Miles Teller, because like you buy into it, you sign the fucking contract, you're in there, you're like, okay, I'm going to do this movie, but then it's not what that's not what they said it was going to be. So how do you get out of something like that? I'm sure everybody was miserable on set.
Yeah.
I have always said, I know I'm alone in this.
Mm-hmm.
I can watch the 2015 Fantastic Four because I could see what he wanted, and I wanted to see his full vision.
I felt like I feel the same way.
A Fantastic Four body horror. I know that's not Fantastic Four comic. I know that, but I didn't grow up with Fantastic Four, so I can't be in that mindset. I can understand the mindset of hardcore fans though of it, but for me, I think what it is also I saw so many other superhero that were just funny, trying to be funny every 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And that film was so dead serious. I understand a lot of people find it boring, but to me, it just intrigued me. And so I give it more leniency than other people do. Plus, look at the shit I've seen. You know, I've seen Feeders and Feeders 2 and Neil Breen movies.
Yeah.
I've seen some bad shit.
The Uber Bowl movies.
Movies.
I've seen Steel. I've seen Nick Fury, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. starring.
I've seen The Time Machine Found at a Yard Sale, which is the title. I've seen a 3-hour movie called The Wet Ones, where a guy played with his dolls.
Yeah.
And he somehow linked in Lisa Wilcox to do a cameo. Or like bought a cameo from Cameo. It was like 2.5 hour movie with a guy playing with his dolls. And then the guy who made it got pissed at me. And I'm like, you released a 2.5 hour movie where you play with dolls to make a movie, literally, and you're charging people for it. You damn right. I did my honest opinion.
I mean, I'll take the 2015. I'll take the 2015 Fantastic Four movie any day of the week over Skinamarink or shit like that.
Yes. Ask Mark about Skinamarink.
Oh, dude, it's horrible film. Just so. It's not even a movie. Like that's disrespectful even to call it a movie. It's not a fucking movie. It's just the camera's on. That's it.
Like if you look at his short films, you're like, okay, not for me. But like it's like experimental footage where I likened it to, because I went to, I took some film classes in college, and people would make their, videos where they would show their camera techniques, and they would do, little videos based on, whatever prompt that they're given. And that would be like, if that is just the entire movie, and you're like, wait, where's the plot? Where's the characters? Where's anything? It's like, oh, this is just me showing that I can shoot at an angle, or I could shoot from, this particular perspective with the camera. And I'm like, okay, cool. It's a demo reel. All right.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, they kind of forget that, like, maybe you should try to have some sort of story or something.
People trying to say, some of the articles I remember reading, they're inventing new forms of horror, like analog horror. Like they're inventing terms that never existed. Until Skinamarink.
You mean like Blair Witch Project did in '99, but that actually has a little story to it? I still like that movie.
I like it too. I wasn't a fan of it initially when I first saw it, and then I rewatched it. I was like, this is actually really good.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I mean, I've always said, like, if you can get, that's a once in a lifetime thing. You can't do that again.
No.
But if you can get people to buy into your film, that wholeheartedly,
they tried.
and failed. but what they did was so unique, and I mean, that's every like independent filmmaker's like dream is to do something like that. So
they tried to do that again with Paranormal Activity. I remember that.
Yeah, and that was successful, but I mean, still, it didn't have nearly the same impact. I don't think.
Bo was afraid.
Well, not for me. Yeah. That's still me. That's still my number one. I don't care. Fuck that 3-hour movie and Jabba the Hutt Peanuts Monsters. That's me.
You're not going to get the 4K?
4K, yeah. I'll get the AK-47 and shoot it. Thank you, man. Thank you for the kind words. Oh, I asked Mike about this. So I asked you, what physical release do you look forward to coming out, if any, this year? If there's any. Movie, Blu-ray, 4K, whatever.
Hitcher 4K, Near Dark 4K, Death Machine, if that ever comes out.
Yeah,
for Kino Lorber.
I have the steel book. They should.
Oh, nice.
Hold on 1 second. I'll grab it.
Okay.
Yeah, don't rip your headphones.
I do want the Needful Things 4K. I'd like to finally see the longer cut of that. They have the extended version.
So it does. Cool. Okay, interesting.
Yeah,
and I'll also take this time to feed my cat real quick because he's probably gonna eat me.
That'll be a great stream moment.
Yeah. There's probably some more, but I just can't think
of it. Hitcher 4K. I do look forward. I just wish there was a release date.
Yeah, because I think they announced that a while ago, but I did see recently like everyone's really happy with the restoration. The print's immaculate from what I hear, and they can't wait to get it out. So yeah, that's definitely
in 2 years.
Oh God, I hope not. Like, just put that out as soon as possible. Yeah, it's unfortunately we won't have any Rutger Hauer like new stuff on it.
But, yeah, it's too bad.
Yeah, but hey, at least we're gonna get a better version. Like, that movie needed it, and I mean, it's one of Eric Red's best. Yeah, I mean, that Blu-ray for Near Dark, I have it, but the cover is fucking terrible.
Except the Twilight cover.
Yes.
It was like Twilight.
I probably like turn the artwork around. It's probably just like a blank page. I think I just wrote Near Dark with a Sharpie on it.
I don't blame.
But the picture was like subpar. I don't remember if it had a lot of features on it, but I still have my old DVD set. Like, there was like the fold out one. Like, that was loaded with features.
Jesse, is that actually coming out, or is that like the Leviathan that never came out?
If it does, that'd be cool.
Thank you, Keel Lorber.
Yeah,
thank you, Keel Lorber, for that.
Yeah, that.
One other thing I do look forward to, believe it or not, it is from Severin Films. I know, that's shame on me. Is they're doing apparently. I guess they'll mention November.
Ooh,
I'm nice. A huge sucker. Oh wait, 1 second. Let me do this. Go ahead. Yeah.
For the fingerprints, it's just one of those things where steelbooks.
Where was that from?
It's a German release, I think, from Turbine. Yeah, Turbine Media.
That's cool.
That does look nice.
That's why I'm like, even if they do a while back, I got this from eBay, I think, or Amazon UK. Yeah. Amazon, German Amazon, I think. Yeah. A while back.
Yeah, they take all my money. I'm always on there.
There's a lot of stuff that like there was a Fortress Blu-ray from overseas that I was thinking about getting, but I never got it, and I never see it anywhere now. And it's the only version that has the unrated cut on it.
My buddy, well, I don't know if I call him a buddy, but so to speak, it's a loose term. It's the guy who I buy from. He has quite a bit of stuff like that, and I think Fortress is one of the ones that he has. But it's like a huge set.
Yeah, I heard about that one, the Fortress set, and then there was one that was just like regular though, like a regular Blu-ray.
Yeah,
and I can't find that anywhere. And it was actually affordable, and I just didn't get it because I thought maybe it would later down the road like it would still be no. So some of this stuff, like, I mean, there's it's not Blu-ray, it's DVD. It's a DVD set of the show Mantis. I don't know if you've ever heard of that, Mark. And I got it off eBay.
That the show they kill off the
with the invisible fucking dinosaur. Yeah, the invisible dinosaur, whatever finale.
That's great.
Yeah,
that's great.
But it's a long out of print DVD set from like Mad Men Entertainment from Australia, and I got it like for pretty affordable price on eBay, and I've never seen it anywhere since. And same thing with Volume 3 of Swamp Thing, of all things, the TV show.
Wow.
Like,
okay.
It's a DVD set that was only released, I think, with like 1,500 or 2,000 copies or whatever that was on the Shout Factory website. And that was it. They never made any more. Wow. And I got lucky and made some bid on eBay that had all of them on it and all the seasons. And it was a legit copy. It wasn't a bootleg. Yeah, they had budget cuts. That's exactly why. Mantis is an interesting companion piece to stuff like the Flash show from the 90s or RoboCop the series. You know, I wouldn't say it's on the same level as Flash, because the Flash, I think, is definitely a solid show. That show never had a chance. I don't know if you ever heard. Have you seen the Flash?
Yeah.
With John Wesley Shipp?
Yeah. But wait, though. You're OCP, so I got to ask, what'd you think about the RoboCop series?
See, initially, I was not big on it because I was like, this is a joke. RoboCop's fighting a Dick Tracy reject and Pudface. He's shooting like he's making trick shots and firing nets at people. Like this is lame. But I actually checked it out. I haven't watched the entire series yet, but I did watch a handful of episodes, and I actually had some fun with it. Like kind of in the same veins like the Flash show kind of thing. And I think the reason why is I just in my mindset, I'm like, this is not like the Paul Verhoeven. Like, there's no way it can be. It's a Canadian show for syndication, you know. So I kind of just looked at it kind of like a superhero show. That's really how I approached it, is like a superhero show from the 90s. And I got some fun out of it. And I think Yvette Napar is a fun character as Madigan. And I think that's who it is. I think that's the actress who plays her. Or it might be Kathleen Madigan or whatever. I know it's a different actress. But anyway, Richard Eden is a really good RoboCop. Like, I think he is easily the best RoboCop since Peter Weller. And I have a book that compiles interviews and stuff like that for various different sci-fi shows from like the 90s from Starlog. And there's a bit about RoboCop the series. And it's a really great resource for like interviews with people who worked on the show.
Okay.
And Richard Eden is talking about how he specifically patterned his performance after Peter Weller. Like he watched Peter Weller, he watched him work inside the suit, he watched how he moved, watched his mannerisms, kind of tone of voice sort of stuff, and based his take on RoboCop off of Peter Weller. And I think that's probably why that's the best we've had since Weller, is because he's learning for the best. And there's some fun little stuff, like he's talking about how much like Peter Weller and other people who played RoboCop, you can't see with that visor on. And he was talking about some fun stories about how, you know, he would fall, you know, he would just be falling numerous times throughout different shoots and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And but yeah, Richard Eden, I thought he was great. Definitely better than Joel Kinnaman in the remake, or Paige Fletcher. I like the Hitchhiker show.
Mm-hmm.
No, he's Robo Runt in Prime Directives. I don't know if you've ever seen. Have you seen any footage from that?
Yeah, Mark? Yeah. I couldn't agree more. But I mean, now that you do mention like the series, because like they just put it out again recently, didn't they?
They're doing it again on Blu-ray.
Okay.
And it's a Blu-ray from like somewhere in the UK, and they're touting that it has the right aspect ratio. And they did some remastering, but you can tell like it's not an official like, oh, I have the print and I'm remastering it. It's like, they're adding, stuff and doing some DNR and whatever, and there's like mixed results with that. But my thing is, this is a show that was shot on tape. There is nothing else for them to work with. So if it's in the right aspect ratio and the DNR isn't so bad, it's not like the Moontrap release, which.
Oh, did you ever see that bullshit release of Moontrap? I don't know if you haven't seen the film.
Ooh. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Oliver,
the DNR just, I swear the VHS looked better.
It does. The Laserdisc. I have the Laserdisc. Get it look better.
Wow.
And the VHS looked better.
Yeah, I never had a VHS.
That Oliver guy, he was actually on the Blu-ray. He was on the Blu-ray forums, and he was defending that release, being like, "Oh, it doesn't need grain." I'm like, what?
The grain needs to wipe away. The DNR is the way to do it. It is great to have smoothness.
Yeah,
to kiss my smooth ass.
It's I think it was like one of the early Predator releases. I think they did that.
Oh, fucking Ultimate Hunter Edition, the UHD, whatever.
Yeah,
I'd be an STD.
And I think even T2, I saw people complaining about that.
Oh god,
as well.
the 4K for T2 is bad.
Yeah, he looks like a wax figure.
It's bad.
Oh, he just. Yep, that's exactly
and it apparently the transfer. There was one that they did for the T2 3D theatrical release, and it's actually good, but they botched it in the process of putting it on Blu-ray.
Yeah, they did. Because I saw when he re-released it. What was that? 2017, I think. So I got to see T2 in the theater in 3D.
I saw the show. I saw the attraction at Universal Studios when it was still there. I remember.
Nice.
I remember that.
That's cool.
It was really cool.
Oh,
there was actually like people dressed up like Skynet employees, like when you're waiting in line at the queue.
That's awesome.
And they'd be like, basically kind of messing with people a little bit, but it was like all in good fun. And there would all be, sort of stuff where, you'd ask them questions and they would like answer. And it was really cool. Like seeing the footage online is one thing. It's cool to see it that way, but actually experiencing the whole attraction is a different thing entirely, because they actually had people as actors who would show up on stage and interact with the audience or interact with the footage at times. And there would actually be like these like green Terminators that would like show up on, that actually would move or shoot something,
If that's the idea, then they really, as Arnold would say,
you saw it.
You
saw it. You saw it in the theater. Was it super DNR'd and waxy? By your recollection?
It was one of the best looking transfers for a movie that old that I've ever seen.
Wow.
Because I know Cameron was like super hands on with that.
Maybe that's why he's become like super like anal about any release on video since, maybe because the Lionsgate botched it so badly, and he was like, maybe that's why James Cameron's like, no, nothing's gonna get released unless I approve it.
Yeah, because I watched it might still be up on YouTube. Like a part of the trailer was them interviewing Cameron, and he's talking about like we went back frame by frame and we did everything we could to make it look like the most pristine thing ever. And it does, like, it was, the amount of detail was astonishing. Like it looked like, it was out of this world. Like it looked amazing. I don't know if anybody in the chat like saw it back when they re-released it in the theater.
I never got a chance.
But like it was fucking phenomenal.
Huh.
Yeah, I have with T2. I have a steelbook that had like the Terminator and the fire that I got like cheap at like a pawn shop recently, and I took the most recent Blu-ray from Lionsgate and I put that in there because the disc that was in there is the one that's the Skynet edition. That edition, I mean, what a mess. I mean, the fucking menu alone is just a clusterfuck.
Yeah, wasn't it like really slow or something?
Yeah, it was
like,
slow and it was just overly complicated and all these different fucking sub menus and buttons and all this other shit. Like, I like interactivity to an extent. Like, if it gets to the point where it's an inconvenience, then no, thank you.
I got you. Yeah, I'm the same way.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing because you have that Vinegar Syndrome thing tonight. So I looked up their new releases. Undefeatable and Nice Dreams.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I'm looking at it right now.
That's the two new surprise releases. Undefeatable, that movie that went viral, I think, just because of that bad fight scene with Cynthia Rothrock and this other guy.
Was it a fight or death scene?
It was a fight and death scene. It was both.
And
What's next? I think I do like a special edition of that movie with all, what was it with
without the Boogeyman.
Oh yeah, the Boogeyman.
And Body Tree 2.
Was it a special edition of the Gary Daniels movie? One of those Gary Daniels direct-to-video movies.
Some of them are good. Like Riot would be good.
Blood Moon.
Rage and Recoil.
They're gonna do a special edition of Blood Moon in 4K. That's what
I would buy that over Showgirls and Undefeatable.
Yeah.
But Body Tree 2, fucking Hell Comes to Fraud Town's cool, but I got the
Boggy Creek 2. All I remember from that is the Mystery Science Theater 3000 version of Boggy Creek 2.
Oh man,
Mike, you get Crystal Blue Lights for $25.
I gotta buy Miami Connection on 4K.
Yeah,
I love that.
Is it on sale?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like all the fight scenes.
I have the DVD of that from Alamo Drafthouse. Like I have the original DVD release.
Oh, sweet.
Of that one.
Cool. Yeah, that might be one of the only movies I get off this sale. There's not a whole lot of other stuff that looks cool.
I bought an Oppo player. I'm tapped out. I can't. I bought a luxury 4K player. I'm good. I'm gonna sit this one out.
No, there's nothing horrifying about Skinamarink other than it was made and it was released. That's what was horrifying about it. Horrifying, they got reviews of goodness, which I don't get, but these different tastes, I guess. And there ain't nothing horrifying unless you're afraid of walls, carpets, and wall sockets.
You're afraid of a toilet disappearing. Which, to be honest, a toilet disappearing in the middle of the night would be kind of scary.
Yeah, it'd be scary, but not in a movie.
Not in a movie, exactly. If I want like killer toilets, I'll just watch that episode from that segment from ABC's of Death. Remember that? Like T is for toilet or something. It was done by that claymation guy, Lee Hardcastle.
Yeah. I remember that.
I'll just watch that.
So many times, I mean, I know there's good stuff among them, but so many times Vinegar Syndrome does these sales and you go, what?
The best sale is still Kino Lorber. They have the best sales. They give you the best deals. Like even with their 4Ks, even some of their newer releases, you just wait like a few months to the next sale and they'll have the newer release on there.
For like $13-$14.
Yeah, it's really affordable. And what I don't like about Scream Factory and some of these other companies, like, I almost said Barnes and Noble, but it's Criterion who sells through Barnes and Noble. But they mark up the Blu-rays or 4Ks to MSRP price, and then they cut it. And I'm like, you never sell. You never, like with Scream Factory, I can pre-order one of those titles when it came out, and it would not be costing me the MSRP price. So I'm like, why the hell do they do that? I guess it's a marketing, a money thing. Like they think, oh, trick people to think they're saving money, but in reality they're not.
Yeah, it's got to be some kind of marketing tactic.
Because I'm like, I don't remember ever like, oh, $35.99, and I'm like, who is paying $38.99 for the 4K from Scream Factory? Like, even when they have it up for sale, and then they slash it down, and it's like $20, and I'm like, that's the same as like an Amazon sale.
That buy every single thing ever.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, I know. People feel FOMO. They're like, I can't miss out.
Yeah, by the way, since Mark is a pretty big collector, as I would say, I remember, Mike, you mentioned about how you used to be in a Facebook group of collectors.
Fucking
and have a certain mindset.
Oh yeah, yeah. I could share the story with Mark.
Yeah, I want to hear it.
I was a part of the VHS Collectors Unite group. I don't know if you've heard of that group.
No,
it was featured in featured in one of the VHS documentaries, that they did, like Rewind This, I think, or one of the other ones. And, I was into collecting VHS, and I had been for a long time. Actually, before I started collecting DVDs and Blu-rays and 4Ks, it was VHS. And so I joined the group, and this is one of those things where I had no experience with peer pressure in this kind of context. Because even in high school, I was such a nerd and such an outcast. Like, I didn't really... Peer pressure? What is that? That kind of thing. So this group had this clique of VHS fanatics, and fanatics is the right word to put it, who were so obsessed with their tapes.
But the way you described it sounded like to me too.
They're deviants. They should rename the group VHS Deviants or something. Is because they were obsessed with a certain thing, and that is, they would call it PP, which would stand for PayPal, but they would take it literally to the point where they would, take photos and they would show their dick and balls, on tapes or near tapes. And
why? Here's my question. Why?
I don't know.
They gotta show you if it's cut or uncut. That's why.
Yeah. And so what happened is I run into these guys. I made a comment about the media, the first ever release of Halloween, and I didn't know the story behind it. I just thought it was a misspelling, like a lot of people do. And so I made a comment about that, and they tag teamed me, and let's just say dicked me around. And
literally, apparently,
I'm not really, like I said, peer pressure. So I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, blah blah blah, I didn't know. And they were just being trolls about it. And then I thought it was okay, whatever, no big deal, moved on. And then I said something about how certain tapes I don't really get why they're worth as much or whatever, or blah 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 blah, because it's on Blu-ray, like Society.
Hey there, YK. We're talking about apparently people on VHS who like to show their dicks with VHS.
Yeah,
apparently
these are grown-ass men, by the way.
For a minute, I thought you were going to say that you did it too. I was like, oh.
Oh, wow. I definitely didn't do that. I licked the tape, which was embarrassing, but I did that. I licked Spookies.
You should never do that.
And I know. I should have never done that.
Photoshop like a.
But like I said, I did not. I had no experience with peer pressure, and so I'm the type of guy who I want to appease people, and I want to make things work, and I want to make things better. Like it just sticks in my head, and so like I didn't know that I should just not do that and just block everybody, that kind of thing. Because it was a good learning experience for me, because that's what I do now. I'm just like, fuck them. I just ignore them. I don't need any of this bullshit. But I was still kind of fairly young enough or naive, so I didn't know better. I even made like a video where I ranted on them, and that became like infamous in the community because I deleted it, and then I left the group And so they were all like trying to be like, oh, upload that video, or they're trying to, or doing all this other shit. They would come and troll on my channel and just spam PP, like the letters PP, and just do all this other stuff, like suck my PP and all this other stuff, and say I'm from the VHS group or whatever. One of the greatest. I wish I still had like photographic evidence of this, because this is one of like the best cell phones I've ever seen. This guy, he was trolling me on my Facebook, and he sent me photos of him eating pancakes that are shaped like dicks. And he was like, look what I'm eating for breakfast.
He put some whipped cream up by the tip.
Yeah. And I'm like, how, in what way are you trolling me by sending me photos of you eating dick? Like, it's the most backwards thing.
That's a weird owning of, look at me, I'm eating dicks. Didn't I own you? What was that even a message to you? Hey, you could be eating dicks like me too.
And so they kept on doing this shit to the point of obsession for years. Like, they would pop up every now and then, and they would leave a comment, and the PP stuff and whatever, and da 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 da. And I would get messages from people who were still a part of the group, and they would be doing these memes with me and my face, and memes that only like 5 people would find funny. Like at the time, I'd never had this happen to me, so I was like, this sucks. God, I hate this. I wish I could do something about it. But now I'm infamous, and now I'm like, this is fucking hilarious. This is some hilarious, funny ass shit. And now I'm like, I don't care. Make how many memes you want. Nobody outside of your circle jerk of, penis fiends is going to give a shit.
Yeah, they're
right.
Just from if you don't want to be in a group that show your dicks with VHS, can't believe I have to say that out loud. Jesus Christ. That you tell anybody in any chat that, I don't see how anyone would be on their side. They'd be like, what the fuck? I guess you guys like looking at dicks.
And there were people in the group who were like, these fucking guys again. There were people.
You don't need the VHS tape for that.
Yeah.
You don't need the tape for that. Just go. No. There's a million websites, I guarantee you, over there.
Exactly.
You just watch them, just enjoy and prove it, own it.
But yeah,
shove dick in your mouth and have fun.
Yeah.
Sunday sandwich.
There were a lot of people in the group who were like, oh, these fucking guys again, that kind of thing. And the deal is, like, I think there were some of them that were mods or buddies with the mods. So it just, they you could never get rid of them. And so I just was like, all right, I'm done. I left the group. And so now I can't look at VHS and the collecting, community in like the same light, because of what I saw and what I experienced. And I joined another group, and it was Cult Film and Collectors, like something, and it was a really cool group. And I got a lot of awesome deals on Blu-ray and DVD from that group.
Do you guys show your dicks?
No, no, they didn't. They should have. Yeah, it should have been like, hey, do you guys put your dicks and balls on Blu-rays? Like, if that's the case, like, man, I don't want anything to do with it.
Try to
take a raid check. Have you ever heard anything like that before, Mark? Anything like that in your life?
I mean, it's a great story.
And here's the thing too.
It's hilarious.
With the video that I deleted, they started like, because there were other people who were part of the group, and they were like, hey, they're talking about you again. They're like, the video, and they're like, post the video, upload the video, they'll pay you money. They're doing all that. They're like collecting money or whatever. And I was like, I don't fucking care. I'm not uploading the video. It's gone anyway. They're like, they'll pay you hundreds of dollars.
You should have said, give me the money, and then never talk to them again.
Yeah. Now wait, like, are they still around?
I think the VHS group is still around, I think. But I don't know if they're still doing all that stuff. I know there was this guy who was just obsessed with the movie. It was like 3 on a Meat Hook. I don't know if you've heard of that movie.
Yeah, it's not a good movie.
He was just so obsessed with that film. He had like 1 million copies of it. Like his Facebook was all about 3 on a Meat Hook.
Why that movie?
I have no idea. Because it's rare on VHS. That's why. It's a dick. It's another dick measuring thing. It's another dick thing. It's another extension of a dick thing. Like, look how big my dick is because I have like 50 copies of this movie that's rare on VHS.
So that's why they had all the pictures. They were measuring all the time. I mean, you should just use it for other purposes, like perhaps with a female, but I guess all that you get are VHS covers to have fun.
Yeah, and just my experience with these groups, like the same group that I was a part of for a long time, the Blu-ray group, it wound up getting shut down from the inside because one of the mods, he was really not liking where the site was going, that the group was going, because this guy who does bootlegs, and he's a fucking, this guy is out there. He has like multiple different accounts. One of them is him wearing a ski mask and looking all tough, and he like trolls people and does like doxing and shit. And so he does these bootlegs, and apparently he, I guess, made an offer to the guy who owned the group. And the guy sold the group to this guy. And so one of the mods was like, this is bullshit. This guy is this guy sucks. And so he started like trying to do something to take the group back over, rename it. Didn't work out. And he then just sabotaged the group by having him and like some of the other people in the group, like his friends, they posted porn in the group. And it was, once again, it was like dick porn. I'm like, what the hell is up with these groups? And dicks.
Dicks. Pancake dicks.
It's like, so that's what caused that group to get shut down. Now the group is back again, but it's modded by that fucking guy. So I'm like, I am not joining that group. Fuck that shit.
Carrying the trend over.
So I just joined a different group that doesn't have any of the same, people in there. But we'll see what happens to that one. Who knows?
Well, I mean,
that is wild.
With any group, there's always going to be outrageousness of anything. I'm sure even in DVDs and Blu-rays, maybe not to that extent, but like, collectors. You like, Mark, you mentioned it with Uncle Bill and such. Like, there's certain collectors that I did not with their dicks, but they'll.
I wonder what the Dead Pit guys would think about that story.
They'd probably die of laughter, more than likely.
But it's like you mentioned, Mark. Like, there are people that will get stuff, and then what was the one guy that bought the box set that was broken?
Oh yeah, the Saw box set. Yeah.
Broken.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you have that type of. I forget what the cinema sickness name.
I think
I can't remember.
I can't remember. But I mean, I would think that like part of collecting all this stuff isn't just so that you have it. You're actually getting stuff that you like. If I do ever get multiple copies of anything, it's because I love the movie that much. But usually, I mean, there's some sort of an incentive for me to buy it. I'm not just trying to find.
They buy numerous copies.
Yeah,
they're like, oh, I got one for my friend, but is it really for your friend? And then other stuff, I've seen people in these groups that brag like, oh, I went to blah blah blah, and armful of like, I'm like, dude, like really? And there's just. There was some crazy stuff on that on the Blu-ray group. Like one that was pretty funny. The seller became infamous like immediately because for some reason.
Did he show his dick too?
No, it was actually his wife who showed her titties, and so like she would hold like the Blu-ray. She would hold.
Was it Tony Moran?
No, she would hold like her Blu-rays, the Blu-rays that were going to be for sale or whatever. That would be like on her like. Breasts, but like there was like one photo where like didn't cover up the nipple, so then it it became this kind of just infamous sort of thing. And so there was some fun stuff that happened on that group, and there would be some fun like back and forth with people, and you know, we'd drag in, you know, certain companies, you know, for their slip covers and whatever, like Severin with their slip covers that are as tight as a fucking condom. Like the slip cover for Retribution. I don't know if you have that movie, Mark. I had that film. I mean, I still have the movie, but I had the slip cover, but eventually I just ripped it because I couldn't
still in it because you couldn't get out the slip cover.
Wow.
No, I eventually got the slip cover off, but I had to like tear it. It was too fucking tight.
That's crazy. Yeah, like I bought quite a few from Severin. Some really obscure titles. But I've never had any like slipcases be super tight like that. I've heard that plenty of times from various people, but yeah, I never had that. I've sort of lucked out.
Just wondering, like, how does that happen? Like, how do you even get a slip cover that's so? How did you even get it in there?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, maybe they made it around the actual case.
I think sometimes also, if there's plastic in between, not all the time, but a lot of times, the heat will kind of make it so that the plastic sticks to the inner of the cover. Almost like a not glue, but that type of stuff where
you do have weird stuff. You have more stuff happening now. Speaking of like residue in like 4Ks and stuff like that. This like sticky. It's not really sticky, but it's like an oily sort of thing.
The outgassing.
The outgassing.
Yeah. I had that. So I got, what was it? The Child's Play. Like, the three of them in 4K.
Both of them were like that too. All three of them were like that for me too.
Yeah, so like mine was really bad. If you go on the Dead Pit channel, CK, so I took a picture and I posted it to the Dead Pit Discord. CK took that picture and made it like their thumbnail for the video, and the whole topic was them shitting on it. And I'm like, I don't know how I was super optimistic. I'm like, well, maybe that's just a few of them. Mine won't be like that. There's no way. Like that's the, I open it and it's like the worst. Yeah. It was so bad. And it was on the disc, a little bit of that like grease or whatever the fuck it was. And I was just like, how do you sell a product like that? Like, I know people might be saying like,
it's because of fucking Mexico, man. Like that's the only pressing plant that exists right now. They had one in the States and it closed down, I think, years ago.
Yeah.
I think after the pandemic, during the pandemic or around the same time, if I remember correctly, is when that plant closed down.
Yeah, a lot of like hardcore collectors on Blu-ray.com on the forums, they were talking about it and saying like, it's because of the certain type of material that they use to make the actual cases and stuff, and heat and all that stuff. Like it's just a product of that, and it's unavoidable. It's not something the company.
That one did. I'm not as worried about as disc rot, because disc rot is like insidious and like it's done. It's toast. Like
do you
have
any that have that?
Oh, I do. Like actually, I think I don't know if this is disc rot or not. I got this from like a bookstore. And I got a good deal on stuff, but I wasn't able to check the discs because it was all taped up. And so this is a Fantastic Four like cartoon. And like I don't know if this is disc rot or maybe just the fact that, but it looks like it. I don't know if it'll show up, but it's got cloudy. There's cloudiness. And I don't know if that's the fingerprints, but it's like awful. Like look at this thing.
Yeah.
It's got scratches and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, like I have a few that just don't work anymore. Some of the early Lionsgate titles that they first did on Blu-ray.
Oh yeah.
Like American
Monster
Psycho.
Squad. I had to get a second copy. And I had 2 copies. I sold one of them. Part of me is thinking I should have just kept the other copy, because the Monster Squad from Lionsgate, like there are a lot of them that have disc rot issues. Which is a bummer, because that's the one that has all the features. The All of Films release, which is actually a little bit better, even though it's kind of the same transfer. Yeah, I think it actually looks a little bit better than Lionsgate's. It doesn't have any of the features, so I'd have to like get a DVD again. And I'm like, I should have just kept my DVD if I knew that this was going to happen, so I could have the features at least.
Do any of them have like physical rot, like where you can see like the disc is like turning a different color? Because that's what some of my early my early Lionsgate titles, like I said, American Psycho, Reservoir Dogs. There's a couple more I can't think of off the top of my head, but
I have some DVDs. Like I got Metalocalypse. I got these DVDs from like a resale store, and so many of them had disc rot. So I was just like, I got to return this. I can't. And I didn't even know it because I thought, okay, maybe, I didn't check them, and then I put them in the player, and then the player would be like, I can't read this disc.
Yep, that's what happens. Yeah, that really sucks. I mean, I've read that like they've sort of found the way around that by using a completely different type of material for the disc.
Because there was a glue, some kind of glue that they were using.
It was that, and then the actual material that they were like putting the disc like together with. I can't remember what.
There were a lot of HD DVDs that were like that too.
See, I never
seen from that VHS crew. Maybe they made the disc rot.
No, dick rot. That's what that laser dick rot, which actually is a thing. Laser disc rot is a thing too.
Oh shit!
In my case, laser dicks, because he did a video a long time ago, and he accidentally said that. So from time to time, he was doing an update. He's like the laser dick, but he didn't realize it. So he said it. I'm maybe the video's still up. I can't remember which one. It was like the laser dick. So me and Effrey would time to time give him like, how's those laser dicks going?
Yeah. But
I forget which video. It was.
Yeah, there's a lot of I think there's a list online of DVDs that have rot actually, which is interesting.
Wow.
A lot of them were Warner Brothers, like early Warner Brothers discs.
A lot of those seem kind of cheap anyway. Like,
oh yeah,
I mean,
some of them, the transfers are just do not hold up with modern TVs.
True Lies has the worst DVD transfer ever. It's for a movie that's that big. Like
they just took the Laserdisc. I think they just took the Laserdisc and put it on a DVD. That's what I think they did. Probably. I think that's what they did with The Rocketeer as well, because that was pretty bad too. And it's not in the right, aspect ratio. And I'm glad I have the Blu-ray, but it doesn't have any features. It's a sham of an anniversary edition. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, like it's like those fucking Mill Creek Blu-rays. Dude, they have nothing on them. No. And I ended up getting it's the Sean Cunningham movie, The New Kids.
The New Kids?
Yeah.
I have the 101 Films release of that.
I have that one too. I ended up getting that one because I'm like, oh, this is great. They're finally putting this out.
I really like that movie. I thought that was really surprisingly good.
Very good movie, yeah.
Got the DVD a while back and I watched it for the first time and I was like, wow, James Spader and great villain and
Tom Atkins and
I actually think it's one of Sean S. Cunningham's best, if not his best. If I think about it, I even think he's better than Friday the 13th. And I know some people might think that's crazy, but
no, I wouldn't disagree. Like it's actually
Skinamarink.
Fuck Skinamarink,
that movie. But it's actually got a great story to it. Like I love the whole fish out of water idea, like type of thing. And but yeah, that Mill Creek release sucks. There's nothing on it, super basic, but the 101.
Thank you very much, Little. Take care.
Oh yeah.
Later. Have a good night.
Yeah, have a good night. But yeah, that 101 Films one is great. It's got a commentary. It's got new interviews with the writer and the director.
It's just region locked, so that's that's the one bummer,
Yeah, but I'm region free, so
am I.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a movie fan, you almost have to be.
Yeah,
there's no way around that. Like you need to be region free.
Good chunk of my Arrow. There's a good chunk of Arrows that are region locked. So.
Yeah. Well, Matt, you're region free, right? I'm sure you are.
Yeah, I have a Blu-ray that's a region-free player.
Okay.
And I got that for a number of reasons. Number one, and I'm looking at it, these Elf DVDs is actually like the show. In Germany, the 4 seasons are more complete. The episodes aren't cut up as much. Because in the US, there'll be at least like 5 minutes from each episode cut.
Wow.
in the U.S. And that was because when the show aired, episodes were about 25 minutes or so. But then when they went into syndication, there had to be more room for commercials. So shows became shorter to have more commercial room. So when these shows would get re-released on the syndication, it's like, well, we only have 22 or 21 minutes, but this is like a 25, 26-minute show. We need to find some cuts. So a lot of times, sometimes it'd be 2 minutes, sometimes it'd be 3, sometimes it'd be 5 minutes. Sometimes like an entire ending of a show was snipped. Like there's one, or the episode, I mean. Like there's one of those episodes, like the whole final bit is snipped if you have the US version. So I had
Which I have
the
that version
one.
just because it was super cheap. Because I was kind of curious about Alf. I know Matt's a fan of Alf, and I haven't really seen a ton of Alf. Like I'm aware of Alf, but I haven't really watched a ton of it.
Well, Shout Factory released they bought it and then they
haven't done
released
anything
the
with
stream
it
and
yet.
done nothing, no physical release. People assumed it, but that's why you can't assume shit because
no,
it's been.
Well, I mean, it's good you got
years.
the German release, Matt, because I think that's out of print or harder to find nowadays to get the German releases.
That's why sometimes you have to grab these things when you can, because even when companies promise them, doesn't mean that's always going to come into fruition.
Yeah.
Like a Leviathan 4K. That
I mean,
happen.
who knows? Like Death
if you sold
Machine,
the
maybe it might actually come out.
Oh
if
man,
you sold the Blu-ray Leviathan,
so
you're fucked.
Yeah, that's really ridiculous. Why announce it if it's not?
I don't think they're officially the ones announcing it though. It's these people online, like Dawn of the Discs and some of these other sources. They're announcing it on social media, and so it's one of those things where because they found information from an insider. And then they're saying this and that. It's kind of what happened with The Abyss, because I actually talked to somebody who knew the guy who worked on the remaster of The Abyss. So I knew that James Cameron 100% for sure, because I talked to somebody who was an insider, because this guy's like an editor and something like that in the industry.
Well, real quick, like Leviathan, Tino Lorber released that info.
Yeah.
It wasn't, they're the ones that released it.
Okay. But sometimes with like The Abyss, it's just rumors and something and all this, and sometimes that happens to some of these sites. They announce these things as if they're speaking for the company, and then sometimes things just don't work out. So.
Yeah, I mean, most of the time I see a lot of this. I mean, I'm always on Blu-ray.com.
It's like Twitter.
No,
like
I mean,
too.
Well, yeah, but
the forum.
Yeah.
I know what you mean.
No, Blu-ray.com, dude. Like, I'm on there every other day. They've always got something announced.
Yeah,
the forum's really good. I mean, I think that's one of the best parts.
I like seeing their discussions of upcoming stuff, and I like going there for the review. I like going there for the reviews.
I've got a couple fights on there.
Yeah, well,
I've got a couple fights on there.
Seems like there's a lot of people on there that are kind of testy.
Yeah.
So,
well, I am too. So I got in a fight over there a while ago over Nemesis.
Yeah.
That whole thing.
Well, it's deserved it. You deserved it.
For Mark,
to get in a fight over that.
I'll tell the story. So I don't know if you know the film Nemesis. It's with Oliver Gruner. MVD released it.
Right. Yeah, I remember that.
But they didn't tell anybody, which I was upset when I got it. It's a different cut of the film. At the end of the film, in the theatrical, Laserdisc, VHS, old DVD.
Yeah, I have the old DVD
The end of the film is, the good guys win, they get away. But then overseas, there was a cut where there was this foreboding narration from the bad guys going, we're watching them and we're going to get them now. And it changes the whole tone of the ending, the whole tone of the finale, which is the most important part of a movie to me.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, well, wait a minute. How come you didn't tell anybody this? If I knew this, I would not have bought it, because is that the version I want? Because I'm just that type of guy. I care about the stories and the finales and That's just how I work.
Well, also, if you watch the film on VHS or Laserdisc or DVD, that the version with that ending is not the version that you remember seeing in the first place.
And that's not the version that is most people saw when they first saw that
that's
film.
what I'm saying. Yeah.
And I'm like, that's a bit disingenuous. And then, you know, people got snappy. Oh, what's the big deal? And then, of course, for me, I'm like, well, fuck you. You know, it built up to that.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, I got in a bit of a fight with the MVD guys themselves.
Yeah, I remember that.
Back and forth, where it's like, it was kind of a pissing match. They're like, fuck you. And no, I'm like, fuck you. And then I even did a video with Mike. No, fuck them. Fuck them. Until ultimately, to be fair, at the end of the day, I went and messaged him on Blu-ray.com. He messaged me back. We had a general understanding that it was nothing about, it was all passion about movies.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And here's the thing is that I think people misconstrue when I talk about stuff. I kid, but I actually don't kid, where I feel like I am like the Jim Cornette of movies, where I get very passionate about stuff. Like for Nemesis, most people will never see that original version now, because on Blu-ray, the only version they have is that altered version. Mm-hmm. They will never have the version where the endings, the tone is more optimistic. And he's like, oh, listen, I didn't know. I think it was that Oliver Krekel guy who released that altered version overseas.
Yeah.
The same guy that fucked up Moon Trap. And they're like, listen, we didn't know. I didn't know Nemesis as much as you did. Part of me's like, well, why didn't you? But I let that go.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, okay. And then he's like, hey, you know what, man? Pick a movie out. I'm like, no, that's not why I did it. I didn't do it because, no, I did it, man. Mm-hmm. And so that's how I got Double Dragon for free on MVD. Because honestly, I didn't want any of the other stuff. I didn't even want Double Dragon, but I said okay because I don't like the movie.
They hadn't released Double Impact yet, so
no. So I mean, MVD does do it, but it's like that was an argument where I'm like,
And I remember that it got really testy, and like, and I was kind of staying away from MVD for a little bit, but I also remember you came. Well, I mean, you came to. Well, you went after the Christopher Griffiths guy or whatever for Fright Night, because I know you were going to get me the documentary.
I get in the fights with everybody. I got in the fights with Worf Peter, the Purple People Eater, because I didn't like his shitty Jess Whedon films, and he got mad.
Apparently, my cat get into fights too.
That was okay. That was with the Fright Night documentary. You're So Cool, Brewster.
Yeah,
they said they're going to release in the summer. It got delayed. I understood it. It was going to release in like November or October. It got delayed. I understood it. So December comes around. They say it's specifically coming here. We're sending it out. Okay, cool. Because part of it was I was getting 2 copies, one as a Christmas present to Mike, OCP. I'm like, okay, cool. And they're like, oh, by the way, we don't know what happened to it. I'm like, well, where's the tracking number? Oh, we don't have tracking numbers. I'm like, they weren't cheap. And you don't even have tracking numbers? Well, you know, it's just a small operation. And it's just 4 people, and we're sending them out. And
it was like a similar thing with Crystal Lake Memories.
Wait.
Like, I pre-ordered that.
This is what I said here. This is the line that made him mad. And I think he misunderstood what I meant. I said, listen, dude. I didn't say dude. Listen, this is why people stream stuff or this is why people download stuff because they have experiences like this. I didn't tell people to download this stuff. I didn't say I was going to download stuff. I'm like, this is why when people have bad experiences like this, and if it culminates 5, 6, 7 times, obviously it didn't hear, but if they've had experiences with like 3, 4 other people, and it keeps happening, this is why it leads people into downloading. Whether right, wrong, sure it's wrong, but I'm just saying that's the fact. Whether you think it's right or wrong, that's a factual statement of this is how people act. When you do that, this is going to culminate in your work getting bootlegged.
Yeah.
And you don't want that to happen. and then he got pissed, and I think he even did like, was it him or the other?
It was the producer guy. It was the producer guy. It was smart.
No, I mean, was it him or Warm Stomp that had that Facebook where I wasn't allowed to go in?
Oh, it was him because I remember I was on that group.
He's like, this fucking guy, this fucking thing. I'm like, whatever, dude.
And it was the producer.
I got it after Christmas.
It was the producer guy.
Before Christmas.
I think his last name is Smart. And these are the same guys who did RoboDoc. And so I remember like being a part of the RoboDoc group, and I remember trying to, because it happened with Matt.
The other guy got pissed at Mike.
Yeah. 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 What happened again with that? What did he get pissed at me for?
That was going to be my next question. Like, what happened?
You were asking. I think you were like asking about the RoboDoc documentary. Now it's been delayed for so long, but also, well, wait a minute, we paid for this, but are you splitting the 2 parts? You splitting the 3 parts?
Well, no, I didn't actually pay for it. I was just trying to. I would have wanted. I would have liked to, but I didn't have the money at the time because I didn't have 2 jobs and enough income to be able to like, oh, I'm gonna drop this on Kickstarter or whatever. And so I remember like just communicating, and then it turned into like a fight or whatever, and then actually the director was a nice guy. Like Christopher actually got a hold of me through Facebook, and then was like, hey,
what's funny, the guy that was pissed at me was nice to him.
Yeah,
and the guy that was nice to me was pissed at him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That
it was like the reverse. Funny about it. And we still haven't gotten RoboDoc. Like, I guess it's supposed to stream on some service, and it's supposed to be the first movie.
Mm-hmm.
And then who knows about everything else? Like they said, we did stuff for the sequels and the show and the comics and all this other stuff. And I'm like, okay. And they're like, and I remember constantly talking to them like, oh, you're going to have an option for people to buy it who didn't Kickstart it, right? The physical copy, because that's what they did for every other documentary. And I don't even know what's going on with that now. Like, is that actually going to happen still? Or I have no idea.
And the thing about that Kickstarter, I know it takes time to make the documentary, of course. That was launched,
years.
What, 2015?
Years.
2016?
And they announced all these other projects. Icon, about Freddy Krueger, about Robert Englund. A Police Academy documentary. The Pennywise
Did they do the
one.
most recent one that just came out? One came out recently for Robert Englund.
I think it probably is that.
Okay, that's the one they did. Okay.
And Pennywise, they did that one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have that one too.
So I'm like, is that going to happen with RoboDoc, where it's just going to be released by some other studio or something on Blu-ray to physical media, and it's not going to be directly through their site? I don't really know.
That's weird. Like, cause I remember following that very closely for a while, and then like the longer it went, the more I stopped following
with RoboDoc.
And you just don't hear anything about it. So, wow.
Yeah, they delayed, and one positive is that enough time went by that they, I guess, got enough money to pay Peter Weller to sit down and do an interview. So there's kind of a positive there. Because he's going to talk about the second film, and apparently I heard they kind of.
But here's the thing that bothers me about that: there are people that Kickstarted that thing, and they don't get any answers, and they pay them money.
Yeah.
Almost 8 years ago.
It's like, it's like.
I think that's ridiculous.
With In Search of Darkness.
Oh, that
I kickstarted. I
don't get me started on that fucking.
I know.
In Search of Darkness.
I was one of the people who kickstarted the
like
first
that fucking guy that's going to do the Aliens documentary, and it costs you $100 to buy the Blu-ray.
Yeah, and you got to have the experience.
You like Aliens, Mark.
Yeah,
you like Aliens, Mark, right? Would you buy a Blu-ray documentary for $100?
No.
But what if you get the experience, Mark, of experiencing like live Q&As or
live streams,
or doing a live stream where it's like a discussion of the themes of Aliens?
No,
like it's a class for college.
And like even for me, where like, I mean, I'm not rich or anything, but like I do okay, and I still wouldn't even spend $100. So the average consumer You're asking them to put that kind of money down for what? Like, and then even with the RoboDoc thing, like, how can you fuck people over like that? Like, you should really answer for that. You're going to abuse the trust that you've built this far.
Well, I mean, In Search of Darkness did that too, because I was one of the first backers, from the first group of backers to back the first one, and the first Blu-ray that I got was not. It wasn't even an official press disc. Like, it was a BDR, and so I was one of the many people who were like, "Hey, what the hell is this? Like a BDR? Like, really?" And
they probably weren't cheap either, right?
No,
the price.
And there were other people that got pressed copies. I never got one, and I even contacted them and asked for one, and they never responded to me. And there was also this other thing where, after people already kickstarted it, they had this extra thing. Oh, now you can get a special edition with Elvira or Corey Taylor from Slipknot. And I'm like, okay, can we just like ask for that instead? I'm like, no, you have to pay extra. I'm like, why? I already kickstarted the the first.
I'm surprised they haven't been sued by now.
I know.
Like, that's crazy.
Yeah. But people bought them, man. The posters. I have the posters for the third one because I got the box set that had all of them, and I have it in a box just in a corner somewhere. Like, I'm not putting that. I don't give a fuck. I don't care about the patches and fucking. I don't need no stinking patches.
Some pins and stickers.
Yeah, like the Creepshow Blu-ray set 4K shit from Scream Factory with fucking pins.
Yeah,
and
stickers.
Hey, if people enjoy that stuff, that's cool. It's just not for me. If I talk about Inside of Darkness, I go on a big old tear.
Yeah,
but I know people like that stuff. That's cool.
Like, what do you think, Mark, about like the Blu-rays that came out like back in the day that had just the bonus was just shit that came with the box? Like the Goonies, or you get a replica of the key and like a poster and like a map or whatever, but it's not a new transfer and there's no new features. Or the Ninja Turtles set that had like bandanas and like stickers and other shit. Like, how do you feel about that? Because I'm like,
I mean, it's all a gimmick. They know who to market this stuff towards, so that's why they add stuff like that. That's their main selling point, not even necessarily the movie itself. The movie's kind of like the bonus, honestly.
Yeah,
I think so many collectors out there, they just want to get something else. For like for Ninja Turtles example, like they just kind of want something else for that movie or that franchise. So I think that a lot of these companies have found that they can not manipulate but play on the weakness or the passion and love that people have for these movies, and they're exploiting them, and that's so wrong. I know you're in the business to make money, but like, does the honest dollar not mean anything anymore? Like, I would imagine if you're putting out this stuff, you want to at least do a new transfer.
I mean, Vinegar Syndrome, they like, I remember getting into them when they were first starting to like get traction. And so I would take part in their halfway to Black Friday sale, to support, company. Because I remember actually, because there was a horror convention, like the only horror convention in Portland, as far as I know, in Oregon, that has ever been put on. I was a volunteer there because I met I'm sorry, like, I'm just getting a little, because she was a friend of mine and she passed away, and like I got into that circle because of her, and so it was a fun time, but apparently it was kind of a mess, and there's a reason why we never did it again and whatever. But Vinegar Syndrome had a booth there, and I remember getting like a Night Train to Terror. I got that Blu-ray, and Madman. This is really early on. Like, they didn't have that many releases at that time. I was just like, oh, Night Train to Terror. Because Matt and I kind of had like a little in joke with that, with the come on and dance with me. That's that whole scene. And so I was like, okay, that's kind of a fun bad movie. I'll pick that up. Support a company that's trying to get going. And then I kept supporting them, and they started releasing these slipcover editions and Night Beast and all this other stuff, and I was like, okay, the prices were not cheap, but they still weren't like what they are now. And now it's just been like I know pandemic and I know inflation and everything, but it just feels like they're taking advantage of it a little much. Like they don't have to necessarily be selling these box sets.
They know that people will pay them.
Yeah.
There are a certain amount of people that collect everything, whether it's for a company or a genre like horror.
And they have the cardboard enthusiasts. they have to have that slipcover.
It's in a way, it's an addiction.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it is.
The addiction, the thrill of buying something. And hey, I get it. I was that way back in the day when I was
I still kind of am in some ways. I just got to be honest with certain things.
But I mean, like back in the day, I remember it's like, okay, I'm gonna go in. They're like $3, and I'm like, I'll do it as part of the collection. I'll do it because I'm gonna get all of Steven Seagal's movies. That was a bad mistake because most of them suck. But now it's like I get that addiction, that appeal of, even to the point of, I'm gonna get this. And it'd be fun to show it on a video. And then you're just talking about a movie, you're discussing it. It's a way to discuss the movie is on a visual form. I get that. I just don't really do that anymore. Number one, I'm more stingy. Number two, there's not really anything I need. And number three, it's just I've lost that love and fear.
Yeah, you lost that love and fear.
And once in a while, I'll get something. I was mentioning way back when I was asking people like what you look forward to. The one thing, the Hitcher 4K, yes. But like Severin, as much as I don't trust the company. I've heard they're doing I'm a sucker for those Bluesploitation films.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you about that because I saw something. There's going to be
a box set. A box set with a lot of those in.
Yeah,
I'm a sucker for, and I know camera's going to freeze, but I'll show the DVD anyway, just because even in my freezy state, there's a movie called Enter the Game of Death, and it's like one of those like Bluesploitation films where it's not Bruce Lee, but it is Bruce. It's not Bruce Lee, but it's like,
Bruce
and for those who can't see it, just and
like Bruce Lee with an L-I. Yeah, Bruce Lee with an L-I.
No, this one's L-E.
Oh, okay.
This one's L-E.
Oh, L-E. So Bruce Lee.
And apparently, like, maybe it'll be that, or the one where he's in the he dies and then he joins with Popeye to fight James Bond and Dracula, and that's a real movie, folks. The Dragon Lives Again. Bruce Lee, who has a boner, wakes up and joins with Popeye and others and fights the Man with No Name, James Bond, Dracula. Emmanuel is in it.
Wow, how are they not sued?
It's Bluesploitation and like parody, probably as well, parody.
Yeah,
but Bluesploitation is just crazy. I look forward to that, but it's not very rarely in between. I guess I've just kind of gotten sober.
You're not a completionist. You're not a completionist
anymore. Not anymore. Not anymore. No.
And I'm kind of not either. I just like getting a good deal on stuff, and I think, and I understand the mindset.
I would get
totally.
Death Machine. I would get the Hitcher and Death Machine because I really enjoy those films.
Yeah,
but a completionist, I'm not anymore. No.
Yeah, but I understand why people, they get addicted, they get hooked. Getting a good deal on something in particular. When you're going in the wild and you're hunting for a title, that can be very intoxicating, and it is kind of a way for me to like relax and unwind. I've noticed it's just to go out and look, but I have to try to control myself more and be like, okay, well, I need to have a budget, need to do this and that, and I'm working on it. Probably dropping a lot on an Oppo probably isn't really necessarily a step forward in the right direction, but in the temporary direction, it forces me to be like, oh, I can't. It's like I spent money on that, so like I I can't do it for a while. I gotta just sit back and just kick back and try to enjoy the incredible, just insane amount of stuff that I've been lucky to obtain.
Yeah.
Right now.
So Mark, Mark, do you think there are people that there's like a little addiction thing to it? Like this whole thing? Was there a point that you felt that way or anything in between?
I would say, yeah, a little bit. Like over the years, I've certainly slowed down. I don't buy nowhere near as much stuff as I used to. And I had to get it in my mind that like, and Matt, we've talked about this a lot. You don't need to own everything.
Yes.
There's a fine line between collecting and hoarding and just buying things just to buy it. And there's so many people, I don't mean to pick on Vinegar Syndrome, but there's so many people that buy stuff from Vinegar Syndrome. I'll see these guys do like a unboxing or something.
Yeah.
And they'll have, I don't know, 10, 15 movies. And they'll say, well, this one isn't good, but look at the slipcase or look at this. And I'm like, well, why'd you buy it? Like you've seen it. So you know it's not good. You bought it anyway. You're never going to watch it. And it's going to take up space in your house or your apartment, or whatever.
Yeah.
So I'm just like,
some of it, I think it's a clout thing for some people.
Maybe that too.
A clout thing in a certain part of a community, collector community that they're a part of. And I think for some people, it just makes them feel like they're part of something. And I understand that completely. And for others, I think, it is kind of similar to like an actual addiction, because there was a certain point where I realized like I am buying too much stuff and I'm doing it because I'm trying to fill a hole because I'm not doing well mentally or something, or like I'm depressed or whatever. And I'm just doing these late night buying sprees because, I'm trying to, make myself feel better. But like it's fleeting. Like you get it like, oh cool, like I got a good deal, and then you get it, and then you open it and you do all that, and then it's like, well, that feeling goes away, and it's not constant, and you still haven't really taken care of the problem, which is why you were obsessed in a way with getting all of this stuff, is because of the fact that there's some other things going on that you haven't really dealt with.
Yeah, now it's different from like back in the day. There's so much streaming stuff online. You can find pretty much
I find
anything.
myself like I pay for a lot of streaming services, not necessarily for myself, because for my parents, because they use a lot of these streaming services. They use them more than I do. But I find myself like I'll rent something to stream more than I've ever done in the past, because I have a massive collection, but I don't have everything organized. So there are some times where I don't know if you've done this, Mark, where you're like $2.99.
Yeah.
I don't want to dig it through my entire collection and spend forever trying to find this one movie on DVD that
I will put in the effort to find it.
Yeah.
I'll look. If I don't, then I'm like, well, fuck, I don't want to spend the rest of my night trying to find it.
Yeah,
I guess I will.
Exactly.
Or I'm not going to say what the sites are, but there are a lot of free options. There's YouTube.
Oh yeah.
I'll say that one because we're on YouTube. But there's other options out there. And
starts with an R. That's all I'm going to say.
or even Tubi. Like there's a lot of stuff on there.
And if there's ads on Tubi, but like if you watch it on a browser, like you can actually kind of
get around
it.
Yeah, and I do that for quite a bit of stuff, and it's very helpful because sometimes I'll just want to watch something that I haven't seen in maybe 10 or 15 years, and I'm just yearning to see it, and like I don't want to have to wait another 10 years for a company to put out an overpriced 4K or Blu-ray. So I'll just watch it. And then chances are like I may not even like it as much. And I feel bad for the people from back in the day that bought stuff and it was a blind buy for them. They didn't even have a streaming service. It's like you almost had to like the fucking movie because it's like, well, I spent $20 on this VHS tape.
VHS tapes back in the day, like when they first came out, they were $90.
Yeah, they were like $80-$90. I remember that. Yep.
Can you imagine doing that?
Yeah. And what if you didn't like the movie?
$90 for Yellowbeard?
Like, so
Yeah, if you didn't like the
we're
film,
not
it'd
there
be really
anymore.
shit out of luck. If you didn't like the film, you'd be really shit out of luck. Yeah.
Yeah. But you kind of like had to force yourself to like it almost.
It's like, shit, I spent $90 on Howard the Duck. Like, I have to, you know?
Yeah. You're going to watch it. It's like you spent all that money. You better watch it.
It's like with video games back in the day, too. It was a similar sort of thing. Like, well, you know, you got the game, you know,
yeah,
got to play it.
It might suck, but you got to finish it. You bought it. Yeah, that's thankfully we're in an era where, I mean, we're so spoiled, but like I'd rather be in this time.
Oh, absolutely.
I do miss the nostalgia of the video store. I like going in, looking at the covers and all that stuff, but like when you look at how much you'd be spending, and
I'm able to have my own video store now in my bedroom.
Yeah,
like with a wider selection than my local Blockbuster ever had. And that's not even including, you know, my hard drives with, you know, other digital files and stuff like that. So
yeah, same here. I got hard drive right over here full of stuff. So I know what you mean. Yeah, it's I mean, shit, you even look at like Blockbuster towards the maybe not the end, but the last few years there. It sucked because they were starting to get like cut versions of movies and stuff like that, and then that wasn't even worth it, so.
Did you ever go to Blockbuster when they were closing all their stores and they had like because they had a DVD rental service like Netflix, which Netflix doesn't have that anymore. And when they were closing, they just had like massive sales. And they would have like the, you know, just the DVDs in the sleeves. And there was like hundreds of them and they were like super cheap. So I remember, you know, going to Blockbuster, and I was in Oklahoma City, and I would like flip through them. But, you know, most of them have been picked clean already and nothing really good. So I would like waste my time and then be like, well, I don't want anything. But hey, you know, it was something to do, you know,
right? Yeah,
that kind of thing.
It was also the thrill of the hunt too, a little bit. Like I don't know if you guys had FYE around you.
Oh yeah,
or
I do have
Suncoast
FYE around here. Yeah, Suncoast. I remember when I was a kid, like the first ever movie. I remember like one of the first ever movies I remember my mom buying was actually for Suncoast, because I was a big Howard the Duck fan. I loved that film as a kid, and I would rent it all the time. And so mom eventually just bought me the VHS and bought it from Suncoast. And there was a Suncoast that was in Oklahoma City, and I remember like getting stuff over there. And FYE, I think, is kind of a similar sort of thing, because there's one here in Vancouver, and every now and there's a good deal. But now they're kind of closer to what it is like online for any of their like harder to find stuff. And for the newer titles, forget it. Like, just go to Amazon. Like, why the hell like would you buy it at FYE? $45.99 for an Arrow video Blu-ray? No.
Yeah.
You're mentioning video stores. There was really none around to rent when I was growing up. It was just the gas station. Go to the gas station. But there was a store. The nearest was Fairmont, Minnesota. And it was a place called On Cue. It was a region thing.
Yeah.
And I remember like there was a book, and then it was lost, and then for years I was able to find it. As much as his Tam freezes our show.
I have it somewhere too. Yeah.
Well, the reason this appealed to me is because when you open it up, let me find a good page. And hopefully there's no nudity in this, so you two don't get mad. It has VHS covers to show what movies they had. Now, granted, it's in black and white, but it's a nice coffee table book to look through.
It is.
And it's also little reviews as well. Like each of these is a review of the movie.
Yeah.
Going through all the different movies.
My mom, she used to have a subscription to the Columbia Record House, which they were also selling movies through their mail service.
They were selling CDs initially, right?
Yeah. And then I remember my mom actually getting stuff from the Columbia Record House. So I remember she got Speed on VHS from them, and she got The Rocketeer, because I was a big fan of The Rocketeer. And she just surprised me one day, and there was a package, and mom's like, open it. I'm like, oh, what? I was like, open it, it's The Rocketeer. And, you know, super psyched about that. And so, yeah, there's a lot of differences. Like nowadays, like, oh, Amazon, you know, and eBay. Like I just remember, I don't know, Mark, if you remember, like years ago, where if you went out in the wild, like you had better luck, it seemed like, or you definitely didn't have to pay as much.
Yeah.
Like even online, like you'd be like, oh, this looks cool, buy that, and then it looks interesting, and then you won't have to pay nearly as much as now. Like back at like Monsters, the TV show, like when that came out, like it was $60 or something, but it wasn't like 200 or 300 like it is now. And I think it's the horror community. I think that's the thing that's elevated horror titles in particular that are harder to find, but then it just spread into just the community in general, where if it's out of print, well, then that means that it's like $100, 80, whatever.
Yeah.
And, I think that's definitely something that's going to deter new collectors. That's for sure. Because they're like, well, I can't afford that.
Yeah. I find it like the fact that all that stuff, well, I'll say collecting back then just seemed more fun.
Yeah.
There was always, when you did go into the wild, there was always more stuff to find.
Yeah.
Stores carried way more stuff than what
or
they do
VHS
now.
tapes. Like when Oklahoma City, when I was over there, I found them all the time. And titles now that are like going for way more, and I would get them for like cheap, like at the thrift store. Like dig through a bin, and there's offerings, that kind of thing.
Right. Yeah. It's just, I don't know where the marketplace is going to go. I mean, I know all the boutique labels are still going to make money. That's a given.
They're going to run out of titles eventually, and I think that's already starting to happen with Scream Factory re-release, 4K. And I'm like, I love 4K. I do. I really like that format. But I'm like, this Blu-ray release that they did of this is already really good, and my player is like state of the art and up converts to 4K like really well. I'm like, I don't need it. And I love Creepshow. I'm not gonna pre-order. I'm not doing that. I'm not. If somebody gets it for me, cool. I'm not.
I've thought about getting it, but I'm like, I already have a good Blu-ray of it.
Yeah.
I don't think I really need to upgrade that.
No.
I'm not gonna do it. So I'm sitting that one out. There's a few other ones that I'm sitting out because I already have the Blu-ray.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's just, you're dumping more money into a company that really does not care about the consumer.
No, they used to.
Exactly.
They legitimately used to.
Yes, I agree.
I mean, I think what happened is they got bought out, new company or new owner or whatever, and they changed things, and you saw it with the quality of their special features, because that's when you knew something was not the same.
Yeah, I agree. There's only a handful still that I think do care. I would say Arrow might be one for sure.
When they got bought out by Zavi, it kind of got a little
their release
a little bit
got a little questionable. Yeah. I think Second Sight's doing good stuff.
Yes.
They're very selective with what they put out. It's not like Kino,
even though they have, their occasion, we're announced this and it doesn't come out type deal. I still think they're a really good company right now, because just the fact that they can appeal to a whole slew of audiences and members because of the fact that the Kino is they're releasing like different kinds of Blu-rays and stuff like that. Oh, looks like we lost Matt. Oh no!
Oh, he's back.
Here.
Oh, you're back. Okay, I didn't see your profile. It was just like blank.
I probably have to.
He's a mystery man.
I got like 5% on the phone.
Okay,
it's been 5 hours, so I do have to head out. But thank you guys for joining me. It's been a very fun birthday. Thank you guys for taking the time.
Yeah, thank 5 hours never went by so fast. To be honest, like it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we could talk all night about this stuff.
About the future of physical media. Like, 4K is definitely going to be the last format. There's not going to be 8K or 16K. Or
I don't think if it does happen, it won't take off. Like, it's just, I mean, 4K is barely even taking off.
They're not even selling as much as DVDs. If you look at the stats,
it's bizarre that DVD's still selling, but hey, it is what it is.
Affordable. That's why.
That too. That's why I appreciate companies like Vestron.
Yeah.
Like they put out some really cool movies,
Yeah.
and they're really affordable. $12 a pop.
Like the dentist double feature. Like it's 2 movies, and it's not. They didn't charge you $25 or anything,
right?
And some of the like the Silent Night Deadly Night collection that was still around the same price, and it's like
it was
that's
like $12.
Yeah.
I mean, Class of '99, which I love.
To be honest, that's the fair price for Silent Night Deadly Night sequels.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Like, then again, some of those movies aren't even worth like that $12, but to each his own. If you like those movies, I guess.
Candyman 3.
Those movies are those dog shit movies. But thank you guys. Thank you, Stuntman. Thank you, Mike.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for having me.
Fabio for coming by. Everyone in the chat, the generosity. Thank you, everyone out there. Be careful out there. Hopefully, I'll get this damn phone updated so it can work better next time. And we will see you guys later. Take care for now.
Later, guys.
Bye, Nora.